land, United States of Newfoundland.
Don't I don't know if that might be copyrighted there, Mikey. Not sure because I just barely started the stream, unfortunately. So yeah, just setting up all the links. If anybody wants a mic, feel free to come up. We still got another 17 minutes till the beast is on the stand. I can only imagine what it'll be wearing today. I'm sure it'll be massively inappropriate.
Well, good. Viva's out of the hospital, so he seems to be doing well. Just waiting for his bill, so that's a good report on that.
Troll gelatin oatmeal thighs when the beast toenail chewer goes on up on stage. Too bad we couldn't get away with a thunderstruck intro tune, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, Mikey, that CBC thing, that'll get you fucking banged right away, man. Watch out for that one. CBC.
Thank you. Yeah, they're toxic anyways. I don't really like sharing any of their garbage.
Let me be perfectly clear. Our government stands for all Canadians. That's all you're going to hear all day.
Mr. Commissioner, we were very clear from the outset that this was an illegal occupation of Ottawa. We were absolutely concerned of taking care of the image of the World Economic Forum and my boss, Klaus Schwab. And we will do everything to protect Canadians from anything to do with the oppositional position of Klaus Schwab. And this is the position, Mr. Commissioner, of the federal government.
Good, but you had to emphasize Meester, Meester speaker, right? It's like, really, it's a bizarre way to speak.
No, hang on. That's an Albertan expert accent, right? Meester. Because if anybody remembers a guy by the name of Nestor Pister, right? It was Nestor Pister for Prime Minister, right? And that's from the same geographical location that she grew up on, which might speak to the amount of mad cow disease and all the pork. You never know.
Well, I mean, if it's in pork, I mean, I know that mad cow disease is actually caused by cannibalism. So yeah, if she's been eating pork, then that would, explain quite a lot.
Into that, I loved how you picked that right up and took it to the goal. Right on, man. So don't forget, we've also got Katie Telford going on the stand today. That's the one you really want to listen to. That's the kingmaker, the queenmaker. She's the one that's got Gerald Butts permanently in her ear with a two-way radio communication, right? Like, don't forget, when they were down there in Asia and we saw Trudeau and Biden all dressed up in their little Mao Tse-tung jackets, if you'd have looked in the background, about 15 feet behind them to the left was an extremely tall, bald man with glasses on. And if you don't recognize the butt stain of Canada walking behind Trudeau by 15 feet, that's a real indicator, man. And when Trudeau walked away from Z, and after getting the conditions first speech from Z, Z, and he walked away. Do you remember there was that woman in the back that he kind of leaned into and then walked away from? Guess who that was? Katie Telford, 15 feet behind him. That man goes nowhere without being shadowed by those that control him. So it's Katie Telford, I would have to say, is the most dangerous woman in this country, not old Thunder Thighs toenail chewer. So watch out for the testimony from Katie Telford. That will be extremely revealing. A lot of the documents that were redacted by the Canadian government are specific communications from Katie Telford. That's going to be very revealing today. Believe you me, I think the next three witnesses, toenail chewer, Katie Telford, and the clown in chief himself, these are going to be the most revealing testimonies insofar as it will reveal their incompetence that has of course been absolutely, put in neon lights over the last 10 days. But I think we're going to see it really come to light over the next 2 days, especially after yesterday's little goblin performance. The level of incompetency at the transport ministry is absolutely incredible. Nobody brought up the fact that the reason the truckers had a big issue with it is sure they were an essential service in Canada, but as soon as you go over that border to come back into Canada, where's your ArriveCan app? Where's this? Where's that? Oh, now you got to go and isolate. Now you got to quarantine. That's what was stopping the truckers, and they put their foot down. So that wasn't even brought up. And last I looked, the ArriveCan app, that was part of transportation. Wouldn't that be part of his ministry? So wouldn't he have a little bit of extra background knowledge on that? Well, I'm sorry, this guy's a fucking goblin that eats gourds for breakfast. Right.
Well, that's the thing. He's just not a serious person. It's not like, once you prick the surface there, that it turns out that he just looks like a troll, but actually is, a competent human being. No, I mean, he's a joke from the outside in, right?
Or the inside out.
I'm not really sure if there's a difference, right? He's sort of like a tesseract or something, where like the inside is the outside all at once.
Nice Dune connection, but I really don't see the collaboration between Omar Algebra and the Tesseract, because Mr. Algebra certainly has zero common denominator in him other than maybe an IQ of 11.
No, if you've ever seen an animation of the Tesseract, right, it's like turning inside out. That's what I mean. It's like
the Gordian knot theory.
Yeah, it's just like vomiting on itself, right? Like its insides are going on its outsides and stuff like that.
Did they issue barf bags at the commission for today?
No, but I think there'll be plenty of cottage cheese to go around.
Don't worry, those who are wearing their masks, that's their barf bag, on their face. So,
I mean, it is getting me wanting a mask mandate, and even a full body burqa mandate just for today in the commission, right? Like I think everybody could benefit from that, and of course, this is Canada, so for both men and women, just so long as we don't have to see any skin today, I think that would at least help. I mean, we still have to hear it, but at least we don't have to see it.
Be nice if it indulged them to take the mask off and actually puke in it, right?
So let's do a fashion call. Do you think Freeland's going to wear red, green, black, or blue today?
I'm thinking yellow. She is yellow after all.
I think it might. I want to say it's going to be red. It has to be garish. She has to look ridiculous, and she has to be seen from a mile away. So it's going to be maybe a slightly subdued red, like whore lipstick red or something like that. I don't know.
It's got to promote the Liberal Party in some way or shape,
Damn it, donkey! No hands.
Hey, my name is Donkey and I'm unvaccinated. I'd like to put my guess on white. White with possibly some sort of red accent.
Oh, I think that's even more disgusting, actually. Right? White really
Yeah.
will make her pop.
I think she'll be wearing white, winter white, so that she can look pure as the driven snow. But what I'm wondering is what drug she's on today. Because do you remember when they made the announcement that they were freezing the bank accounts and she was like having some kind of a tweaking type situation going on with like jerking of the head, that the body, the furtive eyes darting all over the place. What was that? What drug was she on that day, or did she forget to take her anti-anxiety drug that day? I don't know.
Well, from the testimonies we heard yesterday, supposedly people couldn't get to their pharmacy, so maybe, yeah, she wasn't able to
Oh,
take, her Xanax or something.
that's right. That's probably what happened. Yeah, I know. Wasn't
Well,
that bizarre watching her during
wait,
that?
we've
Oh,
seen it everywhere. We see it everywhere she talks. She's got this body movement thing, and a lot of people are looking at that. A lot of communication experts, body language experts, are looking at that. And some people are even saying so bold as to say that that's the jibby jabby jitter effect that some people go through, and she's just got a minor aspect of it. You know,
It
mm,
reminds me of like she's unable to like have any sort of normal body, like she'll be like making some really ridiculous like expression like that, and then she'll realize that she's not having a grave enough expression, so then she'll like overdo it and like squint her eyes and like start nodding very seriously, right? Like she's like unable to like maintain just like a neutral sort of body and
mm,
facial expression.
yeah. And everything with progressives is performative, right? Nothing is about being authentic, real, or down to earth. Everything is about performance. So they're always aware of image. Everything is surface, and she's you know trying to act like she's worthy of her station in life now, right? And she probably has the what do you call that, the syndrome, the fraud syndrome, the
Tourette's.
Tourette's, yeah. But she probably has imposter syndrome. Like she has no business being there, doing what she's doing.
They all have
She
imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome would require self-awareness, though. I think that's the biggest problem, is none of these people have any self-awareness.
Right, I agree. Least of all, the head ass clown himself. He's just so full of himself. But she might have just a little bit of self-awareness, that she's just like thinking, I'm in over my head. What occurred to me when they made the announcement of freezing the bank accounts? It was either one of two things. She was either like having an orgasm because she was carrying out Papa Klaus Schwab's orders and she was so happy with herself, or she was like, she realized the magnitude of the situation and just had a panic attack, like, oh my god, we're really doing this. This is like full on totalitarianism. I don't know. Could have been either way. She's a hard one to figure out, really.
But I highly doubt she ever won a hand of poker with those kind of tells.
There must be some sort of baseline that we can judge or base some sort of change in her behavior on, from
Yeah,
pre-COVID days.
like to getting into politics. There's got to be footage of her doing interviews and everything like that. I mean, yeah, baseline. It's a good point. What was she like before? But they're all such contemptible creatures, really, aren't they? Is there a good? Even the astronaut turned out to be an asshole. Come on.
The astronaut at least sent me a very nice calendar, because I'm actually in his writing. So he sent me a little calendar with little pictures of animals on it. So that was at least, and we at least haven't heard a whole lot from him. So right now he's ranking pretty high in my mind.
Yeah, but he also, what did he do recently where he was an idiot? Oh, yeah, he tweeted he got COVID, and he tweeted, he did the mantra. He did I've just tested positive for COVID this morning, but my symptoms are mild. Thank goodness I've had a COVID vaccine. And I'm like, dude, you are an astronaut.
He probably did that just to remind us that he's still alive. I mean, that guy was like completely backbenched, right? Like he was the foreign minister, and now, yeah, he's just like nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But they all have to do it. It's all part of the gig, right? It's just like when you test I'm sure they all got their directive, like test yourself every single day. If you test positive, here's the copy that you tweet. And then, you may tweak it a little bit, but this is what you are required to tweet out. Because we have a contract with Pfizer, and this is a stipulation of the contract. You have to do it.
Go ahead, Jody.
Hey, good morning, Zink. Good morning, Mike. I'm gonna throw out something here that, I mean, I'm all for fun and games and seeing the fun in people. But Krista Freeland and her twitching and whatnot, I don't think it has anything to do with anything particularly funny. I personally think that she has some kind of a neurological illness in the early stages. And I personally think that that's what's going on.
No, I mean,
I'm
absolutely.
I'm not a fan of hers. But I did care for a mother with Parkinson's disease for a decade. So I think what she's exhibiting is called tardive dyskinesia. In some of the press conferences that she was in, they had her holding.
It's red. It's red. She's up there, and it's red.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they had her holding some files, so that was just to kind of control her emotions. But Here we go. Have a good one, you guys.
Well, no, I mean, like I said, this one we can offer more comment on because we know nothing of importance is going to come out of her fucking mouth. So,
yes.
I mean, stay up and have some fun. You do a particularly good Freeland, impersonation. Not that Ramparts wasn't good, but yeah. But Rampart's voice is just a bit too deep still to fully capture her vibrato.
Let's go, you guys. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
What's the other one? Like, what was it? The other one? Like, let me be clear, or whatever, right? They love saying that. Let me be clear. Let me be perfectly clear.
That's Katie Telford.
Well, no, they all do it. Like Trudeau does it. Like they all like that's their favorite like catchphrase to like start any speech with. Let me be clear.
No, that's Katie Telford 101 teaching.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's still tiny on the screen. I can't see her, but yeah, she's shifting around and whatnot. Luckily, they have that little drape around the table, so we don't have to see. Because I'm sure it's an inappropriately short dress for both the occasion and a woman of her years.
She's wearing red.
Yeah, no, like I said it somewhat as a joke, but yeah, no, there was no way she was going to come in anything less than the most ridiculous, garish. Because like you look at the rest of the audience, right? Everybody else is in just like normal muted tones, right? It is fall after all, right? You know, you got some guys in a flannel and black and. That looks like there's one of the lawyers is an like a very kind of mild, kind of burnt orange color, but yeah, no, red as sin up there.
Do you think she'll admonish the commissioner for being late?
Oh, maybe.
She's been there.
I mean,
for
to be fair, the guy has to be sitting about 10 feet away from her. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's.
Well, thoughts on him?
I can only imagine what the smell is like, right? Being that close to it.
I'm in the
Maybe they
shop,
hosed it off
so
today, though.
I'm in the shop, so I might pop down if somebody walks in. Right now, I'm alone, but I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed in how she sports that figure because I am a little bit guilty for liking a healthy body. You know what I'm saying? Like once in a while I'll look at like especially when she had that butt shot where she was like picking her wedge and I was like at first I'm like, that's not a bad looking butt. Oh my God, what did I just look at? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, like I said, I mean it's just yeah, she just like never dresses appropriately. Right? The whole like sneakers underneath the dress and everything like that. It's like and that's how she goes out and about, right? That's how she appears in her pictures, right? It's just a ridiculous, right? Like
She's just a stripper who got off of her job. She got off her shift, so she's putting on regular shoes.
well, she's a nurse by day, right? And then a stripper by night. So yeah, she's still wearing the nurse shoes as she's, shuffling off to the to strip.
Guys, she's a working mom. She's a working mom, working very hard for Canadians. Don't make fun of her. Obviously, she's wearing red because today is a very special day for Canada.
Hey, Zinc on the feed. Anybody watching the feed? The guy in the Mac jacket and the ball cap, that's Jason Levine from Yellowhead region here in Alberta. So he's got a live stream going. He's there. He's messaging
The
out in the
Public Order
background.
Emergency Commission is now in session. La Commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
She doesn't look
good morning.
comfortable.
Je m'excuse pour le
One shot every time
Sorry
she
for the
says,
short
let me be
delay.
clear.
And I thank you for your patience. Apologize for the short delay, but I think we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Shantona Chaudhary, for the commission. Our witness this morning is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Chrystia Freeland. Good morning, Minister Freeland.
Good morning, Ms. Chaudhary.
So will the witness be sworn or affirmed?
Madam Deputy Prime Minister, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
On a religious document.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available?
I have my Bible.
She was hoping for the
For the record,
satanic
please
Bible,
state your
but they
full name and
unfortunately
spell it
didn't
out.
bring one.
She
My
has
name
her Bible.
is Chrystia Freeland, Chrystia, Freeland, F-R.
They probably had to have a teleprompter to help her spell her name.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
She's trying really hard to like not be jittery. You can tell.
Good morning again, Minister Freeland.
Oh, she looks
So we'll just
constipated
start with
already.
A little bit of the
Yeah,
usual
lot of
housekeeping,
distress in
which
that
is,
face.
You recall sitting for an interview with Commission Counsel on September 5th?
I do.
Okay. And you'll recall that after that interview, Commission Counsel prepared a summary of the interview?
I do.
And you reviewed that summary and confirmed that it's accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, for the record, that's WTS 6078. No need to pull it up. So Minister Freeland, I'll just ask you to start by describing your dual role as, on the one hand, Minister of Finance, on the second hand, Deputy Prime Minister. The first is probably fairly well understood. The Deputy Prime Minister aspect may be less so.
Okay.
Even they don't know that the hell a deputy
so
prime minister
as
does.
Minister of Finance, I'm responsible for Canada's federal finances. I think that role does also include a broader responsibility for the economy as a whole. One of the principal jobs, which is relevant to our discussion today, one of the principal jobs, obviously, of the Department of Finance is preparing a budget every year. That budget is presented in the spring.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, how's it
My
going,
second
Dave?
role is as Deputy Prime Minister.
Just looking at your
That is
stream and
a more
she's
loosely
twitching.
defined role. I would
Yeah, I
say
noticed that
it
too.
means
Already twitching there.
I'm available to do whatever the Prime Minister needs me to do.
Whatever the
I
prime minister needs her to do.
maybe am especially involved
course,
in
nobody wants to touch
areas
that.
where I have a particular background or knowledge or expertise. Today and during the period that this covers, that would certainly involve Ukraine and Russia. And I think
Yeah, she's gonna pound
it
that
does
hard
often
today.
involve
Early meme drop.
my
How the hell is she
past as a
referencing
trade
that to this?
minister and my involvement
Well,
in
I
the
mean,
negotiation
she is a
of the new NAFTA.
Ukro-Nazi, so
And then maybe the
Ukro-Nazis
final
have to
thing worth
bring
mentioning
that up.
is, you know,
She pounds
largely,
hard whatever Trudeau
you know,
says to
being the
pound.
finance minister is a big and
So
consuming
is
role,
that
particularly
Jolie?
when a budget is being prepared. Being deputy prime minister as well, I
I
feel
could actually see a three-way.
a particular responsibility when an issue emerges as being of sort of overwhelming national significance, even if it's not specifically in my lane, to start getting involved.
To lean in, essentially, to...
Yeah.
Well, that leads fairly nicely into my
lean
next
in.
question, actually,
My
because
God.
that dual role you had as Minister of Finance and as Deputy Prime Minister puts you in a unique position to tell us a little bit about the context in which the events that are before the Commission, the Freedom Convoy and the protests occurred. So we spoke about this a bit in your interview, and I'm hoping you can situate in context from your unique perspective what was going on.
Okay, well, I'll try. I'll mostly focus on the economic and financial perspective because
she's an
that
expert
was
on
largely
economics,
my
guys.
focus. So all of this started to happen at the end of January. And it's worth bearing in mind, as I said, we were preparing the budget at that point. We were sort of deep in budget preparation mode. And that means that the Department of Finance, I personally, Michael Sabia, we were all really focused on where is the Canadian economy right now and what is our path forward. And I think it's worth reminding people that it was a really challenging time for the Canadian economy. COVID was still very much with us in January. In Ontario, there had been lockdowns, there was virtual school. So we still had COVID with us. We could see beyond it, and we could see that the time was coming to go from a COVID lockdown, really emergency government support for the economy situation, to reopening the economy.
Yeah, right.
And doing everything we could to achieve a soft landing for the Canadian economy after the trauma of COVID, the COVID lockdowns, the COVID
She means start the green,
economic
restart, or reset.
that meant that we were particularly focused in the economy on two things. One was supply chains. By now, I think it's sort of become part of the common discourse that supply chains were strained by COVID.
By now, right? I mean, nobody was mentioning this all the way back in 2020, during the first
lockdowns. But it was
lockdowns.
really apparent to us that the peculiar nature of the global economy during COVID had placed some very significant strains on supply chains. That was jeopardizing Canada's recovery from the COVID recession. In areas like the lack of semiconductors, putting real stress on our car sector. To give just one example of
guys, she used the
very
big word.
specific supply chain problems that we were focused on and thinking about. The second area we were really focused on, which again has moved more into what everyday people are talking about,
That was like a
but we were focused on it already in January, was we could see, partly because of those strained supply chains, that inflation was elevated and rising. And so it was apparent, I think, to us that we were going to be moving from the COVID recession situation, where the challenge was, prevent the greatest downturn since the Great Depression in Canada from really taking hold and scarring the Canadian economy. That had been the preoccupation during COVID. We knew that we were moving into an environment where the challenge was reopening and elevated inflation. And how do you deal with that? And that made us particularly concerned again.
For anybody
about the
down
supply
below who
chains
wants to add any
because they
comments
posed a
too, feel
challenge to
free to
elevated inflation.
jump on Twitch.
So I would say that was kind of my finance
There's
minister
a chat room there.
budget-related set of concerns. The second economic issue that I was very focused on in November, December, January, was the U.S. Build Back Better legislation, and in particular their proposal on EV incentives. And
like that's the thing. She's just bringing shit up like randomly, like
kind of maybe
fucking
legal
stump
community
speech.
type audience. That might seem a little bit esoteric.
Global meme drop number 2,
But
though.
the reality is,
Oh, she's going to explain to
it
rural
might seem a little
people
bit
how
esoteric and a
EV
little
stuff
bit
is important.
specific.
You go,
The
rural
EV
people, listen.
incentives, as proposed by the U.S., and that legislation made its way through the House in the fall in the U.S., I believe in November. That legislation, as proposed, would have been completely devastating to the future of the Canadian car sector.
Oh, see, guys, they're taking a
What
stand against the U.S. They're
the
standing up
incentives
against
would
the
have
U.S.
done had they been passed into law as initially proposed is create very strong incentives for buying electric vehicles that were made in the U.S., not North America, just the U.S. And EVs, that's a nascent industry, right?
That's a nascent industry, guys.
To
This
the
has
production of
nothing to
EVs.
do with the emergency.
Imagine if you are a car company and all the car companies
What the
that
fuck?
produce
Like now
cars in
she's going
Canada
like,
operate on
imagine
both
if you're a
sides of the
car
border.
company.
Imagine these powerful U.S. incentives.
What is going
are put in
on?
place,
I don't
but
like
they
they're
only
showing how
apply
they're
to
sticking
EVs
it
and
to the
batteries made in
Biden,
the
right? Like,
US.
we're
Are
not
you gonna
just,
build
a
anything in Canada?
second
Are you gonna
tier,
put any of those
government
production
here.
lines
No,
in
no, no.
Canada?
We
And the answer is you wouldn't have. And, these incentives, frankly, were
I
quite
identify as a
intentionally
truck.
designed to drive all of the building of the new fledgling EV industry into the US only, and to create a powerful economic disincentive to build any of that in Canada.
Look at the
That would have been a
expression of the
disaster for
interviewer.
us
Even she can't
because
stand it.
EVs are the
well, that's
cars
the thing.
of the
She's
future.
trying to be
And to just give you a
engaged, but yeah, like-
final kind of sense of how significant this was.
But at least
the
it's
end of
appropriate,
2021,
her facial
Marion, the
expressions are the
trade
kind that,
minister, and
like
I
Chrystia
sent a
Freeland
letter,
wishes
which
she
we
was
made
able to
public
maintain
to the
without
US,
tweaking and
warning
going through
that
like
Canada
5
was
different facial
prepared to
expressions in the course of
retaliate
5 seconds.
at scale were this measure to be passed into law. In December, in finance, we were looking at and putting the final touches on a retaliation list, because whenever there is trade retaliation, the first step is you publish the list of things you might retaliate against. We did that during the 232 challenge, shall we say, the 232 tariff challenge. The initial retaliation list that we were looking at was going to include up to $100 billion of US imports into Canada. So that's to give you a sense of the scale.
So she's
that we
admitting that she
judge
was going to
this
drive up
challenge to
prices
be at.
of various
Now,
products for
we didn't want to do
Canadians.
that. We really didn't want a trade war. That would have been terrible for Canada. And so we were also negotiating. And we were talking, all of us, the Prime Minister with President Biden, Mary Ng with the USTR. I was speaking about it with Janet Yellen at the Treasury. And really, the key person emerged as a guy called Brian Deese, who is in the White House. He is the president's economic advisor. And
What the fuck is this shit? Like,
we're trying to
seriously.
persuade Brian Deese of is the idea that, look, we understand that you want incentives for electric vehicles. We believe in that too.
This
We
goes
also
to
believe
show
in green
how
transition.
out of touch
We
with
understand
reality
that you
these
want
folks are.
U.S.
Plain and
workers to
simple.
benefit from these
Wow.
incentives.
Well, no,
But
she's
our
laying
car
a
sector
big, strong
is
case for
very,
why
very
they
closely
invoke
interconnected.
the act,
A
right? That's what
favorite
the whole thing's
line that
about.
you'll
So this
hear
is a
every single
huge
Canadian trade
backstory
negotiator
that
who
she's trying
ever
to lay
has
down.
negotiated mentions
Well, she just
the
wants to
Americans
show
on
all
this
the
is
important
a
work
single
they did.
car
It's like,
part
hey
can
guys,
cross
the
the border
Americans
6
were going to
times
screw us
on the
over
way
with
to becoming
EV
part
stuff,
of
and
the
we
car.
support
So we
EV,
say that all
but
the
we
time to
wanted to
Americans.
make sure that we
And
took
so
our
what I
stand
said to
too, right?
Brian is
So
our sectors are totally
so what I
integrated.
said to Brian
We're not
is, I mean,
asking
what
for
the
a
fuck
free
is this
ride from the
narrative shit
US.
though, right?
Why don't we match your incentives? And you guys have incentives, we'll have incentives too, and both of us have incentives for North American made EVs, thus creating a level playing field between Canada and the US, and frankly, a strong incentive for investment into Canada, because in that kind of an environment, Canadian made EVs would be uniquely able to be sold into the US market. So that was
Damn,
what we were
way off
talking
the
about
reservation here.
precisely at that time. And in the month of December and January, we were drafting these ideas. My department was working on it, and I was sharing them with the Treasury and with Brian Deese. And actually, at the very end of January, my department
Somebody look up
prepared
Brian. I'm
for
pretty sure
me
he's going to just turn
a
out to be
sort
like a
of
janitor at the Treasury
another
Department in the U.S.,
iteration
and that's just who they
of
like
this
had her
sort of
talk to
Deese
because
note
nobody else
on
wanted to.
how can we coordinate. So that was sort of a second direction of
Be nice if someone
economic
objected to
concern.
this
I would even say
nonsense.
Yeah,
Come
no, it's
on.
just like, what
Um,
is this
we
shit?
knew we had to make this
Object.
work coming at
Who's
exactly
her
that
audience
time.
for this right now, though? Do you
And
think,
then the
Zink?
final
What
thing,
is this story?
which
Who's it
was
actually for?
more maybe a deputy prime
I mean,
minister
for one,
area
it's
of
mostly just to
focus,
waste everybody's
was
time.
Russia and Ukraine.
But yeah, no, it's
The war
it's
hadn't
trying to
started
show
yet,
how engaged they
but
are and
we
how
and our allies
how
started
hard
to
they've
get
been working
intelligence
and
in
how
December
they had to
and
explain
in
something to the. So I
January
mean, yeah, it's playing
that
well to the
Russia could
to their
well be
audience.
preparing to invade
I mean, I think
Ukraine.
even though they know it's impossible, she's
I was
still trying to
briefed
make the case for
directly at
her
the
being the
beginning of
successor to
January,
Trudeau. Even though I
that
think at this
the
point it's
judgment
been well
was
proven that
this could really happen.
nobody is going to
And again, it's
elect her
happened now, so we might not
as prime minister.
fully remember how
Because I mean, that's why she was stuck in this made-up position, right?
horrifying that
Deputy
thought
Prime
was
Minister for
before it
any
actually happened.
Americans
It's
in the room
horrifying now,
is
too,
not a
of course.
real position. It doesn't
So,
usually
you know,
exist.
that was
It
a
was just a
very big
position.
deal.
I mean,
I
it's
learned
existed,
about
I
it at the
guess,
beginning of
occasionally in the
January,
past, but yeah, it was
and
one
the
that
threat
Trudeau
just
rolled
kept
out to
getting
give her
greater and greater
to
and
try
greater.
and, you know,
I
groom
believe
her into
NATO
this position.
troops
But of
were
course,
put on
as we can
alert
all see,
at the
she's
end
not,
of
you know,
January.
in
And then I
in
think the
a sort of
US
healthy,
took this extraordinary
you know,
step
neurological
of
way.
declassifying its intelligence about
But I feel
Russia's
like she's trying to
plans
address
in early February
a
to kind
global
of
audience
alert
almost,
everyone.
like some of the.
And I was
No,
also
this plays very
involved at
deeply
the
to
finance
Canadians,
minister
right? Because
level,
it's like, hey
working with
guys,
other finance
you know,
ministers,
the
talking to the
U.S., you know, even
Ukrainians
though they're Democrats
about
down
putting
there,
together
they were
sort of
pushing for EVs, but not the kind of EVs
sanctions.
we
If
want
you
up here
think
in
back
Canada.
to
So
that
we were
time, the
more
idea
woke
was
than they were,
we would be
right?
very
So like
explicit with
it's
Russia about the sanctions that would snap in.
nothing
in the event
plays
of
better to
invasion.
the average, yeah,
So we were
you know,
working on that.
Canadian voter,
So that was kind of a
whether
third
you know
area I was very
CPC or
aware of.
LPC,
I
than
thought
you know a
then,
little bit of
and I
fuck
think
America
today, that Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
in the
which
speech.
of course
So
did
that's
ultimately happen, is the
Gotta
biggest
check your YouTube
challenge to
chat
Canada's
stream there, Zink.
national security since the Second World War. I think it's a
There's always
very
porn in the
serious
fucking YouTube
attack
chats. I hate
on Western democracies, on the rules-based international order. I took it seriously then, and I believed it was really important for Canada to be
69xx.fun. So it looks like Christia Freeland is texting into my YouTube
There's a lot
chat
to
while she's
unpack
speaking
there.
up there.
She's like, spread the word, spread the word.
In the interest of time, I'm just going to go over a couple of points and then move on. But so the last point you raised was what was going on on in Ukraine, you saw a
What-
link to
she like
that
tented her
Canada's
fingers in front of
national
her.
security.
Yeah,
So
what is
that,
this?
That link may not be obvious.
And now she's
It's
resting
something
her
that's going on in
her
the other end of
face
the
on her
world.
fingers.
So what do you mean by that? That would be a
That's
risk to
self-regulating
Canada's national
behavior.
security.
Yeah, no, this is.
Well,
She is not a
Vladimir
healthy woman.
Putin's invasion of Ukraine is the first time that one internationally recognized state has tried to take.
Well,
has
and
tried
yeah,
to
the interviewer even
conquer
just
or
gave,
seize the
threw her a
territory of
Ukraine
another
question. It's like,
since the
wow.
Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. It's a very grave violation.
Okay, so now that's what
what I
they're trying to
think is
compare,
one
Putin
of the
to
greatest
Saddam Hussein in there in the
of the
early
post-World
90s.
War
I'll admit
II
I'm a little
international
vague. I
order,
think 91 when that
which
shit happened.
was,
I can't remember. I was very young.
A basic understanding that internationally recognized countries don't invade each other and seize each other's territory. Now, that has not been perfectly honored.
But international
compare the
countries
entire
do like
post-World War II
to
period
do like a mass
with
ejection of half
all
their
of human
population.
history prior to that, it's a huge change. And that has hugely enhanced the security of every country in the world. So that's number one. Number two way that Canada's security is threatened, but I think the Allied response has been strong and has strengthened Canada, is I absolutely believe that one of Vladimir Putin's war aims, his principal objective is to crush Ukraine.
It took me a second to figure out what she'd said.
take it
Right?
over,
She had to do
crush
the full
Ukrainians
on
as a
like,
people
oh, I can just pronounce it in
and
the
to replace
Russian way, right?
democratically
Like,
elected
I couldn't
government
even figure out
to
what
make
she's
it
garbling out there, Vladimir.
puppet satrapy. But he has another objective, which is to show that dictatorships work and democracies don't. There is
And
a
that
broader
made Justin feel very
goal
insecure
has
since
in
he wanted
mind,
to be the big
and that
dictator.
is, I believe, in his view,
Even though she's saying what
because he
Putin is
wants that
about, she
demonstration
actually just
effect.
made a
He wants to
declarative
show
statement that she
Russians,
believes, right?
you might not like that
Dictatorships
much
work.
how things work here.
She's
but
crediting
we're
it to
better
Putin, but it's
than
also part of their
those,
their mandate.
weak, feeble, pathetic Western democracies. That's sort of the message he wants to communicate with what he perceives to be
Because
his
certainly
own strength.
Canada is now safer after having
And
pissed off
his
Russia,
success,
who, after the
were he
U.S.,
to be
is probably the country
successful,
we share the longest, mostly
I
nautical border
absolutely
with, right?
believe would weaken Western democracies writ large, including our own.
Okay. That's, I think, helpful context for
Yeah, that's
if
really
you'll
helpful
agree with me,
context.
for
That was
the-
super
to
important.
Is this
undermine
inquiry for
essentially as
Ukraine?
the convoy arrived in late January, you've said that dovetailed basically with your negotiations on the electric vehicle incentives. And in the chronology, you can appreciate this is the second last day of the commission's testimony. So we've been through a lot of the chronology of what happened in those early days, and I want to focus with you this morning on
Her voice
your
is all
specific
crackly. She can barely ask the
involvement.
questions.
I think you've expressed to us in the interview, and you may agree or you may not, but you started to become very actively engaged in this file, in this matter, around February 6th, around the second SSE meeting. Does that ring a bell?
Sounds so
That's
demonic.
The second weekend, right? Is that the
That's right.
Saturday or the Sunday?
That would be the Sunday.
Okay. Yes, that's true. And that's kind of consistent with how I was describing my role. So I would sort of say up until that point, I was pretty much heads down. We have the budget. Budget is sort of
Yeah, she was totally
90%
working you
of the
guys. She does
focus,
very important
and
work
then there's
there.
electric vehicles over here.
Is that a Ukrainian
Hope we can get a
wristband
good
she's got
outcome,
on?
Otherwise, it's going to be really bad.
Wait, I think it
And
could be. I
I've
saw it
spoken
On her
That's
hand.
yellow and blue wristband.
with a lot of conviction
Presumably
a moment ago
bleeds some kind of slow
about
bleed,
the
some kind of
significance of the
medication.
Russian invasion of Ukraine. But I want to remind us all, at the end of January, beginning of February, it hadn't happened yet. So that was just out there as a threat that I had in mind. So up until February 6th, 90% budget, EVs on one side, worried about Russia, Ukraine, hoping that we can put forward strong sanction ideas that will prevent it. But it was really budget, budget, budget. But then the second weekend of the occupation happened. And I started hearing, particularly from business leaders, that this was starting to be an area of concern. And so I did attend that committee meeting. And then as that week went on, I became more and more and more involved.
Okay, and just to clarify, you wouldn't normally attend an SSE meeting, is that right?
No,
But you
not
have
at all.
A standing invitation as Deputy Prime Minister?
The finance minister has a stand, I think they call it an ad refio member. The finance minister can attend any cabinet committee meeting that she or he chooses to attend.
So on February 6th, you sort of invited yourself.
I think my colleagues also thought it would be good to have me there.
Fair enough. Okay, so soon after that, on February
Yeah, everybody
9th,
thought
the
it was
department
very
produced,
important that she
an
attend.
options memo. And Mr. Clerk, if we can just pull that up quickly, it's ssm.can 403764. Okay, so Minister Freeland, we've talked a little bit about this already, but I'd like you to take us through the options and how this memo came about and the two options that are outlined here, which are essentially amendments to, sorry, scroll down a bit, please, Mr. Clerk. The first option that's outlined until you get to, there we go. So it would be potential amendments to the PCML TFA Act, and then if we scroll down beyond that, you'll see amendments to the Bank Act. So can you tell us how you perceived these options, how the memo came about, and what you did with this information afterwards?
Sure. And I think, so this was on the 9th, which is the Wednesday.
I believe that's
right. So, and that really was the crucial week from my perspective. And I think the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge began on the Monday of that week.
That's
so from a finance economic perspective, that escalated things exponentially. That's what made it a hugely significant economic action. And, you know, I had started to get really worried on the Sunday. I attended the cabinet committee meeting. Bridge is occupied on the Monday. I start talking very urgently with my team, with Michael Sabia and officials. And we basically go through sort of three thought processes. Number one, is this a really huge problem that has risen to the level that we need to figure out a way to stop this? And by the beginning of that week, especially with the bridge blockade, we were coming to that conclusion. We have to figure out something to do. So then step two is, we're the Department of Finance. I think you've probably heard from other ministers. The instruction was, okay, everyone, take a look in your toolbox and figure out what tools are available to you to act on this. And so that's what we did. And we found, looking at what was in the finance toolbox, that there were basically two areas where there could be authority. One was FINTRAC, which is the center that sort of monitors financial transactions, money laundering, terrorist financial activity. And then the second was the Bank Act. And would there be authorities under the Bank Act that could be useful in resolving the situation? So that was the two areas we looked at. We looked at what the existing tools available as of that moment permitted us to do. And we came to the conclusion pretty quickly that everything that could be utilized was being utilized. So then we thought, well, is there a need to legislate? And that memo outlines areas where the department said you could legislate to create this authority, or you could legislate to create these various authorities as outlined in the memo.
And did you consider those viable options then?
We definitely looked at them. As you know, I would say, let me say a couple of things. So on the FinTrack front, what we concluded was, to put it in maybe kind of more regular terms, what we concluded, and this is something that finance officials had been thinking about for a while, is that basically the FinTrack monitoring authorities were appropriate for a 20th century economy, but not for a 21st century economy. That FinTrack, so FinTrack,
Or
and
a tyrannical
I know you guys
economy.
know this because you have been over this for hours and hours and hours, but maybe for people who are tuning in for the first time, FinTrack is not an enforcement agency. The job of FinTrack is to monitor what's going on, to both look into reports that it gets and to just kind of have situational awareness and let us know what's happening in terms of illicit financial flows in Canada. I think that's a summary I would offer you of FinTrack's job. What we were sort of reminded of in looking at this is FinTrack's sort of line of sight
I
was
love
very
that.
blinkered. They could look into
She looked
anyone's
hungry.
viewing the-
She looked
20th
hungry.
If
century
anyone's viewing
financial
the
system,
YouTube stream,
but they didn't have authority
yeah,
over
there's some
the
added
21st century financial system. And by
added
that
entertainment, let's
specifically,
just
I
say.
mean over crowdfunding
Please like and share the YouTube stream as
and
well.
over payment platforms. So that was a lacuna. It was well known that it was a lacuna, but there hadn't been an urgency.
The lacuna's in her
to
mouth.
act. And the memo identifies this is an authority that we think FinTrack should have, and you could legislate to create that authority. Subsequently, as we all became FinTrack experts very quickly, or thought we were becoming FinTrack experts very quickly, we understood that regulatory authority would be sufficient to grant FinTrack these additional powers. And as you know, that's what we ultimately did. So FinTrack, one area. And then second area, which is outlined in this note, is could the Bank Act be used to allow the banks to effectively freeze accounts? That's basically what the memo discusses, and it discusses what would be the different authorities which would allow that. And so those were the options that were developed there. Maybe the final point worth mentioning with regard to that memo is in terms of a legislative path, what we understood was it takes a long time. And look, it's a good thing that it takes a long time for legislation to be passed in Canada. Even when we're
But not
working
when you
really
want to rule with
together,
an iron
urgently
fist.
and quickly. And an example, just this fall of Parliament coming together, understanding an urgent necessity and passing legislation was the bill that granted us the authority to double the GST credit, which we proposed as soon as we returned from the summer recess. It gained all party support and it speeded through. And, we proposed it in the middle of September and we got the first checks out to Canadians on November 5th. In parliamentary legislative time, that is a sprint. And that was good because we know that Canadians need inflation relief. But that's really, really fast from September 19th to November 5th. So, and that's just one real life example where there was urgent action by Parliament and the Senate and the House and the Senate. And so while we looked at what the legislative options could be, we quickly understood that they would take a long time.
So skipping way ahead now, but so the conclusion in the end was you did not have time to legislate.
Not that, I mean, I think the short answer is yes. You know, basically the legislative timelines and the snowballing sort of exponentially damaging impact on the economy, they were not, the legislative timeline was not appropriate to the scale and speed with which the damage was mounting.
You mentioned in the course of that you were having conversations and you were hearing from various stakeholders and business people, et cetera. So I want to spend a moment, and also U.S. officials, obviously. So I want to spend, not actually a moment, a little while going through some of the conversations that you were having. And I think the best way to do this is with the assistance of some of the documents that we have that may remind you of the specific conversations. So we'll start with Mr. Clerk, SSM.can.401255. So this is a summary of your conversation while it's being pulled up with Mr. Deese, Brian Deese, on February 10th. And you've already explained to us who Mr. Deese is, but just maybe go over that again. So would you say he's the senior economic policy advisor to the president?
100%. I would say when it comes to U.S. executive economic authority, the most important person is President Biden, obviously, and his most important advisor is Brian Deese. And then, of course, Secretary Yellen is a very significant and, you know,
She's
frankly,
giving
brilliant,
101
figure and
information
player
about
in
how
all of
America
this.
runs.
And we were, maybe just as a quick footnote, I don't want to offend the Treasury, in talking about these EV incentives, we were very much in touch with the Treasury, both with Secretary Yellen and with David Lipton, who worked in the Treasury. They were very aware of our proposals too, and supportive of them.
Is Mr. Deese someone you talk to often?
I try to. What was striking to me about the conversation I had with him on the 10th of February is he is a person who is very hard for Canadians to get a hold of. And actually in the fall, when we realized how significant the EV issue was, and when in my conversations with the Treasury, I really learned how important the White House and Brian Deese were, and also our ambassador, Kirsten Hillman, sort of identified to us, Brian Deese is the guy you have to talk to. And it was a real effort to develop a relationship and a dialogue with him. And an effort to get, always an effort to get him on the phone, to get him to answer.
He doesn't want
an
to take
email.
your calls.
And I don't mean that in any way to slight him. He's an extremely busy person. In a way, the fact that it's hard for Canada to reach him is a good thing.
He's got no time for
It
your
means
bullshit.
we're a peace, order, and good government country, and they're not very worried about us. And so what was really striking to me was how quickly he got on the phone with me on that Thursday. It was instant. And while in some ways, you know, that was, as a practical matter, that was good, but it gave me a measure of how worried the White House was about this.
Okay, so let's look at the.
So that's the thing. They're going to try and
of the
build this.
conversation
Yeah,
you had
it was
with
a
them. So if
crisis
you can
of
just scroll down
international
to,
concern.
So we can see that entire part of the email.
That's why they're
Okay,
building
so
all this. It's like, oh, we were
starting
trying to get a
February
hold of
10th,
this
so
guy, and
this
of
is
course
you,
he just
Mr. Freeman,
ignored us,
writing,
fucking Americans.
say,
But
he
you know,
called
this
me.
moment that
They are
this
very,
bridge
very,
was down,
very
boy,
worried.
he was
If
sure
this is
quick to
not
get on the
sorted out in the
phone.
next 12 hours,
That's the
all of their
nonsense
northeastern
going
power
on here.
plants will shut down. He said that he supposed that this proved the point that we'd made previously to them about how closely integrated our economies are. He did not seem to see this as a positive. He asked what he could do to help us. I said, tow trucks, make your point about banning travel to the US for participants public, arrange a call between the PM and the president, and then you say he was aware of points 1 and 2, tow trucks and banning travel, and said he would push on both. He was supportive of the idea of a call and would try and make it happen. So can you flesh out that summary a little bit of what Mr. Deese was conveying to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think, can you move up a little bit? Just, I think the second sentence, he said that this proved the point about how integrated our economies are, and he didn't seem to see this as a positive. He brought that up. And you have to kind of bear in mind, I have been bugging the guy, and Canadians have been nagging Americans since the fall. And we've been saying, guys, you don't understand Canada. You don't understand how integrated our economies are. This approach you're taking to the EVs, it's completely counterproductive for you because we work so closely together. Those parts, they cross the border 6 times. We've been saying this over and over. And so he comes back at me and he says, yeah, okay.
What the fuck?
Like, you've made the point. We get it. And it was a surprise to him, actually, the extent to which their car industry was dependent on the trade with Canada. But that was a dangerous moment for Canada, I felt. Very, very dangerous. Because the US then and now, as part
So what's
of
stopping us from saying the way
their
they're running their
own
shit is dangerous
soft
for us?
landing from
Slippery
COVID,
slope.
something that is happening there is a real move to protect the supply chains of the United States. The same supply chain challenges I was talking about earlier as affecting Canada affected the US. And I think we have all seen a very strong push this year by Americans to insulate their supply chains, particularly from China. I'm very worried about the semiconductors, but more broadly, COVID brought alive to them the vulnerability of their supply chains. And this was so worrying to me because I could see, really for the first time ever, the Americans having this amber light flashing in Canada. And this amber light that said to them, you know what? The Canadian supply chain could be a vulnerability too. And that's a problem for us because there are plenty of Americans, both Democrats and Republicans, who would love any excuse to impose more protectionist measures on us. So that line to me, it jumped out at me. It made me really, really worried. And I really understood at that point that the danger wasn't just the danger of it wasn't just the immediate damage. It wasn't just the immediate harm. It wasn't, this plant loses 4 days of operation. The danger was, were we in the process as a country of doing long-term and possibly irreparable harm to our trading relationship with the United States? And it's also important to understand that our trading relationship with the United States, it's not just about Canada-US trade. It's about Canada's attractiveness as a destination for all foreign investments. Japanese car companies invest in Canada because of our trading relationship with the United States. So that one conversation was a seminal one for me, and it was a moment when I realized, as a country, somehow, we had to find a way to bring this to an end.
And Mr. Clerk, if you just scroll up a bit so we can see the next email there. You say one final thing, he'd like to talk to me again tomorrow and every day until this is sorted out. Did that end up happening?
It didn't, because we sorted it out. So, that was a conversation on the Thursday night. You'll see from that conversation that I asked Brian to help organize a call between the Prime Minister and the President. And again, that's a very hard thing to set up. the President of the United States, the most important elected leader in the world, very, very busy guy. He also, by the way, was involved in this potential
So the most
Russian
important elected
invasion of
leader. So she was
Ukraine,
talking to
very
Donald
involved.
Trump then, or?
And yet I asked for the call that Thursday. I
She
can't
meant
remember
to say
exactly when my
appointed
call
leader.
with Brian happened, Thursday, sort of early evening, I think, late afternoon, early evening. The president and the prime minister spoke on the Friday. And then, as you know, we made an announcement on the Monday.
Okay. Just going to take you back for 1 second. Mr. Clerk, can you pull that one down and go to ssm.can 404175? So, Mr. Freeland, this is a text exchange you had on the 11th with Brian Clow of PMO.
Yeah, okay, and that's
the following day then.
That's the Friday, yeah.
That's the Friday. And scroll down a little bit, please, Mr. Clerk, until we see Windsor was supposed to there. So you say, Windsor was supposed to happen today. This can't go on. We need to show some federal leadership too. So does that go back to what you were just saying? At that point, you had decided something had to be done and quickly.
Yes. And also, you know, that point, Windsor was supposed to be today. I think it's worth dwelling on for a moment because it speaks, you know, to our experience in the eye of the storm, which is that we continued to hear that action was going to be taken and things were going to come to an end. And it seemed that that wasn't happening. And at the same time, what seemed to be happening is we had this metastasizing of the illegal blockades and occupations. So there was sort of, you know, copycat action across the country, sort of a whack-a-mole. And that was also worrying.
Okay, we'll go back to the stakeholders now, Mr. Clerk. Thank you. You can take that one down and pull up ssm.can 404138. So this is a text exchange with Mr. Flavio Volpe. Can you explain who Mr. Volpe is?
Yeah, Flavio is the head of the car parts group. He is a real leader in the car sector. I got to know him well during the NAFTA negotiations, where we had sort of a real Team Canada approach, and autos were a very important issue. And so Flavio and his constituent companies and the trade negotiators and I worked really closely together on the specifics of the deal. And Flavio also, you know, significantly, I think, for this exchange, Flavio was very aware of the EV issue. And if I have seemed to you guys today to be kind of weirdly obsessed with EVs and US EV incentives,
They even know how
I would
ridiculous
urge
it is.
you to spend 5 minutes talking to Flavio, and you will understand how really kind of life or death for the car sector it is. So he was very, very
That sounds like a
steeped,
threat.
in all of these issues.
Okay, so if we just look at the text exchange, he says to you on the 9th, this is the Ambassador Bridge debacle is embarrassing. And then you say, let's talk tomorrow. I would love to get your ideas. I'm worried too. So the text then skips to February 14th, but we don't necessarily need to go. Well, actually, let's go there. So this is at the point, I guess, where the Emergencies Act has been involved, and you say, express to him, I know how devastating this has been, and it's been determined that we need to take strong action. We didn't save NAFTA only to have it undermined. Can you tell us about the conversations you had sort of in between these texts?
Not really, because I don't have sort of specific memory of actual things we said, and I can't even tell you 100% whether we spoke on the phone or just exchanged texts, so I don't want to pretend to knowledge of that. But I can give you some context for that view that I expressed there, which I do remember expressing, which I think is consistent with what I've been saying earlier this morning, that all of us who had been involved in the NAFTA negotiation, very much the car sector people, but I think you'll see that I also had a text exchange with one of the steel guys. All of the industries that were very implicated in the NAFTA negotiations were aware of how Canada's access to the US market was both essential and kind of constantly fragile and in need of tending. I don't know, maybe it's like a marriage. Like your whole life is based on it, but you have to take care of it every single day. And these
Like
people whose
Justin Trudeau's
jobs,
marriage?
whose
Sure.
livelihoods depended on it, really understood that. And like, I'm aware as I'm speaking that this might seem esoteric to lawyers. And what I really want to say is
they knew how ridiculous this whole
especially
conversation
for
was,
me
and so they probably
personally,
coached her. It's like, okay,
the NAFTA
you need to explain why
negotiations
all
were
this bullshit
kind of
is
a
even
bonding
necessary for us to
experience,
continue to
just for
listen to.
me as an
We'll let you
elected
go on and
Canadian
on about it
leader,
at the first part, but then
with
it's become very, very clear
everyone
that
who
none
works
of
in a
this shit
Canadian
is
car
relevant
plant
to anything
or a
that's going
Canadian
on
car
here.
park plant,
Right, and especially
with
right, the
Canadian
whole
steel
thing here is
workers,
right. Yeah,
with
they
Canadian
try to make
aluminum
Windsor look
workers,
like it was a worse situation than it
with
was,
people
right? And
in
of course,
Regina who
TR6
make
has brought up many
pipes.
times, having been there,
I
that there
knew
was still a
during
lane
NAFTA
open and all
negotiations,
essential things
their
could
jobs
still get
were
across
on
the
the
damn
line,
bridge there if they really
and
needed
they
to,
knew
right?
it too.
But
And
then of
all
course,
those
they
people
use
across
that
Canada,
then further as
they
the
were so
excuse for,
great.
and of course,
Like,
I think that's
they
actually
were
the one that
prepared
Doug
for
Ford
Canada
handled, right? So the
to
Emergency
take a
Act from the
strong
federal level
position. They were
didn't even
prepared
affect
for the
anything that
US
happened at
president to
Windsor.
insult
It was
us. They
entirely
were
for
prepared
Ottawa,
for
right?
us
Because it
to
was getting
take
in their way and it was making them
really
look
strong
bad, right? It
retaliatory
wasn't
actions
causing
against
any
the 232
disruption, right?
tariffs,
Ottawa
because
is
they
not an
knew how
essential,
important it
you know,
was for
economic,
them and their
you know,
jobs and
engine
their
of this
lives.
country,
And
you know,
what that
and even then, once
text
again, yeah, people were
exchange
still
with
able to go
Flavia
about their business and
represents
everything else there,
is
despite all these
me sharing with
excuses they
him
gave
something
yesterday.
I
So
know
it's
he
just
felt
going
too,
on and on and
which
on to
is
conflate all
this
this shit and
really
make her look important.
market
And
access that we managed to secure
so
just a couple of
fucking
years ago.
mind-numbing.
It's constantly under threat. Witness the EV incentives.
EV incentives keep going on about the EV. It's like, I know this seems esoteric, guys, but this is actually really important. This is the future of the car industry. Even though EVs don't work for shit in a country like Canada, it's super important that we build them because people in the US really want them, even though they really don't want them either.
Then SSM.can.
Because yeah, in hot weather they catch on fire, right? They just don't work in cold weather in
This is
the
a
you know in
text
Canada,
exchange you had
and in
with
the hot
him
weather
on
of the
the
US
11th.
they might
What he has to
become
say is a little bit different,
rolling
I think,
bombs.
so-
And if you have a different point of view, they just turn it off with the flick of a switch. Ugh.
So he sends you this and he says, "Hi, Christy, I hope you're well. I know you have your hands full. I'm not saying anything you probably don't know, but this is really
Because of the lack of
impacting us
Canadian
badly
parts,
now,
even
like
though they were
many
still getting
others.
across
And
the
I fear
bridge,
that
right?
Even worse, the long-term consequences of shutting down auto plants because of lack of Canadian parts.
They chose
will
to
only
shut down
convince the
auto
auto
plants.
companies
Once again, there
onshore
was still
even
plenty of
more
traffic moving across,
and
but they just
relocate
chose
supplies.
to.
This is a bit annoying because it's
Probably
three
told to
separate
by the
documents.
government,
So,
just like they
Mr.
were in
Clerk, can you
Ottawa.
take
They
that one
chose to
down
close these
and
things. There was
put
no
up
reason they needed to close anything.
SSM.can
Right? They're still
40
fucking ports, right? This is the fucking
4349.
Great Lakes, right?
Can we listen?
Record time. Okay, so that's the continuation of the text. Relocate supplies and our customers to the USA. I know it sucks politically to back down and reverse course, but it does really pay to carry on the policy, or does it really pay, I'm sorry, to carry on the policy in support of a mandate for a vaccine that doesn't prevent the spread of Omicron and which seems to be vanishing naturally anyway. Moreover, this could create a resurgence of the right wing just like it did in America. Anyway, I know this is a massive headache for you, but it could be solved by retreating and letting it fade away from everyone's memory. Just sharing my views, hoping the spreading disruption gets resolved quickly. Okay, and then the next one, Mr. Clerk, is your response, which is SSM.can404170.
So even this guy admits it has no value. They should just backtrack on it.
And that response is, "Dear Alan, thank you for reaching out. I share your concerns. We are determined to bring this to an end quickly, and we will." So what Mr. Kestenbaum is expressing there is the same concern and a suggestion that the solution to it is to alter the public health measures. So what was your reaction to that?
For me, the salient point was the first part of his message. And, you know, I think
Well, yeah, she doesn't want to
what
focus
he
on that
says
second
there,
part of the message.
And he runs Stelco in Hamilton. He is American, though, and US based. What he was saying at the beginning about onshoring and relocating to the US, that's what I was talking about earlier today. And I kind of highlight that for all of us here, just to kind of make clear to everyone that for people whose bread and butter, whose livelihoods were in the US trade exposed industries, their immediate conclusion, you didn't have to think about it, the immediate conclusion from the blockage of trade was the Americans are going to respond by cutting us out. And then in terms of Alan's proposal, I didn't debate it with him. I don't think that it's, I think that the relevant information for me from him wasn't for him to tell me what the right solution was. The relevant information for me from him was for him.
The relevant information
pointing out
wasn't
to
him
me
telling me what
that
to
this
do.
was a really big problem.
This is
and it
important, but I'm
had
not going to
get
listen to
resolved.
the simple thing that could easily be done and drop this fucking
We're
mandate.
now going to skip to one of
That's
the
what's not
very, very
important.
crucial days in all of this
I'm not gonna
chronology,
be
which
told
is
what to
the
do.
13th of February. I understand that on
Shit.
that day, you
Sorry,
had a
guys.
call with a number of
buttons.
Canadian bank CEOs. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the chronology of that day in your world goes call with the bank, afternoon around 1 p.m., IRG meeting mid-afternoon, and then cabinet meeting at 8:30 at night. Does that sound right?
It does. I'm just referring to my own chronology. Because there was one other meeting which is relevant, which is at 2 o'clock that day, I had a national security meeting on Ukraine.
Okay, fair enough.
So just to give you guys a sense of how overlapping the issues were.
I had so
Um,
much
Mr.
I'm
Clerk, if
concerned
you could
about. It's
pull up
amazing what I'm
document,
doing here.
I've lost my document.
She's very
SSN.Can
important and integral to
1281,
the
please.
operation of Canada, you guys, right? People beg her to come to their meetings, even though she was the one who invited herself. But they totally wanted her there. They just were so
Okay,
so
we're on the
enamored that
13th,
they forgot to ask.
And this is an email from Meredith Tyler?
Tyler Meredith.
Tyler Meredith, I'm sorry. Can you tell us who Tyler Meredith is?
He doesn't work in my office anymore, but I think his title was strategic policy advisor, a
one of your
senior
staff.
policy person.
Okay. And he writes, in the timestamp of this email, it's that wonky Greenwich Mean Time thing, so that means around 11:30 in the morning. I
Oh, that
believe.
wonky Greenwich Mean Time.
He writes, "Hi, Christia.
I guess-
Everyone is
I
confirmed
guess,
for 1
yeah.
p.m. A list of
Gre-
CEOs.
it's a new
is at the bottom
concept
of
to
this
them.
Email. A couple of points of background for the call. The institutions are all aware we convened a call with the Canadian Bankers Association earlier this week just to check in on whether they had any advice for us in light of recent events. The message from industry, mostly speaking that probably means from their legal counsel at the time, was we've got this under control and generally feel comfortable with the current regime." Then he says, privately,
Current
certain
regime.
banks have proactively said that it might be worthwhile looking at bringing in platforms under AML, that's anti-money laundering, proceeds of crime, limiting access to payment processors. And then the last bullet is we haven't given them any indication about what's under consideration. So in all of that, it's actually the first bullet that I want to focus on most, which was this message that what had been heard from industry prior to this was, we got this. It's under
I hope her
control, we're comfortable
symptoms are mild, you guys. Sounds like she's got a
Is that
cough
something
there.
that you were aware of, that you heard
Yeah, was she
before?
PCR tested before? I doubt it.
I mean,
This
this
is an
was
issue of
an
national concern, guys. If
extremely
she gets the
busy
deputy
time
prime
that
minister
week.
sick, right? I
Tons
mean,
and tons of
how
stuff was
will the
happening.
country function,
A
right? I mean,
lot of
she's so
information
integral
flowing
to our
through
the
my
functioning
phone
of our
and my inbox.
democracy, right?
And I can't confirm one
I
way or
should
the
have
other
put up
whether
plexiglass.
I read this specific note from Tyler. So I can't comment on this specific email. What I can say is that we can, and you've seen sort of the disclosure of all of the things that, all of the messages that I sent and things I wrote down. What I can also say is that weekend, and I can't tell you the specific times, I had 2 one-on-one phone calls with bank CEOs, with the CEO of BMO and the CEO of TD, I believe at their request. That was
At their
unusual.
request, guys, because it's very important to them.
I do, sort of as a matter of course, meet with the bank CEOs as a group every 6 months. And obviously, they can and should have access to me, like they should. be
I'm
able to meet
imagining
with
that
me.
meme of like, you know,
But
the
it
5 guys
usually
behind
takes
the
a while
girl
for
on the
people's
couch, right? That's
calendars
her
to work,
meeting with the bank
and
CEOs.
for the meeting to be arranged. And
Chrystia Freeland
it's
and the,
highly
you know,
unusual for them
versus
to
the
want
bank
to talk to me
CEOs.
on a weekend. So that was significant to me that they wanted to talk to me on the phone. I spoke to both of them. I am sure, pretty sure, well, 90% sure I spoke to both of them
Me.
before this call at 1 p.m. on Sunday with all of the bank CEOs.
So
And
some guys do
each
want to
of
return my
them
calls. I just want to make that
expressed
clear because
a
I know I
high
mentioned
degree
earlier
of
another
concern
guy
about the damage being done
was
to
ignoring
Canada
my
and the
calls.
Canadian economy, which was then reflected in the group call.
Okay, so let's have a look at that group call now. Mr. Clerk, it's ssm.can 408766.
She just popped a lozenge, by the way.
Which one, the lawyer or the beast?
Yeah, the lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this
She
is about a
has long
3-page
COVID,
document,
guys.
Mr. Freeland. I'm just going to take you to certain excerpts of it that I'd like you to elaborate on. So the first one, Mr. Clerk, if you just scroll, there we go. We don't know who's speaking here, but whoever it is, it's one of the bank CEOs, says, the big hole in our financial system is these platforms, which are effectively money service businesses that are not being regulated as such. So that these
We need more
platforms
regulation, you
refers to
guys.
the payment processors.
We need more
the
regulation.
crowdfunding
These
platforms.
American companies,
I
right?
believe
These
so.
internet
I mean,
companies. We
I
need more regulation.
shouldn't put words in the mouth of another person. But I think one of the messages that I recall came through in this call, and that, you know, my memory was refreshed when I looked at these notes. One of the messages from the bank CEOs was kind of what finance had concluded independently earlier in the week, which is there's this whole space where financial transactions happen that no one has any line of sight to. And that is the crowdfunding platforms, or the crowdfunding platforms, the payment systems.
We don't want you to have
and then I
line of
think
sight
someone
to it.
also
That's the
mentions
fucking
crypto
point.
later on in this call.
Yeah, I think they do. That's right. So we'll just scroll down a little bit there. I'm not sure we're going to get to crypto just yet, but we are going to get to your response here where you say, I'm very prepared to come out and speak about this. This is an attack on democracy. We need to educate Canadians about this. What do you mean by this is an attack on democracy here?
Yeah,
So
no, 'cause
I
nobody
was
knows how that
responding
works.
specifically to one of the CEOs whose bank had acted to freeze an account based on, this was prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. It was based, as that note shows, on what the bank's anti-money laundering systems detected. And based on that, the bank rightly acted. What was
Bullshit.
a concern for me, and this did shape how we acted, was the banks.
They probably had asked this
being
bank to do it
blamed
first, and then
for
it
taking
becomes a
this action.
topic
The
of conversation. So
banks
yeah,
being
this bank
seen
bought,
as
bit the bullet
choosing
first, and
to
then they have
do
an
it,
excuse to
as having
get
the
the other banks to do
agency.
it too, right?
And it was
Probably a bank that needs a
particularly
bailout of some
concern.
sort. They don't mention which
And
one.
you note the mention of Fox News. The thing you have to remember about
Oh,
Canadian
Fox
banks
News, guys.
is many of them are significant banks in the United States as well. They are big players there, and
So
some of them
patronizing.
trade under their Canadian names. And so
Really?
they were in jeopardy not only in Canada, but also in the United States, if they were being seen to be taking a politicized position. I didn't think that was their responsibility. I thought it was the responsibility of the government to make judgments about this.
Okay. The next concern highlighted there is Canada's reputation is indeed at risk. We need to show the world proactively that we won't let this happen again. Our trade corridors will remain open. We should think about putting the military in place to keep the border crossings moving, even after the protesters were removed, to send a clear signal. So this is
Politicize the bank.
suggestions you can get bringing the military.
That's pretty amazing.
And your response though here is couldn't agree more with those points. We
The
must make
first
clear that
go-to is
one, we
always
won't
invoke
solve
the
this,
military
and two,
for
we
this.
won't let this
It's
happen
like top
again.
of mind, first idea.
So can you explain your response there? And were you agreeing there that bringing the military to patrol the border was a viable option?
No. It was, I mean, look, if you look at that conversation, people raised lots of different points in their commentary, and I didn't respond to every single one.
I
Just
said
as
yes,
in my
guys, but I
previous
wasn't saying
exchange
yes to
with
the
Alan,
question that
Kesselbaum,
immediately
our
preceded
Stelco
my
guy,
yes. I was saying yes
I
to something that happened
acknowledged
5
his
minutes
concern,
earlier
but I didn't really
when they asked if I would fuck the
address
goat.
his public health measure point.
Language.
My point there was, as I said in my follow-up, that what we need to do is, as a government, one, resolve it, two, be clear it's not going to happen again. And, you know, from my perspective, I wanted, the reason I convened that call, and again, probably worth highlighting, it is highly unusual for the CEOs, like highly, like never, I mean, I've only been finance minister for 2 years, but it hasn't happened before, and I hope it will never happen again. For the CEOs of all of Canada's banks on, you know, a couple of hours notice on a Sunday afternoon to come together on a Zoom call with the finance minister and deputy minister of finance. It's very, very unusual for them to find the time to do that. I'm right now trying to organize a meeting with them, my kind of every
What
6
in the
month
actual
meeting for
sounds so
December.
desperate.
And it's
So
the kind of thing that
embarrassing.
we sort of organize 4 to 6 weeks in advance because these are all busy people.
This
So
is all
kind of just
oriented towards
worth
women. I don't know
mentioning.
if you guys
Shows their degree of concern and anxiety.
picking that up, right?
But
Value
children,
for me
though.
of this meeting. Why did I want
She
to
sounds like
have
she's
it?
speaking
What did
to
I
a
want to get
kindergarten
out of it?
class, though.
2 things. One,
She always
I
does.
wanted to hear from them.
She's
how
mansplaining
worried
to
were they?
women as a woman.
By that point, I was really worried.
So good. So good.
But we were contemplating, as you know, really serious action. And
Serious, guys, serious.
I needed to hear directly myself from the leaders of Canada's financial institutions. Did they share my level of concern? That was a very important proof point for me.
As a
So that was
mother,
kind of
as
number
a
one.
woman,
And
as a
it was important for
Canadian,
me
I am disappointed.
for them, it was important for it to be a meeting of everyone because that's also a measure of how worried were they.
No, for
right?
real, that's
Are
key.
you
That's my
prepared
place.
to say these things to a group of your peers?
So embarrassing.
Is that
She's full of
you
shit
judge
because
your words carefully.
I've
and you
heard that
should.
prior to the invocation
So
of the
number
act,
one,
like millions
am I
and
right
millions
to
of
be as
dollars
worried
went
as
into
I
hundreds
am?
of millions of
What do
dollars
these
went into
guys think?
Canada. So they weren't concerned on the
And
side
then
she's
number
talking
two
about. They were concerned on the other
concern
side.
okay, we do
liquidity
have
crisis.
some tools. How are the tools working? the people who have these tools, who are in charge of using them, how are they finding they work in practice? Those were the two things I tried to get out of the call. And it was a very useful call in terms of answering both those questions.
So maybe the next extract I wanted to point out goes to that second point. Mr. Clerk, can you just scroll down a little bit? There we go. So this is someone saying we need court orders to act. We'd identified an individual who was an organizer who had several $100,000 move into their accounts. We flagged it to FinTrack, started work on a court order, and because of the delay of 4 hours, the money was withdrawn before we could stop it. And you say there, you asked, was the problem there a gap in the current system or that it moves too slowly? And the reply is 4 hours was too long. And then I think underneath that there's, and let's be clear, that's the reference you were talking about, and let's be clear, they will all eventually move to crypto. Okay. A little lower down.
There's their big fear,
bottom of
crypto.
that page. You mentioned reputational risk. That's something you've talked about several times. Here's one of those, I think, quotable quotes. Agree with my colleagues, the reputation of Canada is at risk. Just spent a lot of time in the US last week, and we were being called a quote-unquote joke by people. I had one investor say, I won't invest another red cent in your banana republic in Canada. That adds to an already tough investment perspective on Canada.
I don't think they were talking about the convoy.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. It's hyperbolic.
Well, I mean, I believe, and subsequent conversations
we're a total joke.
You know, if I were an editor, I would ask if I were still an editor, I would ask my reporter, is that a direct quote or are you paraphrasing? And I think subsequent conversations we had show that was a direct quote. And a direct quote that a Canadian bank CEO was relaying to me that he had heard on an investment trip to the US from someone who he wanted to invest in Canada. He was trying to persuade someone to invest in Canada. And that was a heart-stopping quote for me. That was really a moment when, having already been concerned, when I really understood that what was happening was profoundly jeopardizing the Canadian economy.
It was really profound.
At risk.
It affected your
And,
womb
you know, I don't
center.
expect
Is that
you
what
guys
I'm
to
hearing
have
you say?
read our April budget, but
It's
one
all
of the things we identify
feelings,
in
right?
the April budget is underinvestment as being a core problem for the Canadian economy, an Achilles
That's because of
heel.
you
We
and
don't have
Trudy.
a high enough rate of business investment. We've done really well. I don't want to talk Canada down. Canada's fantastic. Our economy is very strong. We have
No, it
great
isn't.
jobs
That's
recovery from the
insane.
COVID recession.
What she's saying.
Well,
there.
well, she just undermined that, so now she's like, shit, I got to repeat. No, guys, we're doing really good, right? Even though people in Canada can't afford a fucking Disney Plus membership, right? We're doing really strongly, guys. This is a strong economy.
Who called us the Banana Republic? I want to send a message to that person and thank them.
Yeah, no, I have to check. It was some like, well, it was a CEO quoting some investor of theirs or something like a bank CEO. And of course, yeah, they're making it sound like it's because of what's going on at the border. It's like, no. When people are describing a banana republic, it's not about what the citizens are doing. It's about what the government is doing. So yeah, obviously this investor was telling this guy that Canada is a fucking joke under the Trudeau government, and nobody takes it seriously anymore.
Very profound.
The communists don't in China, and the capitalists in the States don't. Nobody sees Canada as worth investing in.
I'm surprised that I'm getting emotional, but
All the waterworks come
I
out.
really felt
For
it.
fuck's
And
sake.
I felt like, you know, the Canadian economy, it could seem like this amorphous thing. Investment, it can seem
It can seem amorphous if you don't fucking stand it, you stupid.
amorphous. But when I heard that, I realized I'm the finance minister. I'm the deputy.
That was the day she realized she was the finance minister, guys.
I have to protect their well-being. It's being really, really damaged. So yeah, that was a meaningful
She
conversation.
needs an
for me,
emotional
and that was a
support
very
animal in a chair next to her.
memorable quote, and for sure a spur to action.
So maybe in the end, not so hyperbolic in your view.
Well, look, I can't comment on what that investor was thinking.
He was thinking that our government is run by a bunch of fucking fools. That's what a banana republic means. It's a bunch of fucking unqualified, worthless.
It is my job to.
No, Zink. A banana republic means when the people protest about the retarded stuff of the government. That's how you define it.
Part of how Canadians have a good life is capital is invested into the Canadian economy, so they have well-paying jobs. And what that quote said is something is happening in Canada that very profoundly.
If somehow the Canadian media picked this up and ran with it, Canadians, ordinary Canadians are kind of in the middle, and those are not ordinary Canadians, but middle Canadians who actually start paying attention. I don't know. Some people are hopeless.
I can show
The
you
mainstream
line.
media is funded by
Scroll
the
down.
Canadian
Yeah,
government,
please.
Diana.
So
So
I
this is
mean,
it. If the
it's not going to
investors speak up
happen,
as
right?
American,
They know who their
I sort of
masters
said
are.
what I was trying to do was rally the bank CEOs and kind of say to them, you guys are playing for Team Canada. Don't take that from your investors. Don't let guys, I don't know if it was New York or wherever, but
Because she talks to the bank CEOs of Canada like they're fucking, a hockey team of 7-year-olds.
That's what I was trying to say there. And I was trying to say, sure, we have our problems.
Everybody gets ice cream.
Notice the gender.
As I say there, our
Notice the
report card
gender
looks
when it's
not too shabby.
a negative, it's a guy.
I wanted the CEOs to have a confidence in Canada and the Canadian economy so that they could relay that to investors.
So I got on a good authority that 127 million moved out of one bank prior to the invocation of the EA Act.
Because the confidence they project.
One bank, and that was 2 days before the invocation.
But when I turned the Zoom off, I thought, wow, this is really serious.
Okay. The last thing I wanted to
Wow, it's really serious. Fuck, clip that.
Little paragraph there that just came
So
up on the screen.
embarrassing.
I took a
Michelle,
selfie.
I know
Listener, clip that. Some listener down there, clip that and tweet it out.
but I
Put
will
it in the
never
box.
support negotiating with those who held our democracy hostage. No good thing comes of that. Can you explain that comment? You will never sanction or never support negotiating with those who hold our democracy hostage.
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I don't think it's healthy for a democracy, for any democracy, for policy to be made, at gunpoint, if you will.
There was no gunpoint. I don't think it's healthy for any democracy to be responsive to the people.
Also,
Yeah, exactly,
devalues
exactly.
the views and the contributions of all Canadians who express their political views.
It's all the
and their
word
political
salad for
preferences
not actually
in different
talking to the
ways, for example, by
protesters,
voting.
negotiating the most basic thing. That's
yeah.
the thing they
Were you
didn't do.
referring there to the vaccine mandates, to public health
talking
measures,
for
or
2
more
years
generally?
anybody
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't have a sort of photographic or a video memory of exactly how that conversation evolved. And in fact, I didn't remember saying this until I read it again, but I'm sure that's a faithful account. Having read this note, what I think I was referring to is a comment made earlier in the conversation suggesting that
I guess
this
she responds at a 5-minute delay, guys.
policy on vaccines. That's what I think I was responding to.
Okay.
So, I mean,
so
right
we're
now
gonna
she's
leave the
actually
call
answering
now.
the questions
Mr.
from
Clerk, you
5
can take
minutes
that
ago. That's
document
just how
down
she
and
operates.
talk about the economic impact of the protests and the blockades as you saw it and what you conveyed to your colleagues on that
The
front.
blockades, the
Last
occupation.
week when your department officials were here, we went through in some detail the initial assessment they prepared on February 10th and also the eventual February 22nd economic analysis. So we're not going to go through that in detail this morning. But what I would like to take you to is, actually this is ssm.can 5095. These are the minutes of the February 13th IRG. So we're still on the same day here, February 13th, and that was, I believe it was around, what's the time of the IRG again? The early
4
evening,
o'clock.
around 4 o'clock? Okay.
It says right there 4 o'clock, yeah.
Thank you. I was looking at my paper, not at the screen. 4 o'clock. So in between, you had the bank call, then you had the Ukraine call that we learned about, and then 4 o'clock is the IRG. And if you scroll down to page 6, please, Mr. Clerk.
Blacked
Rotate
out,
there.
blacked out.
So you're reporting to the IRG on the economic impact, and you say, the minister highlighted ongoing economic losses of 0.1% to 0.2% of the GDP for every week the blockades continue. Now, we know at this point, that didn't come from an internal Department of Finance analysis. I believe you were referring to something that had been reported in a Bloomberg article. Is that right?
A Bloomberg economic analysis.
A Bloomberg
Yes.
economic
They have to use
And it was
Bloomberg over their
also
own
fresh in my
internal.
mind because
Bloomberg has a more
in
accurate,
that,
I guess,
bank
estimate
CEO
than their own
conversation,
internal
that
things.
number was also referred to
It
by one of
probably
the
does.
CEOs.
I mean, that's the
So
sad
I
reality. They
was
probably, I mean, they
aware- I was
do. I mean,
aware
because
of that
Bloomberg actually
Bloomberg
hires
economic
competent
analysis,
people, whereas people
and I
working
was
inside the
also
finance
aware
ministry in
that
Canada,
on the
you know,
street, that
aren't
was
competent,
a
right? I mean,
number
those people,
that
once again, I say it
Canadian
before, you know,
business leaders
people
and
who go into
international
public,
investors
you
were
know,
seeing and
service in
citing.
Canada, it's because they
So
couldn't get
on the street, you mean
a
on Bay
job in
Street,
the U.S.
On Bay Street and probably on Wall
doing
Street
the same.
Okay. Did you explain
Losers.
to your colleagues at the IRG the source of this number?
I cannot recall whether I did or not, but so
See, when
I
other
can't
people say I
remember,
cannot
but,
recall it, I believe
you
they're
know,
being
it was
bullshitty, but
a
I
very
really think
busy
that she
time.
just
A lot
has
of
no
people were
concept of what,
speaking.
you know, like she has big
My
black holes
objective
in most of her
was,
actions.
in a succinct way,
I'm really
to
genuinely would
convey
believe
to
that.
my colleagues who aren't responsible for the economy that this was a really serious economic impact. So I think that it was possible.
1% is
you know,
very
say you're a
serious.
cabinet minister, you don't have principally economic responsibilities. You might be seeing this mostly as
I'm curious what the
about,
economic impact
you know,
of
damage
the vaccine
to
mandates
Ottawa
were, right? Can
shopkeepers.
we get that
And that's really
per
serious.
week,
I
right?
don't want to understate the human toll of that. But what I
Human
wanted to
toll.
communicate was this
No
it-
voice
this
changer down there, whoever's using it.
is
I swear.
getting to have a macro impact that will be material on the Canadian economy. And the only other thing that I would say is, you know, with hindsight, if anything, I feel that number, I feel that statement, if that's all I said there, I feel that statement understated the possible impact, because the real challenge was it was exponential. So as it happened, that trade blockade was effectively a week-long thing. And that's what statistics ended up recording. But had it gone on, then you would have seen not an arithmetic.
You could just
adding up
pop
the
in whenever,
damage of
Steve. We're
week
just
plus week
riffing
plus
on
week.
this as we go along.
I think what you would have
No
seen
hands.
and why this really rose to the level of a profound threat to Canada's economy
Kind of
was
strange.
the
I'm just trying
exponential nature
Strange.
of it.
Every time she says
That
profound.
the longer it went on, the greater threat that the U.S. would lose faith in us and our trading relationship would be irreparably damaged.
You
The
and
longer
Trudy
it
have
went
done
on,
that
the
to this
greater the
country
threat
all
that
by
foreign
yourselves.
investors would write off
They
Canada.
are the greater threat.
This is turning
So
into a
obviously that
fucking
was
newspaper.
a concern that you were expressing to your cabinet colleagues that day.
Probably more clearly to you right now than I did then, but I think I did communicate to them I was really worried.
Okay, so the overall economic impact, both
I
near
was
term
really worried,
and
guys.
long term. We can take that down now. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The next topic I want to address with you is another concern that was being expressed around this time, which is the issue of foreign funding and foreign influence and money flowing largely, I think, up from the U.S.
Orange Man
to
dead.
fund the convoy. So, Mr. Clerk, can you pull up, please, SSM.can 40 1846?
worse is it going to get, you guys, before you just get rid of Trudeau? This guy's a fucking idiot.
So
What are
this
you
is an
going to
after the
do?
fact, so not quite after the
How,
fact.
what
are you
how
going to do
long is it
about
gonna,
Biden?
The emergency.
Yeah,
how
you
long
got
is it
your
going
own
to
The
take?
problems, bro.
discussion that you're having with your departmental officials.
Biden and
And if we
Trudeau
scroll
should run
down a
off
little
together.
bit, please, Mr. Clerk.
They probably have. Probably
Keep
part of the
going.
deal.
I'll let you know.
A, ma- a match made in heaven
Trudeau
or
dresses up
hell.
like a little girl, and Biden
There we
sniffs
go.
him.
No, a
I'm-
match made
This is
a match
a
made in
question
hell,
that you've
bro.
posed to your officials. And
Yeah.
the question is, and do we
Hey, do you
have
guys
any
do
info
you guys
on foreign
celebrate
donations? And the response that comes
Thanksgiving
back
in
is,
Canada?
we do
We
not
do it in
have any
October.
information on foreign donations that
That's
enter
right.
our Canadian financial systems. It is possible that FinTrack,
I
CSIS,
guess there's
or the
not much to
RCMP
celebrate anyway up there.
possess information on foreign donations, but that information is not shared with the Department of Finance. So is it fair to say that at the points at which foreign influence, foreign donations were being talked about, the government wasn't actually
If
in
that's you,
possession of
Adrian,
information to
you need us up there.
corroborate
We
that?
need to fucking kick ass and straighten
No, I wouldn't
Canada
say
out.
that.
We
need to
don't
get
need your
rid-
help, bro.
We need to
don't
get
need
rid
your
of
What I
help,
would
Cubans.
say
We need to get
is
rid of
a couple
Cuban's
of
son.
things. One of the things that this occupation and the blockades really brought to our attention was how little official insight we had to crowdfunding and payment platforms.
We need more regulation, guys. We don't have any insight. We need to, have full control over these, other companies and other countries. Or we need to have our own that are over-regulated by us.
To correct that.
And can't actually make a profit. So, yeah.
There was very good reason to believe, and in fact, the subsequent report that the commission did that I thought was very good on foreign donations.
Oh, there it is.
Documents
There it is.
in a lot of detail that there were
Because
foreign
it's fine when
donations
Obama
coming
records,
in to support
an endorsement for Trudeau, but God
and
forbid,
so,
money come from Canada. Right, and
that
of course
was
they're talking about,
happening.
oh, we need foreign
Our own
investment. Well, this was foreign
systems
investment, bitch.
We're weak at officially picking that up and slow. And quite rightly, actually, there are a lot of checks and balances within the Canadian system.
No, there isn't.
About what finance specifically learns, right? Because law enforcement and finance.
Oh, it's checks and balances,
are-
guys, not just
operate in
incompetence.
different silos, and certainly elected ministers and law enforcement have a lot would silos between them. and I think
Can
that's a
she
good
hear
thing.
you responding, bro? Or what
No,
is
no,
this?
no. We're just ripping on this.
Yeah, so that would be my understanding of the situation.
So to summarize that, would it be fair to say you were operating with incomplete information at that?
I would 100% say that. And the other thing I would say is, we were operating in the fog of war.
The fog of war, guys. This was a war.
We
Bring out the war metaphors.
things were
Even though people were
moving
posting
very
everything
quickly in
online,
real life
right, from the
on ground.
convoy and their Windsor,
we had
right?
to operate.
They had
based
no
on
idea what was
the
going
best
on.
Possible information we could get at every single moment, and sometimes that meant using open source information. It didn't always.
Who am I
mean
talking to? Is this Adrian?
Relying on
Well, I'm
official
dipping in here and
government
there, but it's also
information
saying
and analysis.
we're all just
that
like
came through the
randomly
finance
ripping on
channels.
this.
No, I know. I wanted to
And
follow you. Who are you,
I
dude?
I'm Zinc, and then there's
you know,
Adrian.
not only-
But I'm the host, Zinc.
Comfortable doing that, but that's the right thing to do. In a fast-moving,
All right, cool. I'm already following you. This is
situation
funny,
like
dude.
this, you have to
Yeah, no, this is
gather
our,
information
unfortunately, our
from
government up
a
here.
lot of different sources.
A massive
Oh,
fucking joke.
is that a government official talking?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's our.
dude, it might be better if he were sort of a listener at this point, just because it's a Canadian thing and
I
people
get
are
it.
trying to listen to her and all this
I'm
other stuff.
sorry.
But yeah, follow us and maybe drop down just because.
I will. I
yeah.
got you, brother. I
Yeah,
got
he's
you.
the vice president of Canada, basically.
Oh my God.
There'll be a
We got-
break
But we can
here, and then we
explain it
can
after.
discuss it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
All
have
right,
a break
brother.
and then pop back up as a speaker. Thanks.
You got it,
It's
dude.
like
Thank you,
very
man.
pure, very verified. It's gone through a lot of different hands, and there have been a lot of different checks on it. That's a good thing, because it has, Government of Canada stamp of approval, and I think it's really good for us to have those systems. But at the same time, I think to do your job as a minister, you have to be aware of and actively seek out other sources of information, including open source sources of information.
They admit
And
that,
I
yeah,
think you
that
have to hear
their
some things
government's
for yourself.
worthless. So they're
That's, for
using
example,
open source
why, for
information,
me,
guys.
having
Open
that
source.
call with the banks
Right,
directly
because they're trying to make
was
the
really,
excuse for
really
why they
important.
use the
And I
shitty
wasn't
like
just gonna
reports
rely
out of
on other
the
people
media
telling me
and
what
stuff.
they
It's
were
like,
doing.
oh
All
well,
right, here I go.
Okay, so the last thing I want to
It's
take you
social
to this
media.
point is
It's
ssm.can4030.
they're laying the groundwork for social media, whatever. Hey, boot Steve down, buddy.
yeah, I did. But
Yep.
well, no, but they're making the excuse for why they used so much, information from the news and from social media, right? Well, we needed open source
So this
information.
is a draft, Minister Freeland, of the
Because we couldn't go by what CSIS,
information that was
because of
reported from
CSIS, right? Because they
familiar
needed
with
to,
that, as we all are in this
because
room
CSIS
right
said there's
now.
no basis.
If we
They had to
scroll
go off
down to
social
page
media,
8,
is what they're
please,
saying.
Mr. Clerk. Bottom
And
of
their
the page,
hired
I believe.
crisis actor firm there.
Okay, yeah, sorry, here we go. So under item number 6 there, Roman numeral. This is a paragraph in the draft, or a bullet point in the draft, that says there is credible evidence.
Just a reminder,
that
tweet out the
significant
room if you
amounts
guys
of funding
could,
for the
and
protests come
also
from
if you're
sources
watching
outside
online,
Canada,
watch via Twitch
which
today. I'll
raises
explain more
concerns
later,
about
but
foreign
please watch,
interference in Canadian
preferably
affairs
via Twitch
and
if you can.
questions whether they represent threats to the security of Canada. And the comment made on that underneath it is
There's also a chat in
anecdotal
Twitch you
reports
can all
of
use
donations from
for any
outside
listeners.
Canada to support the protesters were given credence when on February 13th, hackers of the crowdfunding website GiveSendGo released hacked data, and it goes on to explain what happened there. But that bullet point paragraph there is credible evidence that significant amounts of funding come from sources outside Canada was removed from the eventual Section 58 explanation. Were you aware of that? And
I wasn't part of that whole process.
okay. And do you have any comment on that at this point?
So Trudeau's cacking out.
That I wasn't part of
He's
that process
appointed
of the
Minister
drafting of all of that.
Melanie Joly.
And
Oh no, maybe not.
finance
No,
was
they're
not,
flying out together. So looks like he won't be around for
we weren't the people
tomorrow.
responsible.
So he'll be doing it
DM
Zoom or
DM me the tweet. DM me the tweet, and we'll go through it. Make sure to fact check it.
And as
because
my
he's got very
previous
important things to do, you guys.
have kind of
Him and Jolie.
underscored, I
It's
think,
essential that they travel to these
my
places, right? Because
primary
people are very
concern and
interested to
anxiety
know
around this
what they have
was
to
about
say.
the economic impact, and we've talked about that at some length. But
They have so many
that's
qualified.
Oh,
and talented
disregard. That was the
government
Eagle
ministers.
account.
my
Disregard.
job was
Yeah, I saw that
in the
around.
cabinet
It's a parody.
and as a team
Good laugh.
mate with my
My
colleagues.
mistake.
You know, what were they relying on me as the Minister of Finance to do? They were relying on me to figure out and communicate to them how
What is
big
my job,
is
you
the
guys?
economic problem. And then they were relying on me to figure out and communicate to them, look, finance guys, are you doing your job here? Are you awake? Are you using all the possible tools you
Guys.
have to stop the problem? That was my job number 2. And then job number 3 is, okay, if you think it's a really big problem, which we did, if you think
She's
you're
gender
using all the
signaling here.
tools which currently exist, which we did. Number 3, do you have any ideas? Is there anything in the finance toolbox that could be devised that would help? That was how I understood finance's job.
Okay.
How
this would be
about
more
talking
law
to the
enforcement
protesters?
slash intelligence
I think so.
area. Okay. We can take that one down.
And
Mr.
that
Clerk,
caused
and move
zero
on to
sense there, Finance Minister.
which sort of goes back to what you were just addressing, Minister Freeland. What do we do about this? So the development and the implementation of the emergency economic measures order. So again, we've heard at this point quite a bit about the orders and about what was done with them. So I want to take you to a few specific concerns that have been expressed about them. The first one being that the EMO is overbroad in the sense that it might capture individuals who were not really directly involved in the protests, but people who donated to the protests and or have adverse effects on family members. If you freeze someone's bank account, it may be a spouse or a child or someone else who suffers. So my first question is that a concern that you were aware of? Is that a concern that you had? And is that a concern
That's why we
that
need
you
social
felt was
credit, you guys, so that
properly
we can
addressed
only
to
target one
the measures
person,
that were
right?
enacted?
And we don't affect the kid. The
Okay,
kid can
that's
still
a
get
lot
their
of
food
questions,
ticket, but not the parent.
But it's, that
So
is
even children need a social credit
kind
score.
of, I would say, core. You're getting at some core things we grappled with beforehand, during the time the measures were in force, and in our reflections.
Oh, she got some notes down there?
And I want to start by saying
I'm telling you,
something
Christina
that I was
Freeland
really, really
sounds
worried
like
about and extremely
a first grade
conscious of
teacher
the
giving
whole
an
time
in-service to like
was,
high school
I've talked
teachers
a lot
and
about
talking to us
my
like we're,
profound
I don't know,
conviction
first graders.
that Canada was an economic
This is really complicated, so I'm going to make it so simple for
But
you
then,
Canadians.
as we
To
were
show you the
talking about,
really
okay, what can we
complicated
do
things
about it?
I have to do in
had
this work.
probably an equally profound and even emotional concern of we don't want anybody to get hurt. And one of my colleagues
Safety
said
first.
to me in our conversation about all of this,
By colleague, she means the
as,
voices in her head.
we were talking constantly, and I was sort of saying we really have to
Good timing. We are
to be
talking
done. And I
constantly.
remember a colleague saying to me, my nightmare is blood on the face of a child. And
Okay,
I
this is
What the
not
fuck
an
is
open
that? My
interview.
nightmare is
This
blood.
is-
I mean, is that just
oh
a
my
general
God.
That's
statement?
like
I mean, I'm
every
pretty sure.
human being's nightmare.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like blood on the face of a child.
really
Does she think she's on Oprah right
was
now? Is that what's
conscious
happening? Like
that
she's on
yes, we
Oprah
had
and
to end
she's
this,
describing her deep
but
life?
it was
You're
so
like,
important
what the
for
heck?
it to be ended peacefully, without anybody being hurt. So that was a
Oh my gosh.
hugely
Okay, I have to get
important
off the mic.
objective
It's gonna
for
be
me.
too much of them.
No, stay.
I didn't
There is no
want
value
to
to
be
anything she
personally
says.
responsible for
yeah, we
making
need some
Canada
actual,
place
you know,
where people, and you have heard
power
a
to
number of
the
reports
real
of
women out
children
there.
would actually get hurt in
But this
our
is like the
efforts
social worker
to
voice of
protect
someone who takes away people's kids,
that was
okay?
wrong. And
they
I
act
felt
like
so
they are in
strongly
this world
we
where they
had
are
to
the
look for
hero,
ways to resolve this. Yes,
and
that
they
was
carry
urgent,
the concern of the
but
whole country
not
on their
physically
shoulder.
hurting anyone.
So they
And
need to
look,
take your kid
especially
away.
not
Like
a
that's it.
child, but anyone,
This kind of
was a
what this
really
personality type
key objective for me.
puppet is just like.
And that, so that was one key thing.
Fully
And
agree,
that
Esther.
was a consideration that very much shaped the development and use of the financial measures. From my perspective at the time, and also with hindsight,
My nightmare is blood
a
on the face
virtue
of a child
these
is
measures
peak
was
Canada. Peak
no
Canada.
blood on the face of a child.
But she just
no
literally,
physical
God damn, like
coercion
she's gonna just keep
required.
popping.
literally
Blood
repeated
on the
it.
face
And
of
I
a
thought it
child.
was good.
I
Blood on
can
the
see the
face.
Life magazine
Came up
like
with a
picture
way
already, you
of
know.
creating some
Oh my
economic
gosh.
I'm pretty sure they just saw like
incentives
like a maple leaf face painted
that
on a
was a
kid for
very
Canada
important
Day, and it's like, oh, it's blood on the face of a child, guys.
And yeah, and a second really important consideration.
Thing is, if you wear a
in this
mask,
question,
then it
right,
covers up that
I think
blood.
you're
So
asking
that's
exactly the right
anyway.
question. It's the balance.
I mean, we
right?
have
I've
seen
talked
blood
a
on the
lot
face of
now
many
about
children, right? As the
why it was
you know
such a big
PCR tests are
problem, why it
jammed up their nose to break through the membrane of their sinuses, right? And their noses bleed profusely. There's certainly been a lot of blood on the face of children lately.
In my mind there was,
So I mean, I will admit it is a rather horrific thing to see. Yeah, a child just gushing blood out of their, you know, ruptured, you know, sinus cavity.
About the number of people who would be
definitely like starving children by taking away their bank account, the source of their
by these measures,
ability to have food. That's
way
less messy than blood on the face of a child. So yeah, good call there.
Of people who would be protected by this action. So those were the things that I chiefly had in mind. And, you know, I think at the end of the day, it was something like 280 accounts frozen. One of the reports I remember when we were at like 240 or 241 accounts frozen, my numbers won't be exact, but I know you guys have all the numbers too.
And were any of these people charged? I mean, I don't remember 240 indictments.
Around 240.
So I mean, even if it is that low, it's like, but none of these people were charged for anything. So you guys were just randomly tossing names on there.
Of the ballpark. And so in my mind, I say, okay.
If she left it up to the bank, she doesn't have the complete number either. Like there's probably more than that.
I would have preferred, it was a serious thing. I would have preferred not to have had to do this. But in my mind, I weigh that against what I really believe is the tens, hundreds of thousands of Canadian jobs and families.
What she really believes.
So that's kind of a high level thing.
I thought she was going to cry there.
Well, I think I weigh that against blood on the face of a child, right? That's just going to be, you know, it's like, well, guys, I mean, we didn't want blood on the face of a child.
If it's put to you, you know, someone is at the protest in Ottawa and gets a call, you got to come home. They've frozen the account and I can't pay the grocery bill. In a sense, that is the measure.
Sorry, guys.
Exactly
the ultimate irony here is this is a government that is hollowed out the private sector.
For that person to have to go
the only sector of the country who's creating jobs is the government.
What the measure was trying to do.
No one
because
else.
The
government.
Purpose of it was to avoid what you saw as a worse outcome, being
an
enforcement action that would have
what about the money laundering
violent aspects
from China? Through real estate and casinos for the last decade.
So,
this is awful.
You know, had it been possible, if we lived in a universe where, you know, it was possible that a jointly held family account, the family members could still have access to it, but the person doing the illegal activity didn't.
See, right here.
That would be great.
Wouldn't that be great if individuals had a score, right? If the child could still act, right? So child had a bank account.
Apply, create any.
And do you notice that the problem is actually the way that
personally
the whole world does this whole banking thing? It's not what the decision that she made. It's like, yeah, in a perfect universe,
the intention.
We would be able to target individuals.
The intention was really clear, and I think
but we were stuck with the tools that we had.
Was to create non-violent, non-physical incentives for people to stop doing this illegal activity.
What illegal activity that where they charged for, right? 240 or 270 people she's claiming happens to. And they were doing something illegal, but I don't know if 270 indictments.
We had made the announcement on.
I just want to point out that
we are going to
she's saying putting like freezing somebody's account
ideal outcome
is not violence.
If everyone had left that.
But how many people right now are like
if none
getting getting made because they can't pay their rent?
There was no desire.
Yeah,
there was no desire to be in any way punitive.
There is absolutely no truth in anything that she's saying right now, and any of her fake concerns,
non-violent,
and any of her
for people to do the right thing.
Oh,
but
yes,
you forgot blood on the face of a child, right? I mean,
I do want to talk about the donations issue. Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I saw you looking at me. Was that break time? Or?
It's any time you like. It's can be now or in 10 minutes.
He checked the fuck out like an hour ago. He's just like sitting there doodling. Even he doesn't give a shit.
So we'll take the morning break for 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Okay, there's so much. Blood on the face of a child, crying on the stand, so much.
But I noticed she said that it's, 240 people will suffer, but hundreds of thousands of people will be saved from, that's the collectivist communist idea, right?
That's how I want this room tweeted out as hashtag blood on the face of a child.
There you go.
That's our thing now.
So think about this though, like the same person who's, yeah, I just keep going back to this, 240 people, they don't ever take into account what it did to the financial system in Canada. And it was because of the stupid freezing of accounts that created distrust. It doesn't matter if it was 200 or 5. The thing is, it created a certain, like, you make an example of people, you scared the whole financial system. The trust in the banks was questioned. On the international market, that changes things. This isn't about 240 people. This was about a whole, the trust in the financial system fell when they froze bank accounts. That's just what happened.
It fell before Esther, like I was explaining earlier. We have it on good confirmation from a bank manager that over 127 million prior to the invocation of the EA Act, 127 million 3 days before was moved out of one bank that bank manager was aware of. People were pulling their money prior to the invocation of the EA Act, not because of the protest, because they knew that the government was talking about this stuff. That's why that was happening. They're pivoting it and saying it's because of the protesters, but it was actually happening before, and it was a signal to the government. It was a bank run. And if you look at the tweet that I put up in the nest, guys, I mean, I think Dichter missed the point with this one. He's sort of going on his own little narrative spiel with it. But if you read my take on his tweet, it's he's missing the point here. He's like, oh, they wanted to use the military, blah blah blah. Well, if you read this fucking text thing, and I'll put it up there again with my comment, he's basically outlining, and this is a bank CEO that is saying this. She's saying, oh, we need to do something with the banking system, blah blah blah. And he said, and she's like, why do you have to do anything about this? And she goes, if we are directed to close accounts, etc., that could be seen by critics as the sector being used as an arm of the government. A few points to keep in mind. Need to start talking about post-pandemic economics. 90% plus of Canadians are vaccinated, yet we have the greatest restrictions in the OECD. Because of that, we are getting lots of questions about what is happening to Canada. Need to show a plan of how to remove restrictions. This is the bank CEO, and why Dichter's going on about the military, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, that's just the titillating point of it, but this is a Bank of Canada or bank executive here in Canada telling them that they need to fucking talk about the goddamn reason why the protesters were there in the first place. So that is, again, people bring their narratives to things. If you're a gender critical person, you're going to talk about the gender side of it. If you're a fucking proponent of, ice cream in the morning, you're going to talk about that. But I mean, that is being missed here in terms of what that bank CEO is telling them. He's telling them to fucking talk about what the protesters wanted to talk about. And that's the unsaid part, the elephant in the room with this whole commission.
But yeah, I want everybody to tweet out the room with blood on the face of a child. Hashtag blood on the face of a child. That's our hashtag for today.
Well, if you want them to do it, Zink, what I found you have to do is make that tweet yourself.
I did. I put it up in the nest, but then you trampled
okay.
it with your silly business. So it's the second tweet in. So yeah, if you guys go in there, I have the hashtag blood on the face of a child. And maybe we can get Global to create us an infographic for that. Like maybe having the horse trampling the old woman and a child standing there, and getting the blood splattered across their face, right? Because I think,
or the kid with the tattoo, the face tattoo. I bet you it was the poppy, like not the poppy, the Canadian flag tattoo that all the kids were wearing during the Freedom Convoy.
Good points, Wog. Thanks for clarification on that. The thing is, it's Christina Freeland's living in her own like Barbie world in the corner of her room. and thinking she's something that she's not. And I don't think she's resonating with anyone but herself, but we all are just accepting like her answers, which are so vague, just like Lucky's, which is like, I can't remember. I'm sorry. I can't remember. Like these kind of caricatures of people that any other kind of world we would just automatically expect so much better, but we kind of just like in this like horror of what we're seeing. Not that I guess that point doesn't do anything, whatever. Anyway, it just drives me crazy. I just can't even handle it. I probably can't listen to much more of her because
It's really strange with this government, the commission lawyer that they have on her too, because usually she's been fairly professional throughout this, but like she's been really kind of like, you know, like almost chatty, like they're sitting there together having coffee on The View, right? Like she
exactly. That's exactly
She
what I'm
wants
saying.
Christie's approval. It seems clear to me.
It's like
Well,
this, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry.
well, it's
But
like she
if
knows
you
she's
guys
dealing with
recall-
like a.
No, sorry.
Go ahead, Habs.
If you guys recall, like when the organizers were testifying, they were actually trying to get them to stay to the point and answer the question. But this week, what it has been is letting these ministers go off and then state their opinion and their feelings as if I give a shit. Excuse me, I swore, but just a little housekeeping. I can't seem to accept the request that's out there.
I think we're
All right.
full. Yeah.
I think we're full right now at the moment with speakers.
So go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
Yeah, hi, good morning. You know, when Chrystia Freeland is saying about harm to the Canadian economy, you know, one of the news stories that's really come out really wonderful is the Premier of Nova Scotia is just drawing a line in the sand and saying how the carbon tax and the fuel tax, just driving inflation, is the real harm, you know, to the Canadian economy. And, you know, maybe he's not saying it out loud, but he's not saying out loud. Chrystia Freeland's gig with the World Economic Forum's conflict of interest. It is harm to the Canadian economy. So you know what? I got my iPad here. It's just 1 minute long. Let me play it for you. The Premier of Nova Scotia calling out Chrystia Freeland and the Liberal government of Canada for their harm to the people of Canada. Here's 1 minute.
Today, the Liberal government failed Nova Scotians by putting a carbon tax on Nova Scotia when fuel and heating costs are already at an all-time high. Nova Scotia supports action on climate change, but does not support a carbon tax on home heating oil at this time. There are better, more effective ways to help the environment. And a new fuel tax, when there are record highs at the pumps, also makes no sense. We have been told this is intended to change behavior. But even with today's high prices, we are not seeing that behavioral change because we can't change behaviors. People in rural communities need to drive. They don't have the option to bike or take the bus, or as the federal minister suggested, use the subway. The Liberal government had a choice. They could have chosen our legislative plan to reduce more emissions than their carbon tax will, but instead, the Liberals are imposing a carbon tax, knowing Nova Scotians and Canadians are struggling. Nova Scotians will remember.
Okay, thanks. I'll pass on the mic. Thanks a lot.
Well, remember not to vote them over and over again then.
Yeah, notice all the virtue signaling. He's like, we don't deny climate change. We just got to do something, right? He had to make sure he had to fully qualify everything he said before he could get to the meat of it. It shouldn't have even been an issue. It's like, you know, he didn't need it, but yeah, he had to fully virtue signal on that. But yeah, no, thanks for that, Bill. Because yeah, even Nova Scotia, right? And I know technically it's a conservative government in there now, but yeah, fairly liberal. But yeah, no, they're realizing, yeah, what this all means.
That's the trick of them all, right? We're conservative, liberal, doesn't matter. They're all pushing the same agenda. Look at Higgs here in New Brunswick, conservative all the way. He ended up actually retaining a majority government through this voting process that they shammed everyone with as well too. So very, very dark times here in New Brunswick.
Go ahead, Berknar.
Anyways, Miss Freeland, blood on the face of a child. Well, we're going to avoid that because we'll starve them at their homes in Alberta and Saskatchewan when they close their parents' bank accounts. That's the way to do it. We don't want it out in public on the street. Let's do it this way. And, would you say, when she brought up the feelings that Canada was a banana republic, I tone deaf. And I think it might have been mentioned, but you'd figure that they were trying to tell her your country is a banana republic based on mandate and wanting to do the bank account stuff and all this stuff. You're becoming a banana republic. And she thinks, oh, we weren't acting hard enough on the people, and now, therefore, we're not going to be able to control our country. She's just tone deaf.
She found that very how does she say, wow, that is really concerning or a problem, however she put it in. Go ahead, Archer.
Yeah, I wanted to make a couple points. I guess the first thing is I'm now going to refer to everyone in the finance department as the finance guys. I think that's how we should now refer to those key individuals, the finance guys. Wog, you made a great point. The run on the banks was happening well before the act was put in place. And, I think it took me 5 business days to withdraw a substantial sum from the bank. So there's no question that it was happening ahead of the Emergencies Act. To me, what I see here is a narrative that is giving the government cover to revise, or as Minister Lametti said yesterday, modernize the language of the Emergencies Act. So this is where it is. You can see how it's being shaped, right? Along with social credit and everything else that comes along with it. And for those, I'm sure we all know Christia's background, but she was formerly the CEO of Reuters. She had no experience running a company, and she was appointed CEO of Reuters, which was a huge organization that she basically ran into the ground, and it was purchased by the Thompson family. So that's what we're dealing with.
What was purchased by the Thompson family?
Reuters is now part of.
Oh, okay, yeah,
right.
Yeah.
So when she ran it, she was CEO. Parachuted in as a CEO. She was a journalist, right? She had no experience running. Of course, she wrote the book about plutocrats, which is kind of ironic. And she's the hand-picked biographer of George Soros. It's all public, right? It's all out there. That's what we're dealing with. And I've watched this every day, and when I haven't watched it live, I've watched the recordings. These are just it's just kabuki theater. It's a narrative that's being shaped by the government. I mean, all of these witnesses are basically given free rein to reshape history. And then when the other lawyers representing it, folks like us are given 5 minutes to examine or cross-examine, they ask to repeat the question. They can't remember. I think Lametti said yesterday that the text exchange between him and Marco was a joke about bringing in tanks. And Wog, to your point, I mean, it's classic. Don't look here, look there. They want us talking about the tanks that didn't arrive, right? Because all the other things that were happening behind the scenes are infinitely more damaging to the people affected. And more importantly, most people are going to think twice about protesting against the government going forward. That's all I got. Thoroughly frustrated.
Well, stay up, and if we have the smarty pants quick comments, it's it works, right? But it's not going to work if we got Americans in here like, I had no idea. Who is this lady? Like, no offense, Americanos, but you got to know what you're talking about here with this. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got another news story to pass on very quickly. A new group that I didn't know before is on Twitter. We Unify Canada. So they're a group in British Columbia, and one of their first tweets, or one of their tweets, is that they are going to host the British Columbia, I guess maybe Vancouver edition of Preston Manning's Citizens Inquiry. And I've enjoyed some of the aspects of the commission here, where good lawyers on our side have the right to cross-examine. And it's just, some of that's been wonderful. Maybe it's not been covered in the media. Yeah.
Bill, are they streaming this? Can we encourage them to get their tech game up, and then maybe we'll stream it next week? Can you figure that out? And
I imagine they have to. I mean, hopefully they would stream it.
Well, if they're not, then we have to get them aligned. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, it's not happening until the new year, 2023. So we got time to figure all that out. But you're right, because there is nothing like, that's what I'm trying to say in the tweet, is to have cross-examination by independent attorneys of expert witnesses, especially those expert witnesses not employed by the government. So also in British Columbia, right, something to focus on. In my tweet, I've tagged. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith, opposition leader here in Alberta, Rachel Notley, though I don't think she'll pay attention, but the new Premier of British Columbia, Dave Eby. Now, he has his own story and legacy to write, right? So maybe he'll take in a few of these considerations. We don't know. He's kind of an open book. You can always be hopeful. Anyway, so what did the tweet I sent was, okay, here's a screenshot of, it's from Substack. Anyway, I'll just read it really quickly. The vaccine-induced myocarditis seems to occur at a rate that far exceeds deaths and hospitalizations in healthy, natural, immunized men under 40. Johns Hopkins public health professor Marty Makary recently wrote in a tweet. So this is what this very credentialed fellow wrote. Last year, the New England Journal of Medicine described a 22-year-old that died from vaccine-induced myocarditis. And I've heard of many more cases. I have never heard of a young, healthy person with natural immunity dying from COVID. Our government doctors have not been honest about the risks and benefits in young, healthy people. So anyway, this is the stuff the Citizens Inquiry, I'm sure, will bring out under oath, under cross-examination. Anyway, I'll pass on the mic. Thanks again.
So just a quick room thing. No, and of course, I'm streaming this on the 5 platforms right back here into Twitter, Facebook, Rumble, YouTube, and Twitch. And normally I do that so that people can use whatever their preferred is. If everybody could do me a favor and preferably use Twitch today, if I get up to 50 followers on there and a lot more viewers, they might help boost it there on Twitch. And that'll get us more into like the younger demographic too. So if anybody who's watching today, if you can, yeah, preferably, and there's the chat there, and I'll participate in that chat. So anybody who wants to come in there and chat, Greywall Inc. came in there, and so yeah, preferably, and it looks like it's starting up again here soon, but of course, yeah. So if everybody could just do me that favor and prioritize Twitch for today and tomorrow, help us get boosted there.
Can you do Twitch on an Android phone, or what kind of platform do you need?
I think so. I think they have an app, but of course you can always watch it on the web app too. Like if you go onto the web with Twitch on your device, but I think they have an app too.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I think I have about 15 minutes left in the examination, so we may actually clock in on time.
It's great.
Minister Freeland, when we left off, the next topic that we planned on addressing was the issue of donations. And to do that, Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up ssm.can 403972? And to be clear, the issue that we're getting at here is whether donations are captured, small donors are captured by the measures that were enacted. And what we've heard in the evidence was that the position taken essentially by the RCMP was this is not who they were targeting. They were targeting influencers, they weren't targeting small donors. So this is a text exchange between, I believe, two of your staffers. Can you tell us who Alex Lawrence is there?
Yes, he's my director of communications.
Okay. So the comment made here, you can just scroll down a bit, Mr. Clerk, is Freeland highly skeptical of this, thinks that the banks will have frozen some smaller accounts and we just won't know. Is that an accurate depiction of your thinking around this at the time? Were you concerned that small donors?
It was the bank's fault, guys, even though she was the one telling them to do it.
Were being captured by these measures.
What I remember being concerned about, and again, this isn't something that I wrote, it's something that Alex wrote, so I can't speak to his specific conveying of what I said to him and what I was concerned about. But once we put the measures in place,
You probably should have Alex up here. He could probably answer questions since he is obviously the one doing the damn job.
Extraordinary action. The kind of thing that I hope only happens, once in a generation. And I knew that Canadians were very focused on what was happening and concerned about it. And it was very important for me, having taken this extraordinary step, to be as careful as possible in communicating what was happening.
Yeah, we saw how careful she
not
communicated, right? Just practically up there giggling.
And I didn't want to make a flat statement that no small donors have had their accounts frozen, although I very much hoped that was the case. I didn't want to make that categorical statement unless I knew for sure that was the case.
I wanted to terrify people, but I didn't want to.
I really did understand that we were, in terra incognita. And it was really important for us.
Oh, she's rolling out the Latin now, guys.
Everything we could to maintain public confidence of Canadians in their government, including the confidence of the Canadians who disagreed with us. Maybe most of all, the confidence of those Canadians. And so my skepticism was sort of about saying to my team, if I'm going to be in question period, if I'm going to be in a press conference, I only want to assert things that are absolutely true. And the position I didn't want to be in was to take this example of donations. I'm really glad that no small donors had their accounts frozen. That was a good outcome.
Untrue.
And the one that I hoped would be the case. But I also
I didn't want it to say it then, but I'm glad that that's what happened.
And
right?
what I didn't want to have happen was for me to go
She very much said that, yeah, people were having
categorically and reassuringly, don't worry. If you made a small donation, your account isn't going to be frozen. And then have someone show up and say, well, actually it was. Because
that's what she wanted.
It was. I know somebody.
She wanted to terrify people,
categorically
to make them scared.
Otherwise, then people who already had real doubts about our government would be feeling, wow, these guys are even lying to us. So that's where my skepticism came from.
You are.
Okay, so would it be fair to say then that perhaps the intention was not to capture small donations in the measures, but they weren't crafted in order to be able to avoid
she said
that
it. She
outcome
got up there
specifically,
and
therefore you couldn't guarantee
and giggled
that had happened.
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking Christ, she doesn't even know she was answering. She had to look at the paper, check. It's like, okay, I say yes to that.
Mr. Clerk, can you pull up ssm.nsc.can50404? You mentioned earlier, Mr. Freeland, that one of the issues or one of the concerns you were hearing from the banks was that they were being put in the middle of this and essentially having to do there's action having to be taken, having to be taken on their specific parts. As a corollary to that, I hope that's the right document.
A corollary.
If we go to the top of page
That's a
7,
new word, guys. We're coining all sorts of new words here in this commission.
So there's the banks
Invented
themselves,
on the
and then there's
spot.
the issue of the bank employees themselves.
I'm
So
sure
the
our
people
Ministry
who are
of Truth
working
will
and who
add it
now essentially
retroactively to
become
the
frontline
Dictionary of
officers in this
Canadian
particular
terms.
area. You voiced this at this is the minutes of the February 19th IRG. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance noted that in conversations with the banks, she is hearing concerns around the safety of bank employees, especially tellers who work at branches, who may be dealing with individuals who have had their accounts frozen. So what were you conveying there? What was the concern? What were you hearing?
I was concerned about bank tellers.
I'm concerned about people's safety.
They are vulnerable.
Oh,
they're
vulnerable.
frontline people.
Vulnerable frontline. Ooh, here's
they
a
don't
Bank
get paid
tellers.
that much money. They worked hard during COVID.
They worked hard, guys.
God.
It was important for me for them not
Bank
to be
tellers are the
exposed to
worst.
any danger in all of this. And actually, one of the motivations for crafting the measures the way we did was to protect them. And you'll remember in the document we looked at from that Sunday, February 13th, a concern one of the CEOs expressed is absent a clear government instruction to the banks would be held responsible. And that was not fair or appropriate. And I actually agreed with that. And my central concern was, that some
So
poor
the government
teller
is responsible then. So
not
the
get
banks,
yelled at
who's
and be held
responsible here for freezing
responsible,
people's accounts?
and even be in a dangerous situation. And so that was part of the thinking behind having these measures, to give the banks at all levels, including the tellers, the ability to say, this is the government's decision. It's not my decision. If you're angry at someone, be angry at Chrystia Freeland. Don't be angry.
Oh,
at
she's
me.
the
We
one taking
are.
responsibility,
That's
guys. It wasn't
appropriate.
her thing, but she's falling on the sword here, guys,
Do you
for
think that
everybody.
worked?
Because of course she
Yeah,
doesn't
I
want
think
blood
by
on
and
the
large it
face of a
did.
child.
Okay, the
not
next topic that
worried
I want to
of
ask you about
banks
is,
treating
as you know, the
employees like
commission, part of the
shit.
commission's mandate is
She's
to
worried
examine
because
the
then treating
the
the tellers
necessity
like
of the
shit.
measures that were taken and whether the measures that were decided upon and chosen by your government were the correct measures in the circumstances. So you've identified, and obviously identified at the time, choking off funding as an important part of how to bring an end to what was going on in Ottawa and across the country, funding of the convoys, the funding of the protesters. We know that.
She's got a very
but there were-
thoughtful look with her
there were
finger
a
over her
number of
mouth there,
actions
and
being
now she's like
taken
leaning on her
that
hand, right?
front by various actors. So in and around the time when the Emergencies Act was being considered by Cabinet, by the IRG, but by Cabinet, by the Prime Minister, a number of things had already taken place. So just to list some of them, GoFundMe obviously had shut down the the Convoys campaign on February 4th. TD had, and by the way, all of these are listed in the crowdfunding overview report that you referenced earlier that I can take no credit for, but the TD had frozen accounts on February 10th, I believe, and the Attorney General of Ontario had obtained a restraint
She was starting to
order,
smile, and then
and,
she
the
realized,
Mareva
and then
project-
made a
I'm
concerned
sorry,
look,
the Mareva injunction
knitting her brow
process was in
there.
play and was
She
eventually
has no
obtained on February
control over her
17th. So all
facial
this to say, there
motions.
were various measures being taken by others
Naughty
designed to
at
achieve
her
a similar end,
finest.
choking off the funding. And in light of that and knowledge of what was going on in that area, why did you conclude that it was still necessary for the government to do what it did with the economic measures?
It's a good question and something that we thought about a lot and we were constantly assessing. And so one of the things I think worth bearing in mind is, sitting here today, we kind of are judging a period of time that's frozen. Whereas as we were making the decisions in real time as things were evolving. It's a real difference in perspective. And I've been struck by it myself as I have reviewed documents to get ready for today. In that real-time process, I can't emphasize too much the extent to which our preference, everyone's preference, would have been for the actions to stop the blockades and occupation without
blockades and
the
occupation.
Emergencies Act needing to be invoked.
Not protests,
That was
blockades and
overwhelmingly
occupation.
what we would have preferred to do. It is a measure
The
of last resort.
reframing never
We
stops.
understood it to be a measure of last resort, and we would have preferred
Last resort,
not to have
guys,
needed
because
to
obviously,
resort to it.
talking to
So,
people was not a
on
possibility.
the financial side of things, we were constantly looking and seeing, okay, are the tools that are currently in place good enough, effective enough? And that was one reason, from my perspective, that I convened that call of the bank CEOs on February 13th.
It's funny that for the
And
previous
what
6
you'll
years,
see
they
in that
paid
call
no
that we've gone
attention
over
to
already
financial anything.
is they
But
were very
now,
clear
during
that
the
the measures were
blockades and
not
occupation,
enough.
the finance
And
is
there was
somehow,
one CEO there
top of
who
mind.
talked about how very specifically they had identified an account, they went to get the court order, but by the time they did, just 4 hours had passed and the money had moved. And that, it is certainly consistent with my understanding of the financial system as moving faster than the legal system can move. The other concern, which was also raised on that call, which I was very alive to, was the inappropriateness of putting the onus on the banks, including the tellers that we've spoken about.
Oh, see, we're protecting the
tellers.
The tellers, guys. Frontline workers, salt of the
that
earth, bank
this
tellers,
had
you
become a
guys.
very politicized space.
Bank tellers are probably the
And
most officious people on the planet.
they felt, and one of the CEOs said in that conversation on Sunday, we are being seen in taking this measure as having taken a political position. And I thought it was really legitimate for them to say, it's not our job to make a political judgment here. You are the elected government. It's your job. And it's your job to bear that responsibility.
So essentially,
I mean,
this
banking
is gonna
shouldn't
happen,
be
the
asking
government
anybody
should
to
own
make a
it, not the
political
banks.
decision around
Yeah.
banking.
Also on the topic of necessity then, there were a variety of measures enacted, some of which were barely even used.
The banks
So
begged us,
the
you
insurance
guys. They
provisions,
really
for
wanted it,
instance,
right? Because they were
are barely-
super
they're not used
concerned.
at all, I believe. The FinTrack and ended up seeing very few reports made. How would you say, in retrospect, those measures were necessary, given that they weren't even used?
In retrospect, I am glad that we put both of those measures in there. And I can explain each one if you'd like me to.
Please.
Please
so
don't.
on FinTrack, as
She
we
was coached
said
on this
we
very
would do
thoroughly, so
on
she's
February
eager.
14th, this was the case of this crisis causing us, to review our toolbox and kind of saying, okay, we're missing a screwdriver. And it turned out we couldn't, build the screwdriver in time.
What the fuck is
to
this
use it
analogy?
in this situation? But
The
we were missing a
screwdriver.
screwdriver.
You build a
screwdriver.
I think she wants a screwdriver. She's tired of her
She
water.
was happy hour.
We've
Yeah, exactly.
identified
These
a
analogies
gap.
remind me of the movie Tommy Boy.
And we did, in fact, go ahead and do that. So FinTrack now has those authorities, and that's a good thing. As
No, it's not.
it happened in this sort of fast-moving situation, the way FinTrack works means there was a lag time between those authorities being granted to FinTrack, not granted, being sort of put there in the measures, and that actually being actionable and meaningful in this specific case. I judge that to be a good thing because it meant that things came to an end quite quickly. But I also judge, as we judged at the time and as we said very openly to Canadians, and I don't think there's actually a lot of debate around this, that it's a good thing for FINTRAC to have this authority. So that's FINTRAC. And it was also appropriate, as was the case, that in the emergency measures, that specific extra power was limited just to the time of just to the actions in the measures. It wasn't a universal granting. We went back with regulatory changes to give that authority to FINTRAC in a permanent way. And I think Isabelle Jacques has explained that, you know, I guess theoretically a person could say, well, why not just take that regulatory action on February the 14th or February the 15th right away rather than put it in the emergency measures? And regulation just takes longer to fully develop and to do properly. But that was always the intention, and we did it, and I think that's good. On the insurance, from my perspective, it actually is good that we put it in place, and it's good that we didn't have to use it. You will have seen in some of the previous documents you've discussed with me, and in some of previous testimony, that a huge preoccupation was tow trucks. I think Canadians will not forget Premier Kenney's comments about tow trucks, for example. And it's something that I raised with Brian Deese. It was like this serious thing. You know, for lack of a tow truck, the economy was wrecked, right? For lack of a nail, the kingdom was lost. It was that kind of a situation. It all came down to lack of tow trucks. The insurance measure, I saw and I see as like a virtual tow truck. It was specifically designed to create an incentive for the trucks to move. And I think it did. And there was news reporting at the time that suggests that some people moved their trucks because they saw the insurance measure was there. We were very public about it being there, and that created an incentive to leave.
The force,
and that's
the force,
what we wanted to
not
have
incentive.
happen.
Force.
I see the fact that it didn't ever have to be used as a feature, not a bug. Again, from my perspective, the less action we had to actually take, the less we had to actually use these measures, the better. If the measures had been effective purely upon being announced, creating a deterrent and an incentive for people to leave, and if that had happened in 24 or 48 hours,
a chilling effect. That's the
and no
term that
accounts
she's
had been
trying to
frozen,
avoid here.
that would have
Is
been
a
a
chilling
wonderful
effect, so that
outcome.
people are terrified to
I think
participate
you've coined a phrase there.
in,
We've
you
been
know,
at this for 7
things
months,
that are
and virtual tow
disagreeable
truck
to the
is
government.
not an expression we've yet heard.
Absolutely.
Even she just,
Yeah,
a
100%.
virtual tow truck is
Yeah.
not an expression we've yet heard. Yeah,
substance
all
of what
sorts
you
of
were saying there.
new terms. here.
Would it be fair to say, or
Is blood on the face of a child
The
a virtual
emergency
tow
is-
truck? I
was
mean,
revoked
that's
within
the
about
real
a week
question
of
we
the
need to
declaration
solve
of
here.
emergency.
I
Did
think
it-
we need a nail and a screwdriver to
Did
figure it
end
out.
faster than you expected it to?
First, you got to build a screwdriver. Remember?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the worst
I
part of
don't think I
screwdrivers is
can
they always
answer
want
that
you to
question
build them, right? It's like
because
IKEA.
I don't think I had any precise expectation. In a situation like that,
It's like a canned can
I
opener.
think you have to just hope for the best and plan for the worst. And I think that's what we tried to do.
Almost done. There's a few texts I want to take you to now that consist of some discussions you had with various people after the act was invoked. So
I
the
think this
first one I
lawyer
wanna
is
pull
not
up
really
is
feeling very well today. She's looking more and more
SSM.can
haggard.
404352.
But she obviously wanted to participate today, probably for she's got a position change coming up here.
So this is a discussion you had with Perrin Beatty. Can you just explain for the Commission's benefit who Perrin Beatty is?
Okay, and maybe for my benefit, you can remind me what the date of this was, because I don't remember.
The 22nd of February.
Okay, thanks. Maybe you said that and I didn't.
No,
Sorry. So Perrin Beatty.
She's browbeating. It's like you didn't say that.
Oh
No. I'm sorry, I didn't. You're right. You're right.
He is a person.
Zinc, is this a
with
Crown
whom I
attorney?
have now
No,
worked
she's one of the
closely
commission
for a long time.
attorneys, technically.
During the NAFTA negotiations, also.
I looked up the one guy who people say I sounded like,
during the COVID
and it looks like he's
recession
like,
when we
yeah,
were
hired.
working
Like it's
on
like
our
these kind of like
economic
arbitration
response.
type things. So they're like,
He
it's a
was
special type of
particular-
law, I
he is
guess.
someone
These
who,
people do.
Whose collaboration I really value. Of course, because he represents the Chamber and Canadian small business, and that's an important constituency for the Department of Finance, obviously. But also because Perrin is a former Conservative cabinet minister. And
She
in
got
fact
a
is the guy
scratch
originally
her leg
responsible
there
for
or
the
something?
Emergencies Act. But in his capacity as sort of a former Conservative cabinet minister, I do think that where possible, it's really good for a Liberal government to try to have good relationships, good working conversations with former Conservative ministers, to understand that point of view, to,
Even
I
she's
fully
forgotten what the
understand that we're
fuck all this
talking
is.
now
Like,
about,
oh, see, it was,
a very
it
strong
wasn't just the
action we
liberals,
took,
right?
which
Even
was
conservatives were
polarizing
in
for the
on this.
country,
And they probably will, or
or
who knows.
which spoke to a time
But
of
yeah, to show
polarization in the country. But Perrin
across the aisle
specifically
this
for
was.
me is an example
The
of a person with
uniparty
whom
at its
I work hard
finest.
to
Yeah.
maintain a relationship.
All
because I think
338
where
members
we
of Parliament,
can
Canada.
have consensus in Canada, where we can work across partisan lines, and we can't always do that. But where we can, I think that's good for the country.
Okay, so let's see what Mr. Beatty wrote to you. So presumably you were texting him about the invocation of the act, and he writes, "Hi, Christia. Thanks for your note. While I'm still working my way through the implications, the financial aspects you announced seem to be the most significant additional measures that the government took under the act." And then he goes on and says, "I certainly hope that we'll see an early, non-violent end to the blockades, although I am worried as I know you are. There are also lots of long-term issues we need to consider once this is over, including whether we need to take other measures that could obviate the need to use the extraordinary powers in the Act in the future, and how to repair holes in our political system. I'm particularly concerned about the radicalization of people who would normally be law-abiding." Mr. Clerk, can you now pull up, again, it's in two
Oh, we're
separate
concerned about the
documents,
radicalization of
SSM.can 404351, please. So scrolling down until we get to where we were. There we go. I'm particularly concerned about the radicalization of people who would normally be law-abiding and focused on going about their daily lives, glad to talk at any time. So the first thing I want to ask you, Minister,
We're
is
afraid that people
would you
aren't too
agree that
scared
the-
right
Mr.
now.
Beatty says the most significant additional measures
The
taken by the
radicalization
government
of
were
people who
financial
lost
ones. Is
the
that an
ability to
observation you would
support
agree
their
with?
families.
What was that?
I think they were significant for sure, and effective. I'm not sure I would say they were the most significant, but I think for sure they were significant.
And the other question I want to ask is, Mr. Beatty raises the issue or the possibility of considering other measures that could be taken to obviate the need for the Emergencies Act. Do you have any comment on that aspect of his?
I think that's a question for Perrin.
Okay. fair enough. And perhaps even a question for the commission as we head into policy week next week.
He could, Perrin actually, I mean, quite seriously, I think Perrin Beatty would be a very good person to talk to about this.
Thank you. Okay.
He's very thoughtful and yeah.
Which is why you were approaching him about this and at this time. Okay, so I think that's probably enough of Mr. Beatty's observations. The other person, do you recall a phone call or a conversation with Brian Mulroney, former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, about this?
I did not recall it at the time, and sort of it didn't immediately come to mind. But having reviewed my own notes, I do see that I spoke to him.
Okay, so if I pull up the notes, will you recognize the,
yes.
the conversation? Okay, so it's ssm.can 408764. And the notation, I believe, is at page 37. There we go. So you'll have to forgive me if I butcher this in deciphering the handwriting, but Mulroney, you have conducted, I guess, yourself in such a way, and then flipping to the next page.
Jesus Christ, you guys should see her handwriting.
I brought it into law,
You have
so I am in
conduct.
favor of it. The thing in brackets protests are over.
Zink, you
and
know
it's
she
going
is a
down.
Harvard graduate.
I'm glad I brought. Yeah, I'm glad
that's
I.
in.
Like, this is the
I'm
kind of
glad I
thing
brought
that you
in that
expect, like, yeah, to be
legislation. So do you have
scrawled
any
by, like,
recollection of
somebody
this
like, you
conversation
know,
and why
like
you would have approached Mr.
Jeffrey
Mulroney about
Dahmer or something like it. It looks like a bizarre, like, murder note.
Being perfectly
She
honest,
she has a
my
master's in
recollection of the
Eastern European
conversation
literature from
is
Oxford.
really sparked and based
Famous author.
on having the notes. There was a lot going on. That's why I take notes. I do think, actually, that the conversation was mostly, or was a lot about Ukraine and Russia.
Oh, gotta hit that again.
And Prime Minister Mulroney was the Canadian Prime Minister who recognized Ukraine, and is very proud of that. It's an issue
Because his wife is Ukrainian.
that I talk with him about, and I have found him to be a really smart and wise advisor on it. So I do talk to him about that. And I do have a relationship with him dating back to the NAFTA negotiations, where he was a very good and helpful advisor to me and to the government.
So the date of that conversation is
Mulroney.
February 25th. So
Yeah.
that would probably go back to your point about there were a lot of things going on at that time.
Right, Russia invaded Ukraine on the 24th of February, and I think I can't, you know, I've sworn on the Bible, what I'm about to say, I can't swear 100%, but my recollection is that that conversation was actually chiefly about Ukraine and him giving me some advice, and specifically that he thought it was an important opportunity for Canada to play an important role in the world, and he wanted to encourage me and, you know, through me, our government, not to underestimate the impact that Canada could have and the seriousness of this.
So that brings me to the very last question I want to ask you, Minister, which is, this is something that's been touched on
Thank
already in
God.
the inquiry. We haven't really spoken about it yet today, but if you look at the Section 58 explanation, and I'm not going to pull it up because it's nothing specific, but in reporting to Parliament about why the Act was invoked, much of that explanation focuses on economic security and the threats to, as we've talked about today, Canada's economy that we're in. And this has been now the discussion for about 2 hours today. What is the link, as you see it, between the threat to economic security and the threat to a threat to national security? Because that link is not necessarily obvious in looking at legislation. And I'd really like to hear, we would really like to hear your perspective on that question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I say that really sincerely. I think that is a really important question, and a serious and challenging one. You know, people
And
could
I
write
keep
books
moving
about it.
up to it while I'm talking about
Maybe someone
serious
can write a
things.
PhD thesis about it one day.
Oh, her
but I will
PhD thesis,
try to
guys.
offer,
She's so educated. She's such a
two
mental
links that are
powerhouse.
central in
Even though
my
she
own
can't
thinking
recall shit
and
that she did,
were at the
you know,
time.
a few months ago.
The first is I really do believe our security as a country is built on our economic security. And if our economic
Oh
security
man.
is threatened, all of our security is
Duh.
threatened. And I think that's true for us as a country. And it's
See,
true
we on the
for
left, we care
individuals.
about, you know, the economy. We really
It's true
do.
for the people who work in a
Even they
Windsor
didn't care
car
for the
plant
6 years
and who,
prior. All they've
you
done
know,
is
in
spend money recklessly.
some dystopian counterfactual, let's imagine that we hadn't acted. Let's imagine that this had entirely spiraled out of control. Let's imagine that immediate trade in the car sector had been imperiled.
Let's
and that
imagine.
the
Let's
Americans
imagine.
just sort of said, you know what, we just can't do this building of cars together with you guys. You're too unreliable. So, you know, the people who would have lost their jobs there, the people in a steel mill in Hamilton who would lose their job as that relationship fell apart, the people in an aluminum smelter in Quebec.
Jesus Christ, they're doing the
For
whole
each
like
of
list,
those
you know.
people, having this all fall apart and the country's economy be profoundly undermined, that would undermine their security, and it would
She's
undermine
undermining it all by
our
But they
herself.
could
security
shut
as
down
a country.
all of the businesses the
And
first
if
year,
that seems
killing
too
small businesses in
abstract,
Canada,
I
but
think
thus
you're
undermining
seeing
the
it
economy.
today in the
My gross
geopolitical
revenue
space,
dropped by 50% in
where we're
2020,
actually
bitch.
seeing economic tools being weaponized in actual wars. I spoke yesterday
Oh,
with the
so
Prime
the
Minister
3
of
billion that
Ukraine,
you've given to
because we're
Zelensky.
issuing
Oh my God,
sovereignty
this
bonds.
is
It's a good thing
mind
that
numbing.
Canada is doing. It's good. But I spoke with him yesterday, and he was talking to me in the darkness because most of Ukraine's power and water had been taken out by Russian missiles.
He was
Now,
talking
I'm
to me
not
in the
saying that
darkness,
we're
guys.
talking about missiles with Canada,
G-
but I'm
global
saying that
welfare
a tool
queen
being
needs
used to
more
undermine
funds.
Ukraine is directly going at its economy. And we're seeing something similar happening in Europe, where energy supply to Europe, entirely an economic measure, is being used to undermine Europe's security. So I do think that an attack on or an undermining of a country's economy, that can fundamentally undermine that country's national security.
Talk to
There's a
Trudy. He's the
second
one doing
aspect
this.
which I was really worried about, which is maybe
So is it
less
Russia that wants
kind
carbon
of
taxes?
highfalutin and philosophical and more
Don't kid
human and
yourself. She's more in
specific.
charge than anybody
And what
realizes.
I was worried about was, you know, it can sound very abstract to say economic security can undermine national security, to say geoeconomics is a tool in geopolitics. But actually, that's not that complicated. And I think that while these illegal blockades and occupation were going on,
Even a child could understand.
actual ordinary Canadians who do not debate these concepts in their ordinary lives
What
were
the hell
feeling
is complicated
their
about that? What an
own
idiot.
security to be undermined,
Ordinary
and were
Canadian.
getting really angry. And one thing that I was worried about, I've mentioned that I was worried about in the ending of these blockades and occupation. I really didn't want
Blockades and
anyone who was part
occupation.
of the blockade and occupation to be
Blockades and
hurt.
occupation. Jesus
And
Christ. If
one
we did a
thing
drinking
that
game
was
for that,
very
we'd all
much
be
in
fucking
my
dead by
mind
now.
was the possibility of violent conflict between people doing the blockading and occupying and other Canadians who were very angry about it.
Oh.
I felt that Canada was sort of a powder keg and that you could have a violent
A
physical
powder keg. What a
confrontation
dick.
at any point.
Her and Trudy
I
are the
didn't visit
fuse
Windsor
to that
at the
powder
time,
keg. Like,
but I heard a
Okay,
lot
remember
of people
everyone,
saying,
Ottawa is
this
Canada.
could
The
really
rest of us,
get out of hand.
I don't know what we are.
And the people of
But Ottawa
Windsor,
is
they
Canada.
really understand how important
We're not
that
ordinary.
trade over the Ambassador Bridge is. And I did really fear you could have counter protests and a confrontation there, and that would have been terrible for the people involved and terrible for our
Counter protests?
And I was worried in Ottawa also.
Try to weaponize
And
Canadians
this is now
against
just very
each
sort of
other. That's funny.
personal eyewitness experience, but I don't normally have RCMP security, and I think that's a good thing. I think that says something good about Canada. But
please note how
the
much
RCMP,
I. Everything is
they
about
know
her.
what I'm doing every day, and it's their job to judge whether they think I need
so much of a
security
power
or not.
play that they
And I
don't
have
need
to say
an
to the RCMP
RCMP
officers who are here, who I recognize, they do a very good job of it,
today
of
in
making
Canada.
that judgment, I think. So a measure for me of how much Ottawa was a powder keg was the fact that I think from the end of January, the RCMP judged that I did need to have RCMP with me, just walking around.
Words
And
are
so I
violent.
didn't feel personally in danger because the RCMP were taking care of me. But I do remember one morning, and I'm
recognizes
sorry, I
her
didn't
privilege.
write it down in my notebook, so I can't tell you the date. But I remember one morning when I was walking from my hotel to my office. I walked past
Tears
a
coming.
parked truck, and there was a young woman walking there too. And the truck honked.
Tears on the
really
way.
loudly.
Stand by.
And she shouted something not very nice and made an obscene hand gesture. And
Oh my
the
God.
truck honked again really loudly.
She's making
And
this up.
I was really glad that I was there, and more importantly, that the RCMP was there.
Because
Because
trucks
I
are
thought
weapons.
this is exactly
Oh,
the
thank
kind
God.
of thing. Like,
Trucks are
imagine
weapons.
no one had been there. It was just this small young woman and this
Oh,
big
the
truck
small
and a
young
person
and
in
a
it.
big truck.
And she was mad. And I just thought, you know, there are dozens and dozens of these things
She
happening
was
every day.
mad.
And, you know, God forbid that one of them
Those
should
dirty, rotten
actually
truckers.
fall
God
into violence and
forbid
physical
there was
harm.
another honk.
So I was worried about that too. And that does speak to the economic challenge because
How does that speak to the
many,
economic
many
challenge
Canadians,
in
while this
any
was
way
happening,
whatsoever?
understood that this, for them, this threat to Canada's
Because that
economic
person's going to
security,
cancel their Disney
for many,
Plus.
many Canadians, it was a personal threat to them. And they felt that their government was not protecting them. And they were right. We weren't for a while.
For 2 years, the government
It was
didn't
a
protect
real
us.
danger,
It tried
I
to
think,
kill us.
that
Oh no, it was a real
that
danger. Big rig trucks honking.
totally understandable and reasonable feeling that my economic security is being undermined by these
Oh,
illegal
how she can
blockades and
conflate
occupation.
these two things,
My
that
government
weak ass
isn't taking care of
story,
me.
you
Maybe
know,
I have
and
to
the
take care of
economics
myself.
aspect.
And that would have been terrible had that
It's just
happened.
insane.
That's why we have a government.
Spent the first 10 minutes talking about
Commissioner, those are my
EVs.
questions.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay,
So
small
we're now
businesses in
we'll move
Canada,
to the
economic security.
cross-examination
Are you
portion.
kidding me?
First, I'd like to call on the convoy organizers.
She's saying that this person
first to go
didn't
ahead,
feel
please.
protected from the government. They needed to step up. They wanted to inoculate everybody with a frickin' poison, like with an experimental drug. And all those people didn't
Here
die.
comes Brendan Miller. Wow, this should be interesting.
Hello, my name is Brendan Miller, and I'm counsel to Freedom Corp, which is the representative of the protesters that were in your city at Ottawa in January and February 2022.
You shouldn't have said your
So,
city.
ma'am,
It's our fucking city.
I
It's our
understand
fucking
the
capital.
mandate regarding truckers that led to the protest. It came into effect on January 15th, 2022. Is that correct?
I don't recall the exact date, but I'm prepared to believe you are citing it correctly.
Here she
During
goes.
pandemic,
Watch the
from March
obfuscation.
20
Listen
through
for it.
January 15th, 2022, there was no such regulation, right?
Again, I'm don't recall the exact dates myself, but
Didn't have the mandate
we
and then
didn't
it
have
came
the
into
mandate
force.
and then it came
Just so
into
the folks,
force.
just so the folks at home understand, a regulation is a different type of law. It's passed by the executive branch alone, not by all of Parliament, right? Like the Emergencies Act.
There is absolutely a distinction between
government
things a government can do by regulation and things it can
Right.
only do by legislation.
And so, would you agree with me that, given that during the throes of the pandemic, from March 2020 through to January 15th, 2022, and we had no regulation, you didn't need one?
You lost her, Brandon. Sorry.
I believe
Boom.
that taken as a whole, the public health measures that Canada put in place were very, very
I understand
important
health.
in
I understand
protecting the
that,
health
but
and
I'm
safety
just
of
gonna-
Canadians.
we
He's
have
having
so
none
much
of her
time, so I'm gonna cut
bullshit
you off
today.
there, and you'd agree with me that given that there was no regulation in place from March 2020 through January 15th, 2022, during the throes of the pandemic, there was no reason to pass one on January 15th, 2022, was there? There was no health risk.
Well, time to get serious.
No, I'm afraid I don't agree. In January, we had an Omicron wave. We were still fighting COVID.
An
and
Omicron
there
wave,
was
guys. A cold.
real value in
Real
encouraging as
value.
many Canadians as possible to get
She
vaccinated.
minimized
So the
Omicron
purpose was
in
to
her
encourage
statement.
Canadians to get vaccinated, to compel them to get vaccinated. Is that fair?
That's right.
All right, so that was the purpose of the regulation. That was the true purpose. It wasn't to keep people safe, it was to get them vaccinated.
I believe then,
I
and I
believe.
believe now
I believe.
that creating strong incentives for Canadians to be vaccinated protected the health of
Okay.
vaccinated Canadians and protected the health
Strong
of our country
coercion.
overall.
Okay, so from March 2020 to January 15th, 2022, did you fail to protect Canadians by not having that regulation?
Let me start with one aspect of that timeline, which is obviously when COVID first hit us, vaccines didn't exist. And then even when vaccines arrived, it took time for them to be distributed. So of course, vaccine mandates
Trying to run out
couldn't
the
be put
clock.
in place before vaccines existed or were made available.
So, and of course, the government, you ended up creating a vaccine compensation fund in December of 2020. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Right. And you're aware that Quebec had a vaccine compensation fund and it was the only province that actually had one prior to that?
I am prepared to accept that that's the case. I can't recall specifically.
And can you agree with me that the United States has a federal vaccine compensation fund?
Again, I'm
a long time.
prepared to accept that that's the case.
So from 1867, when Canada was founded, up until December of 2020, Canada had no federal vaccine compensation fund. Can you agree with that?
Again, I'm not an expert in the history of vaccine compensation funds in
Right.
Canada.
But you can agree the first compensation fund in Canada for vaccines came about only because of the COVID vaccines, correct?
Again, I'm really not an expert in vaccine compensation
Oh,
funds.
come
If-
on.
if the
It's such a
direction of the
straightforward question.
is
Like,
to suggest that the COVID vaccines are more dangerous in some way than previous
Canada?
vaccines we've used
Wow.
in Canada. I'll say one, I'm not a health expert,
I understand.
but I believe very much in really the advice, the effectiveness, the thoroughness of Health Canada.
Okay.
They're very good at
It's all
judging
Dr.
safety of
Tam's
vaccines.
fault.
And I will say,
I-
I have been vaccinated 4 times. My children have
I
been
understand,
vaccinated.
ma'am, I don't need to know that, but.
But
I
it does
don't-
speak. It does speak to my confidence in the vaccines.
I
If I've
understand.
had
I
my
don't-
children vaccinated, it speaks
Oh,
to
I
my
my
belief
my
that they're safe.
children.
Stop talking at the clock and let me ask my questions, okay? So.
Well, it's a bit of a trade-off. You make a statement and you say, do you agree? And she qualifies the answer. That's appropriate.
Okay, so, ma'am, if that's the case, then did Health Canada advise you to enact this regulation?
The mandate.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not the
Can you
health
get the
minister,
lid off
and
the water
I'm
there?
not going to speak to specific moments that we had advice.
Okay.
But what I will say is we were very careful and thoughtful.
He's not
throughout
even looking at
COVID
her, guys.
in the public health measures that
No
we
eye
put in
contact
place
at all.
and acted based on advice of PHAC.
Right, and so that mandate was only in place until June of 2022, right?
Again, I can't recall the specific dates, but I'm prepared to accept what you're saying.
We're going to move on into just another area. I take it you know who Tamara Leach is, right?
I don't know her personally, but I have read about her.
Yeah, and you know who Chris Barber is?
Again, I don't know him personally, but I've read about him.
Yeah, and you know who Tom Marazzo is, right?
Can you say the third name?
Tom Marazzo, the gentleman over there?
I can't say that I know as much about him or I've heard as much about him.
And what about Danny Bulford? You know who he is, correct?
What was that final last name?
Danny Bulford, he used to be with the
Pretending to
security
take
team for
notes.
the RCMP with the Prime Minister.
I'm afraid I'm not so familiar with that final name.
So
Tamara Leach and Chris Barber I've heard of, yes.
And when you were making your decision with respect to invoking the Emergencies Act, you'd already heard about Tamara Leach and Chris Barber.
I had heard of their names, yes.
Yeah, and there's some discussions about them in some of the records. There was issues. You knew who they were.
I had read their names in the media.
Yeah, and you knew about that before you invoked the Emergencies Act.
The taxpayer-funded
Again,
media.
I can't say 100% not having reviewed what I read, but my recollection is they were reasonably prominent, and so I think it's reasonable to think that I would have read their names.
And of course, you know Tamara Leach, she's a Canadian.
Again, I haven't familiarized myself with her
So
biography.
you gotta be prominent to take notice, right?
She's from
You have to be
Alberta.
prominent.
Where you're from?
I really haven't studied about her before coming here. I want to be careful that I say things I know for sure are true. I am certainly Canadian, and I'm born in Peace River, Alberta.
Okay. Is Tamara Leach a terrorist?
In terms of designating who is a terrorist and who isn't, that is not my job as Minister of Finance or Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay.
We have authorities whose job is to do that.
Right. And so it's not your authority to designate Tamara Leach, Chris Barber, Tom Marazzo, or Danny Bulford terrorists. That's somebody else has to do that.
Yes, we have intelligence services, we have enforcement agencies whose job is to determine who is a terrorist, and
Okay,
that's
so
entirely appropriate. It's,
Can I bring up
can I say
document-
one thing about
Yeah,
that?
just a second. If I can bring up document ssm.0008764_rel.
She's grimacing and sipping on water.
And you can, while he's pulling that up, if you want to add to your answer.
Looks really distressed and afraid.
Okay, if we can scroll down to page, I believe this is a note with Dave. What page? 12? Page 12, please. And this is a note that I understand you wrote with Dave from CSIS. That's 11. And this is a meeting with Dave from CSIS. And if you scroll down, keep going.
Holy shit, that's her writing?
Okay. And
Yeah,
there
no,
you
it's
say
completely
you need
insane.
to designate the group as terrorists. So
That's our finance minister, guys. Check out that writing.
but it's not your job, but you wanted to designate them as terrorists, right?
So that handwritten note in my notebook, I
Boom.
can assure you that was not a meeting with the director of CSIS, with whom I didn't have a meeting.
It says, okay, it's with David Vignon from CSIS.
It doesn't say that. It says it's with a gentleman called Dave.
Which Dave?
That meeting, that is not an account of
Which
a
Dave?
meeting with Dave Vigneault because I didn't have
Dave
a meeting
which Dave is in
with
those
the
notes?
CSIS
ma'am?
director.
Which Dave is in those notes? What's Dave's last name?
I need to see my whole notebook that you're referring to, but I can tell you
It
for
only says
certain.
Dave.
I can tell you for certain that I did not have a meeting during this time with the CSIS director.
Okay, so
I can exclude that 100%.
I'm just going to, this isn't a document, I don't need to bring it up, but you stayed in the House, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite has just used the bad apple excuse. She has excused the desecration of the national. Yes?
Something that the Deputy Prime Minister said in the House.
Yeah.
There's an objection there for parliamentary privilege.
This is a parliamentary commission. There is no parliamentary privilege.
It does exist. Parliamentary privilege does
absolutely,
exist.
But it does exist, but because this is a report to Parliament pursuant to the case I gave you earlier, McIver, it doesn't apply. You can actually ask all of it because we're carrying out a parliamentary function and there's no liability here. It's just a report to Parliament, and the Federal Court of Appeal has agreed.
I'm not aware of that.
I gave you the McIver case quite a while ago when we talked about the objections, and I think, yeah, it's there.
Well, it has that he's referring to, so that we know what he's talking about, so we can understand the parliamentary.
This is just a statement from the Deputy Prime Minister in the House, and Mr. Speaker, the members opposite have. This is what it says. Use just the bad apples excuse. She has excused the declaration.
I think we're going to have to sort this out, because I don't think at this stage, and I apologize, I'm not as
This is a
familiar with
fucking
you
public
as
statement.
you
Repeat
are
something
about
that's on
that
public
case, and
record already.
clearly the Crown is not either, the government, so I think we're going to have to find that. So
Freeland just did a
hold
shot
that
of some kind.
Okay, I'll come back to
question.
it. But you do recall, ma'am, that you had expressed concerns publicly with respect to desecration to national monuments. Is that fair?
I'm going to
Ottawa?
need advice from my counsel on whether things I said in Parliament I should be speaking about.
Okay,
I'm
so
not
here, I'll
an
I'll move
expert
on.
here,
It's okay. So one of the things that happened during the protest in Ottawa dealt with the national monument, the Terry Fox statue. Do you remember reading about that?
I do, yes, I do remember the Terry Fox statue. I remember discussing it with my children.
Yeah,
Who were
and-
very upset.
Yeah, and there was, and that
Her
Terry
children
Fox
were very
statue,
upset
they
about it,
put
guys.
a hat on Terry Fox's
Aw.
head and then put a flag in his arm, and then there was a mandate freedom sign on it.
I don't remember specifically how the Terry Fox statue was
Yeah.
implicated in this, but I do remember reading about it, and I remember
talking to
I
her
remember
children
it specifically
about it.
because my children were aware of it and
Her
upset.
children were
Right,
very
and
upset
so
that Terry
I
Fox's
went
statue
online
had a
and I just
Canadian
looked at
flag.
how many times someone's done that to that statue, and it seems to be hundreds. So I'm just going to put this one to you. If someone puts an LGBTQ flag on the Terry Fox statue and flowers in the statue, is that a desecration?
I am not going to go into, I really don't think it's my job or helpful for Canadians for me to go into a discussion of what is okay and not okay
But
to
you've
do
said
with
it
the
was a
Terry Fox
desecration
statue.
when you've called it a desecration in public. That was what you're referring to, based on what was put on the statute. So is it fair to say that it's only a desecration to you if you don't agree with the message?
Wow.
Again, you've made a couple of leaps beyond anything that I've said.
That's okay, it's the public record. With respects to, you had said you had concerns for violent actions and interactions with respect to protesters, and I take it that was nationally? You had concerns nationally? Or was it just Ottawa?
I described in my testimony a moment ago 2 specific areas where I had concern. I was worried about the potential for conflict between angry people in Ottawa and the occupation. Can I finish the answer? Because I have something to add. And as I said in my earlier testimony, and I believe the mayor of Windsor shared this concern, I was concerned about the possibility of that kind of a conflict in Windsor. And I was concerned about the situation in Coutts,
Okay.
which we heard about at the IRG
Right.
on this Saturday.
Okay, so, but with respect to the interaction with protesters, I don't know if you heard the testimony of the mayor there, but he said that 75% of his small town supported the blockades and that many of the properties have
Shot
Trudeau
number
flags
two.
all over them. So you wouldn't have concern with that?
Oh, she finished
specific
it off there.
protest, would you?
My reference to Coots just now was very specific. At the IRG on Saturday, the 12th
Speaking
of
at half
February,
speed.
the RCMP commissioner raised with us the possibility that there were weapons there. And
Right.
that was a source of great concern.
Right, and so you can agree that police investigate weapons offenses all over the country every day.
Again, I'm not a police expert, but that seems like a reasonable common sense observation.
So simply because the police know a weapon is somewhere, you can agree with me it's not a national emergency.
The concern about a single weapon somewhere in Canada, and as you say, I think that one weapon being investigated somewhere in Canada, if that were to happen today, certainly.
Right, and you had testified earlier about what you viewed as, ensuring that we as Canadians have a good international reputation so that people come to our country and want to do business with us. Is that fair?
Yes, that's something I was very concerned about.
Okay, and I take it when you consider those sort of things, you look at various reports, and I'm sure you look at various indexes, and I'm sure you look at the Transparency International Index. Is that fair?
I am familiar with the Transparency International Index, but I haven't looked at it recently.
Okay, well, since 2019, we've began to fall. All right? And we have now come down out of the top 10, and it continues to decline. So can you agree with me that Canada not being transparent hurts our relationship internationally?
I have to say that I disagree with the premise of the question. I think Canada is a very transparent democracy. And in fact, the commission that we're part of right now is a part of Canadian transparency.
Right,
That's why
with
it's
most
important.
of the
And on that
documents
point, if I told you
redacted.
that there is a whole bunch of unlawfully redacted documents that we've been fighting over and we're waiting for an order just to get them today.
Boom.
And we
Don't
haven't
worry,
had
he's
them for
got
this
you
whole
covered.
proceeding.
He's got you covered.
Do you think that's transparent?
Again, and with apologies, I can't agree with the premise of the question. I think that, but what I can say is, I think that the fact that this commission exists, that these hearings are being held, that they're public, is really important for Canada and is a measure of Canadian transparency.
Right. And one of your concerns, of course, with transparency and our reputation was that you would want your government to be as transparent as possible, right?
Again, here, I do believe that transparency and accountability are important, but I also recognize that cabinet confidentiality in many issues needs to be preserved
There
for
it
a
is.
reason. And, there are areas where transparency is not appropriate, and I recognize that as well.
Okay. Can you agree with me if, anytime it comes out that the Canadian government has misled Canadians on something, it really hurts our international reputation, doesn't it?
I think that the Canadian government should always seek not to mislead Canadians.
Right.
First and foremost, because that's wrong, and that is not the way we should treat Canadians.
And in the many statements that have been said by all the politicians in this matter, one of the main things they talked about, and Justin Trudeau did particularly on the following the first weekend of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, was these horrible, horrible, the Nazi flag and all those things that people saw in Ottawa? You heard him say that?
Again, I have to say, prior to coming here, I have not specifically reviewed specific statements of the Prime Minister. If you want to point to a specific one,
Yeah.
maybe we could discuss it.
You'd agree if it turned out those flags were linked to your government. That would look really bad for our international reputation, wouldn't it?
He walked away from. He asked a question with his laptop and arm and walked away.
Okay, next, if I could call on the CCLA, please.
He was on his game today, guys. That's the
Brandon's
best.
He should have slapped the mic to get the mic drop sound effect.
That was a boss move. He walked away after he said that.
That was outstanding.
Good afternoon, Minister Freeland. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Minister Freeland, I'd like to start off with going back to your testimony in chief with respect to the Ambassador Bridge. If I understand your testimony correctly, you stated that the blockage of the Ambassador Bridge escalated matters in your mind significantly. That's fair?
So first of all, good afternoon, Ms. Krajewska. Nice.
Make
well,
sure that, yeah,
maybe I
put
shouldn't
that
say
accent
nice.
on there.
Maybe you can tell me that later.
Yeah, but
like,
good
she don't
afternoon,
care.
and I will try to answer your questions. And I think when you say testimony, you're referring to the
Your
2
exchange
hours
with Ms.
this morning.
Chowdhury.
So, try to be precise, yes, as finance minister, in my judgment around the economic impact of the illegal blockades and
Illegal
occupation,
blockades and occupation.
certainly the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge was a very significant escalation.
She's such a sycophant.
And
Disgusting.
precisely the words you just used now, it was at least at that point, if not earlier, that to your mind, the blockades and the demonstrations became illegal.
No, I don't think I want to be so precise about that. What I am very clear about is the blockade of the bridge made this a real economic crisis for Canada. And that was a moment when, as finance minister, I really had to figure out a way to stop the harm to Canada from getting worse and from really snowballing and irreparably damaging our country.
And you said because it had potentially exponential harm to the Canadian economy.
Yes, that I mean, I wasn't taking notes of what I said, but I believe that.
Yes. And that's when you started looking at the Bank Act and the PCLMFTA as potential, using the measures under that legislation to stop those demonstrations.
Again, here, let me be sort of very precise about my state of mind.
She wanted to say, let me be clear, but she stopped
From my
herself.
perspective, we had a number of different, but certainly inspired by one another, occupations and blockades across the country. There was the occupation of Ottawa, and I can't tell you the chronology of them. I'm sure you're familiar with them. But so there was the occupation of Ottawa. There was Coutts. There was Emerson. In terms of economic impact, the Ambassador Bridge was the most significant. There was also, I believe, Sarnia, Niagara, and Surrey. So from my perspective, what was happening was this kind of metastasizing whack-a-mole copycat events around the country. And some of them had a greater specific economic impact than others. The Ambassador Bridge sort of stepped up the impact, but it was not the case, in my view, that this was just the Ambassador Bridge.
And I didn't, that was not the purpose of my question, that
Okay.
it was only about the Ambassador Bridge. I understand your evidence that the blockades generally had a significant economic impact on Canada that you were concerned about. That's fair.
Again, can I say yes and offer an explanation?
I'm not trying to make this controversial or to trap you.
Well, no,
I'm just trying to establish this to move on to my next point.
Okay, well, I would just say you are a lawyer, so a person does have to be careful.
Yeah.
And I say that with the
A
greatest
liar and a
respect for
criminal
all the
has to
lawyers
be
who are here.
careful.
But look, the point that I just want to be clear about, and I do think that there has been in some of the public thinking about this a lack of clarity, is from my perspective, one way that you could look at the economic harm.
The public has a
was
lack
what
of clarity,
happens
right?
every
Coming from a
day
woman who can't remember
arithmetically and just
anything.
add it up. From my perspective, that grossly understates the potential economic harm that was being done. Because what I was really worried about was that
Running
as
out the
this
clock.
goes on, every single hour, more
That's all right. We
damage
don't
is
like this
done
lawyer anyway.
to American confidence in us as a trading partner, and more damage is done to us as an investment destination. Witness the Banana Republic comment.
Right, and exactly. So you were concerned that this economic disruption was painting Canada as politically unstable, not a place that is safe to invest for, and potentially a Banana Republic, which by definition is an unstable country. That's
I mean,
fair.
Banana Republic wasn't my term, but it
No,
was a
it's
term
not.
that had an impact on me for sure.
Okay. Now, Minister Phelan, you can appreciate that from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, our concern is that the Emergencies Act should not be used to quash political dissent. You understand that.
I totally do. And if I can be personal for one moment, in my life as a person and a writer and an elected politician, I would always prefer for myself to be on the same side as the Civil Liberties Association. That these are values I hold very
She's
dear.
delusional.
And so I understand
Narcissist alert.
The urgency with which you champion them.
Right. So I think you would also agree that the Emergencies Act should not be used because demonstrators are disagreeing with government policy. I think that's a very low threshold here that I'm putting to you.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that.
And I think you also know in your life, both as a journalist and as a minister, that on occasion, the right to freedom of assembly and freedom of expression includes actions that are of civil disobedience.
I do recognize that that sometimes happens. And I also recognize that laws are enforced against people committing acts of civil disobedience. People can believe in something and can bravely commit those acts and pay the price of the legal penalty.
And exactly. And civil disobedience will on occasion also involve serious economic disruption. And I'll give you a few examples. A general strike is a form of civil disobedience that causes economic disruption. You'd agree with that?
If the tendency of these questions is to equate the economic harm that was being done to Canada and that would have risen had these illegal occupations and blockades continued with the harm done by a general strike, then I strongly disagree.
Okay. And sometimes blockades by Indigenous people cause economic harm, correct?
They do.
And sometimes occupations like Occupy Wall Street or Occupy Toronto may cause economic harm.
Certainly, but the economic harm, to take those two specific instances, very, very limited actually compared to the damage being done to Canada. And if I may, had what was
What?
happening in Canada being about, I don't know, the field behind the National Art Gallery being occupied for a long time, and maybe some
We didn't
comparable
build a
public park
pipeline
in Windsor
because of
being
those
occupied, and
protests.
so on across the country. That would have been entirely legitimate protest, but that wasn't what was happening.
Okay, maybe I can take you to an example closer to home. For me, when Solidarity had a general strike in Poland and blocked the ports, Western democracies applauded that action. That was economic disruption was viewed as a legitimate form of political protest at that time.
I'm going to allow myself one personal comment, which is I did make a bet with myself that you and I would end up talking about Solidarność.
Yeah, coming from the Eastern Bloc, it was going to happen.
Yeah, I am aware of that. And I don't think you'll be surprised to think that I thought about that at the time. And more recently and more specifically, I thought about the Maidan in Ukraine. And
Fucking
when we
shit.
took this
Who cares?
action.
Channel Nobody
Ukraine.
And
You mean the
Let me
State
talk
Depart
about a
U.S.
few
State Department backed
and
false
the
flag?
main one is this. Solidarność, as you know very well, was a protest against a government that was illegitimate. That was where
Exactly
from
the
whence
same.
it drew its power and legitimacy. This was people rising up against an authoritarian, and I would even say in the case of Poland, colonial
Bingo.
regime. In Canada, what happened was a democratically elected government that was
He's an
actually
idiot to put all this on the record.
acting on policies that we had campaigned on just that summer. So it was a fresh democratic mandate. There was no lack of transparency with the people of Canada.
Yeah, we had the
And
mandate, guys.
people
mandate.
who disagreed with those policies were holding the country's economy hostage.
Okay, Ms.
And
Fair,
that was not appropriate.
I do want to raise a concern. I'm assuming you're not saying that democracy only operates at the time of casting our ballot. Obviously, I think you acknowledge that we are able to protest in between those times. So even after you were democratically elected, people could protest your government's policies, correct?
100%. And I am in no way suggesting that the act of protest is anti-democratic. On the contrary.
But you're calling it
The
illegal,
right
though.
to protest, I think it's a feature, not a bug of democracy. But
Feature
what I
and a
was
bug.
saying, which I believe very strongly, is there is a big difference between acts of popular resistance and even revolution against an authoritarian regime and protest in a democracy.
And Minister Phelan, I'd like to just take you to, you started your comments this morning as well with the bigger geopolitical issues here between President Putin trying to demonstrate that his way of dictatorships is preferable to Western democracies. And one, I think you can appreciate that there have been countries in the world that have said, you should invest in us because we are politically stable. We do not have general strikes. We do not tolerate dissent. And I want to end on this. Surely you agree that in Canada, which is a democracy, the right to protest, the right to demonstration must be sedulously protected, and that economic security does not trump those rights.
So many things packed in there.
I know, I'm running out of time, so it's all going
Not
in.
really.
So many things
It's a
packed in
binary
there.
question.
And many of them I agree with. I have reported on a lot of authoritarian regimes that spoke about their stability as something that should be attractive to investors. And clearly, I strongly disagree with that argument. My concern when it came to the economic security of Canada was about
The people.
our ability not to not have political debate. Political debate is a sign of a healthy society. You know,
And
the
Powers is
fact we're
very
having this
good.
commission, that's a healthy democracy. The fact that in question period we yell at each other, I really don't like it, but it's a sign of a healthy democracy. What was
I don't
the
like it because I'm
undermining of
virtuous.
Canada's economic security sufficiently dangerously that I believe we needed to act and it was the right thing to do was that our trade was being stopped and was being seriously blocked. And I was very worried that that was handing arguments to US protectionists who were already on the move, and that had that relationship been seriously damaged, that would really hurt Canada.
And Minister, to my last point, you mentioned at some point that it would have been one thing for the protesters to stand with a placard at the War Museum and protest. You mentioned that today in testimony with me.
I didn't say War Museum and I didn't say placard.
Sorry,
but the basic idea, I think we're in the same
I'm sorry,
zone.
I'm thinking of a different Ottawa monument. But you agree that public assembly and the right to protest goes beyond simply me standing on a green lawn in front of a government building, that it does encompass more than that, and that Canada should protect that to be a vibrant democracy.
I, am not going to right now try to define with you specifically, what is, give examples of protests. But what I will say, and I really agree with, and I think one of the lines that very much in my mind in this decision is I do agree with you that in a democracy, the right to protest is important and has to be protected. And yeah, that's such an obvious statement, and I agree with that. And I agree, so since it's obvious, I'll say it and I won't gild the lily.
She realized
Thank you,
her
Minister.
arguments
Thank you for
against
sure.
it would have sounded
we have
so
5
poor.
minutes
Don't you think,
left.
Zink?
I
She
don't
edited
know if,
herself along the way.
The Canadian Constitution
I know, she just
Foundation
rambled.
wants to start, or
She kept backing out.
Lunch, but I'm in your
She's
hands.
pointing to her ear. Does she have an
it's,
earpiece in?
I don't know. I think we'll adjourn for lunch. How's that?
Okay, great. Thank you.
And we'll come back then at 2 o'clock.
The commission is in recess until 2 o'clock.
She just leaned back in her chair and smiled.
I think she's
Take a
got
sigh
an
of relief,
earpiece
if
in.
anything.
She's definitely got something in her ear, and she was patting it like it was weird.
Well,
No, the person that was supposed to go on, I think she's
Tab, we can't hear you, man. You're adjusting your phone volume or something.
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
A little better. There's a lot of crackling and stuff.
Okay, somebody else talk.
No, you're good now. You're probably just adjusting your headset or something.
Oh.
No, you're good now, yeah.
Okay, I think the person that was supposed to go next is on video call, so she couldn't hear them.
I did wonder if anybody being questioned did have an earpiece and was being fed answers or information. I mean, that technology exists, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's just her earpiece for the call.
No, it makes total sense. It's why she has a pause almost through every word. She is. I would not doubt this
Oh, you think she
100%.
is? Yeah.
Yep, she's pausing. Do you like with um every word she's waiting. She's
Especially
waiting.
when she's asked a question. She takes a really long pause then because she has to think about it, i.e., listen to the earpiece. I think it's very likely. You see that a lot in the States. She's obsessed with the States. And I think she's obsessed with the idea that people don't like her. She freezes everything in herself. It's really bizarre. It's very, we're totalitarian and we are a banana republic. And it's hilarious because she's getting called out.
Did anybody notice the twitching? I was so compelled to call my sister because her and I discuss this often, but she had a couple twitch moments. We've seen this in the past but it stopped. I noticed she began and then it stopped. Anybody notice?
Yeah, right in the beginning, I did see a few twitching happening. But it did stop. She did. I'm curious if we could get a zoom in on what that little bottle contained there. There was some labeling on it, so.
It's probably one of those shots that you get at health stores, right? It's energy booster or something, presumably.
I think Starbucks has these little shots as well.
So in her testimony, she was at the near the beginning, she was saying how focused she was on the Ukraine, like back in late January, and watching that intently. So I went back in my Rumble or my Telegram feed on a fellow that I follow, and he was following that. Like he posts things daily. And I wrote a few things down. January 27th, so that was the day before they arrived in Ottawa. U.S. and Germany warning Russia, and they that day they threatened to disrupt Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline if Russia invades. February 5th, Russia is accelerating preparation for an invasion, so the invasion hadn't started. February 10th, U.S. tells citizens to leave. February 11th, there's a list of other countries encouraging citizens to leave. February 14th, still no invasion. February 16th, still no invasion, but Russia is certainly moving things to, in. They're certainly moving in. Several meetings that Putin has between him and Macaroon. And so anyways, why is she so freaking focused on that at that particular time? And why is that her role or her job to be so focused on that? Like that. Meanwhile, you've got Canadians that are voicing their frustration with the Liberal Party and their policies, and they refuse to deal with it, except with as a parent with a heavy stick. Anyways, I just was kind of thinking, well, when did Russia, when did it really start? So it was after, it didn't really start until after the EA was implemented. Anyways, I just thought that was some interesting information to refresh our memories.
Wow, that was awesome. Thank you.
Are we all a little bit stunned? Like, I'm not sure where to start with all of this. This room, you would think that people would be clamoring to respond, but I think I'm a bit dumbfounded by how obfuscating she was, and I can now I'm starting to speak like her.
I think that's the tactic, right? I mean, she clearly is being very careful with how she says things, and that word salad that we often reference, that is the point. It takes agency away from the person doing the questioning. It's almost an anti-interrogation technique. You know how, like, when people are being interrogated, they train spies to, like, tap on the table or something like that, because it breaks the questioner's train of thought, and it just throws off the rhythm of the questioning, right? So I
Freeland is doing that, and that's why she takes those long pauses in the answers. I mean, I don't think that she is, being fed what to say. I think she's intentionally just trying to break the attorney's rhythm in questioning. So it just throws things off. And it also it runs out the clock, so they can't ask as many questions, because if you think about it, they have to establish certain things first. So they establish what Freeland considers true, or I mean, this could apply to any type of questioning or interrogation. Uh, it's you establish what the person believes is true as fact, and then you move into your other questions, just to see, what they're actually thinking. So it's absolutely intentional that Freeland is taking these long pauses, is going into her own explanations, because it throws off the pace of the questioning.
Absolutely. And I think Brendan knew he was up against that. He made eye contact with her for maybe 2 minutes out of his presentation. He purposely was looking down the entire time, and I can see that was a strategy for him not to allow that agency, not to be hypnotized and fall into that. There is a kind of hypnosis that happens with people speaking that way.
Absolutely. He did a great job today. It was fantastic. Uh, the thing with the Rouleau, though, it seems like he doesn't like that Brendan very much, or, he's just not willing to give him any kind of latitude, even though he's asking very, very direct questions that are not that hard to answer.
Well, he
So,
pushed back when he asked her, "Don't run out the clock," which is, I've been waiting for counsel to ask this of all the guests for the entire commission, and he finally did it, and he was smacked down because of it.
yeah, yeah. I mean, so last night in a space we were actually talking about, I think it was the day 29 of the Public Order Emergency Commission space that Zinc had going yesterday. We were actually talking about that last night. So yeah, it's about Rouleau and whether he is actually impartial, and whether judges, their political affiliations matter in the context of the courtroom. And there was somebody that was a lawyer in the space, and they were saying, oh, the political aspect doesn't come into the courtroom. Nobody thinks about that, which is how it should be. But I mean, this is clearly political. This guy, is a liberal supporter, Rouleau, that is. So yeah, I think he is concerned about his legacy to some degree, and Zink was talking about this last night as
Hey,
well.
Esme, I had a question as a storyteller. What was your read on her constructing a narrative? And if you might not be able to speak now, which I understand, but her ability to construct a narrative from the beginning, talking about EV vehicles and just that the construction of the story that they've obviously been working on for a very long time, and her ability to actually tell a story. Did you have any thoughts on that, or anyone else for that matter?
Oh, hey, hi. Yeah, I can talk, but I had been coming in and out for her entire testimony because I was taking calls and stuff like that. But in terms of a storyteller, well, you can look at the content of the stories that she's telling. But first and foremost, as you and I both know, G, in the media, number one is likability. Like if the person telling the story, it could be like an amazing storyteller telling a compelling story, but if you really can't connect with that person as a character and the likability factor, and she is like universally unliked. Like who likes Chrystia Freeland, right?
Absolutely.
And that's one of the reasons why, for instance, Hillary, despite all of the money and the firepower and the heavyweights that got behind her and said she was going to win and everything, so it's the only reason she didn't win. She had everything else going for her. She had her husband who was a former president. She's highly connected. They had tons of money and everything, and nobody fucking liked her.
Just a little housekeeping. There's like a few requests coming up. If you're no longer speaking, if you want to drop down and we'll bring you back up. Thanks, guys.
But obviously, Chrystia has people that love her because she keeps getting voted back in. So she, in her riding, she is loved.
I doubt it. I think she's in a liberal riding, and that's it. That's what they do. They vote liberal. It doesn't matter.
I'll agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, I'll step down now, Habs, but I'll just finish on this point. So I mean, Chrystia Freeland, I would say, is actually more unlikable than Hillary Clinton. You know, Chrystia Freeland is in the negative scale of likability. Okay, she's not even, if it's 1 to 10, she's in the negative scale. She's like -8. So I mean, this is a thoroughly unlikable woman. So I'm going to say that, and I'm going to step down. Great Space Zinc. Great questions and comments from everybody. Fantastic. Take care.
Thanks, Adrian. And I'll ask one more question, then I'll drop down as well. TR6 is in the room, and I always love to hear his takes. And I see off the whatever as off the record. I just want to ask Trauma Nurse, you're a pretty astute judge of character and body language. What was I have a visceral reaction of distaste and discomfort watching her anytime. What was your kind of read on where she was at today, psychologically, emotionally?
Well, of course, I get repulsed by her too. I think she got really, really nervous. I think she was very much in control at the beginning and trying to control the entire situation, even with Eva. If you notice, she's sort of put her in her place about, good afternoon, etc. So trying to definitely take control of the situation. Interestingly enough, I really watched her twitching, and she twitches a lot. She twitches in press conferences. She twitches a lot. But it seemed like the more nervous she got, the less amount of twitching occurred, which I found was rather interesting. But she definitely, I'm watching her on my big TV and, listening on Twitter, obviously. But she was definitely getting pretty nervous, little like a deer in headlights, and then she'd kind of calm herself. So, it was quite interesting, but she definitely tried to take control of the narrative. And this nonsense with, going on and on about Ukraine, it's ridiculous. So my bet is she's going to squeeze in climate change by the end of the day. That's sort of my take on it as well. I'm wondering if she's going to squeeze that in there. Anyways, that was my thoughts.
Go ahead, Regan, and Off the Pillow, and Arthur.
Hey, thanks for having me up, Zinc. Good work. I appreciate you spreading this so we can all hear it. Am I the only one that heard her say that, or refer to the different demonstrations that were going on as having metastasized one from the other? I mean, so she's calling these protests cancers to our country. Is that the analogy she was trying to draw?
Yeah, and she also used the word the term copycats, right? Copycats, like trying to infantilize Canadians.
Yeah, it's fucking
right?
it's ridiculous because the fact is there were other protests going on well before, they went to Ottawa. It was just that nothing was being listened to, so it escalated. But yeah, I just thought that was ridiculous. And just to reiterate what everyone else is saying, I mean, listening to that woman talk is like listening to nails down a fucking chalkboard to me. Man, I had to go throw up a couple times while I listened to her. So anyways, yeah, it's ridiculous. Kangaroo court. And
try grab law. It works really well.
I thought that lawyer did well. But I don't know what the what the rights, the civil rights lawyer was getting at. She didn't seem to accomplish much.
They're trying to build toward allowing, because this one was cracked down on, and then we're going to get another leftist, demonstration. So they're trying to define the parameters for that, for maximum disruption, and the government being like, oh, well, we can't do anything. This is part, and then it's going to be the same thing that happened with the protests around the thing there in Ontario. It's like, oh, well, you guys cared so much about civil liberties. Why aren't you out there with CUPE and stuff like that, right? So they're building the parameters for the next, liberal, leftist, globalist, protest, protesting, whatever, right? Whether it's going to be climate thing or pipelines or whatever. So that's what she's building there. I'm almost certain.
They need to be questioned on the firebombing of the churches. How about that? Was that acceptable form of protest?
All accidents. Churches just go up and fire all the time, right? Just like the one there in Paris, right?
I just want to jump in with the word metastasize, since it's kind of my language. I think that was very very deliberate. If you notice, Anita Arnand, I think that's her last name, Arnand, the Minister of Defense, used exactly that same terminology. And at some point, someone else used that word. So it's obviously was part of the discussion or part of their narrative to use the word metastasize. It's very unusual for people that are non-medical to use that term. And so that's why I remember so clearly who actually has been using it, because it kind of caught my attention early on. She's not the only one who used it. Anita used it as well, and someone else, I cannot recall who it was. I think it was one of the men, used exactly that same term.
I think it was Mendocino or Mendocino.
Yeah, it could have been Mendocino, but it's such an unusual terminology for somebody non-medical to use, right? So they've obviously have sort of a playbook of language that they're using, to describe this. Anyways, wanted to just jump in and say this before the next.
For sure.
Let me jump in here real quick because I'm on a tight timetable here. I agree with what everybody said here about her. I mean, listening to her is bad enough. Listening to Trudeau, oh God, I think I'm actually going to go over and puke. That man and his breathing is just, it drives me insane. But listening to her twist things around, I deal in a business where we've got psychopaths all the time and psychopaths and other things, and just listening to her take things from other people and other places and reframe them into something else, like the metastasize and all the rest of the stuff. They've got a whole group that obviously is training them in how to sit down and use this, and have been in Parliament for some time, ever since Trudeau, got a hold of it and started training people to do this. So, but I think that we do have to be very careful in some place like this. I tried to suspend all my stuff and look at it independently, which was like splitting my brain in two. And the way she's running through the stories, she's trying to be likable and trying to be identifiable to other people, and to a certain degree she's accomplishing that within the groups that she has to, and I find that very scary. Motherhood, here's this, do the kids, do the whole, it's like, holy crap, you've been working at this for a while to sit down and get this whole narrative out there of being likable and children and cancer, and so let's appeal to the family, and here are all the children, and the scary, and I'm trying to protect Canada, and like the motherhood, saintly motherhood issue here, put a crown and wings on her back and I think she'd be happy, which seems to be what she's trying to project here, while at the same time saying things that, she's combining things that cause me indigestion with that whole motherhood thing that I'm just like, whoa, okay. So the question is, how much is the judge going to fall for this? And sit down and do it, and how much is he going to be able to sit down? So they're trying to paint a narrative to sit down and do it. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how people attack her down the road, and whether this is an antagonist. I loved it when the convoy lawyer basically said, "Don't run out my clock," and just came at her and did it a couple times. And the judge was within his purview to sit down and say, "I'm giving a lot of latitude to people here. So you ask an open question, be careful how you phrase your question." So I see what he's trying to do. The judge, I think, was within his purview to sit down and do that. But watching her run out the clock when he's trying to sit down and do it becomes obvious manipulation on their part to sit down and do things. And I know judges are very sensitive to that and watching what's going on and watching the emotions and watching the rest of it. I just wonder how much he's going to be swayed through some of this. So I think the echo chambers to a certain degree have to be very cautious because we all feel the same way. It paints how we all sit down and look at it. But I think we have to look at it as from a view, and like somebody said, she's only in her own district, does it matter? And that's 416, 905, and 514 are the primary elements to get Trudeau out. And right now, with the difference, the liberal people that I talk to in the back doors basically say that Conservatives have to win by more than 7 to 8 points in the surveys to be able to sit down and say, hey, we have a chance. And it's 8 something right now. So that means there's the attitude against Trudeau is starting to penetrate 416, 905, and 514 because that's the only place that variation would show up. So they're starting to get to it. But I think we have to be careful about making assumptions of what's going on and not do an entire echo chamber while analyzing it carefully. Because I come in here to sit down and listen to everybody in here. And I'd rather hear she did this right, we got to watch this one, and watch this one for some non-echo chamber feedback to sit down and go basically confirm what I'm doing. Because I have problems enough trying to say independent thought to look at what's going on. Because, you know, when you say it's like fingernails down a blackboard, it's like major fingernails down a blackboard and just, you know, I want to crawl in the corner and puke like the guy said. And I'm just concerned about when Trudeau comes, I'm actually going to end up doing it. But thank you for the time. Thank you for letting me bump in here because I've got to go and run.
Yeah, I totally hear you that personal story interjection there. Yeah, my kids were upset. She's kind of showing that she's also like trying to talk to the kids out there, like I hear you kind of thing. I hear you were upset. Anywho, thank you. Go ahead, off the pillow.
Well, I was a couple of room maintenance things. Everybody, down in the comments. I was going to also give you the golden shower pass real quick, TR6. But let me just say, like and retweet the comments tweet down there, and then also tweet out the room. And then just a reminder, if everybody could prioritize using Twitch today, and subscribing on Twitch, it'll help us get a boost there. So go ahead, TR6.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a limited time here. I agree. This woman makes me sick. I can't believe that she's in a power position that she's in. Did you notice all the virtue signaling? She's got her Ukraine wristband on, and she's sure to show it all the time. Do you notice since the ministers got in there, through this whole thing, everybody has been drinking water from a plastic bottle, but now they're drinking out of a glass. This is virtue signaling that, hey, you know, we can't use this plastic, right? So they're doing that. Then she says, well, I swore on the Bible. I'm surprised she didn't affirm. And I don't want to lie. I want to be very truthful. She had to say that. And then she went on about, we don't want Canadians to think their government is lying to them. Well, that's all they do. This is such a comedy. It's just unreal. So,
I'd like to verify her Bible that she brought with her, right? So.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, that was her Bible she swore on.
Oh, because I didn't see the beginning of it, but
she said I brought my own.
Oh. Oh my God! What? That's all virtue signaling too.
Probably.
Anyways,
blank pages.
I'll jump off it. Thanks for letting me speak.
I just wanted to touch on a couple things. One of them was something Gnostic said that he felt that they're really going through some training with regards to how to word things, how to situate things. The word of masticizing and trying to be in relation with, moms or kids or, all of them. But I think most of us in this room, I'm sure, are aware, correct me if I'm wrong, but Freeland was a journalist who propagated, like she subverted and was part of the propaganda, and she was part of gathering and emboldening the Ukrainian young youth to go against their government. So that didn't happen overnight. That took ideology and indoctrination, and she was a part of that. I don't think that girl needs any training whatsoever. She's been trained a long, long time ago. I mean, it's ingrained in her, it's in her DNA, right? And the other thing about the masticizing, no, it was something else that you said that was so significant, and I think I've lost it. How frustrating is that? Maybe it'll come back to me. I'll stop speaking, let somebody else speak, and I'm hoping it'll come back.
Go ahead, Artur and Ben Kanar.
Yeah, just a couple points I'd like to make. Chrystia Freeland's riding was created in 2012 or 13. It was spun out of, it basically encompasses the U of T campus. And she was parachuted into that riding, right? And within a very short period of time, given the cabinet position of finance minister and then elevated to deputy prime minister. So I mean, this testimony today is totally about appealing to their base, right? And you know, their base is a third of the country or less than a third of the country. I mean, her riding, they would vote for. I don't know if anyone's seen the movie Weekend at Bernie's. I mean, they would vote for the. You know, like the other thing I'll say is, you know, what the left do and the liberals do, and of course they've got a free pass because they bought off the media, but it's all about language, right? It's all about the words that they use. And the problem with conservatives and you know, myself, right? I get in these discussions with liberals is they use our words against us, right? So, you know, we present facts. They won't debate facts. They will take a word or a phrase and they will push it back to us. And this is classic, right? So, you know, we've seen it with all the ministers. They're using the same terminology: occupation, blockades, violent protesters, Nazi flags. And so it's clear she and the other ministers are there appealing to their base and basically recreating history, right? History in their own minds. So that's all I got. Really discouraging. Again, I think this is going to be about modernizing the Emergencies Act. The other thing I'll point out is, I don't know if anyone's picked up on this, but yesterday I picked up on it, and the day before. I don't know if you, Lametti and Mendocino, I didn't hear all of Anand's testimony, but they keep referring to the NDP, right? The NDP, and the NDP will back this, or they don't ever acknowledge the Conservative Party. And again, we could sit here and say, well, yeah, that's obvious. They have a coalition government, but yet they talk about the whole country, right? They talk about the whole country, like the whole country is basically NDP and Liberal supporters. Last point, I thought Brandon was really on his game today. The other lawyer, while I appreciate her attempt to, you know, bring up other protests that the government tacitly backed by not addressing the fact that they were basically crushing the economy at the time. She just, to me, she just doesn't have it, and I can't. I'm going to have to turn the volume down for some of these other questioners. I don't know how much more I can take, so I'll drop down as a speaker. Thanks again for the mic.
To your point, Archer, in regards to the modernization of the act, Lametti actually wrote to the commission. There's 2 paragraphs that he stated, and one of them was they wanted to address the online rhetoric, the violent online rhetoric in the act, which is dangerous. But yeah, Ben Kanar, go ahead.
This serious thing, for lack of a tow truck, economy was wrecked, right?
Yeah, so just a quick note there while whoever's got their mic open figures out what they're doing. The Convoy 2.0 being like announced right during this commission, even though it may feed their egos and they may think they might lightning rod again, I don't know if we still have the same landscape of what's going on at this point. So that, and then looking at the overall timing of it is a little bit suspicious because, of course, this is going to lend, auspices to these guys to like, oh, we really need to tighten up the CSIS Act so we can employ the Emergencies Act again and da-da-da. Like, why are they announcing Convoy 2.0 right exactly at this moment? So it's like, it doesn't seem like an organic movement. It seems like another piggybacker, but just something to stick in your hat and think about.
Yeah, literally 1 hour. CTV also released the same kind of story, so something's up there.
Sorry for that disruption there. I was trying to play the recording of Miss Freeland this morning when she said, "For the lack of a tow truck, our economy would be wrecked." That was one of her quotes today after talking to the U.S. guy. So she was really, 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 really worried about our economic security. So she had to do the EA. And then I think Brendan brought up that scribbled note talking to Dave. Now, Brendan said it was Dave Vigneault from CSIS. And there's a screenshot I put on, at least one on my site. I screened it that it said, designate them as domestic terrorists and seize their assets. So she's trying to figure out who's that? Is that Dave? I don't know if did I write that about Dave, the CSIS guy? Anyways, that's another one today. Oh, geez. Oh, and she was really, really, really excited about the Ukrainian Canadian bond funds or something that's coming up. She was just on the edge of her chair there. She just wanted to talk for another 5 minutes about that, but she held herself back. There's so many today.
So that Dave guy is actually a bank CEO. Go ahead, Jody.
Hi, good morning. Gosh, I've been taking copious notes as I've been working this morning. And so Chrystia Freeland is quite the enigma, isn't she? Lots of hyperbole. Obviously, her prior journalistic career is coming into play today. So off the record, you just mentioned, for the lack of a tow truck, our economy is wrecked. She's lots of really pulling at the heartstring quotes today. So she said, for the lack of a tow truck, our economy was wrecked. For the lack of a nail, the kingdom was lost. I thought that was hilarious. Just really, one thing she was talking about, and this is actually when she kind of broke down and got emotional and started to cry. That didn't tear up my heartstrings at all. And why she did that was she was talking with the bankers, the bank CEOs, and she was saying that they were communicating that investment in Canada being a concern, a description from someone in the US calling Canada a banana republic. I would just like to remind, if I could speak to her, I would like to remind Chrystia Freeland that before she was finance minister and Bill Morneau was finance minister, there was some tax proposals that came out in 2017 that crippled a small business in Canada, as well as drove a lot of doctors and medical professionals out of this country, in addition to hijacking our natural resource industries. There is no government in my lifetime that I remember as kneecapping our investment in Canada than the Trudeau Liberals. It's actually why I started getting more involved and active in politics and becoming aware of them. And that's all catching up with them today. So it was really just hilarious to me that she was breaking down in tears because she felt, and she, as she put it, a duty of stewardship to Canadians. Well, I don't swear very often, but you could have shown that fucking stewardship many, many years ago by allowing us to become the prosperous country that we are entitled to be.
You're
and it's all
roboting pretty
catching up
hard
with
there.
her now. Am I?
She's fine for
Tap
me.
your mic button for a second. Oh, really? Okay, just me. Okay.
Is it better? Sorry, Wog.
You're fine. It's just Wog.
You're good.
Okay, so I could talk forever, but I'll just wrap it up with some other comments so far. She seems so far removed from what was going on in Ottawa. It was hilarious. Mr. Freeland, of course, is going to talk about the Ukraine. She studied in Russia. She's a long critic of Putin. So that was definitely going to come up. She's going to push those silly bonds, of course. But she made some comments that really disturbed me. She talked about the occupation, as she calls it. She doesn't like policy to be made at gunpoint. That was astounding to me. And really hyperbolic. No blood on the face of a child. So Pierre Poilievre is getting criticism for playing on the people's emotions regarding drug addicts in BC, yet she can basically accuse good families of putting their children in harm's way in the protest. I found that paternalistic and just very dictatorial. Journalistic doublespeak. She plugged the GST to make sure that, they're appearing sympathetic to us about inflation, but she's just falling apart. She didn't even know who Flavio was. This guy's head of the Canadian Car Auto Parts Manufacturers Association. He's not their car guy. Just really, for such an intelligent woman, she's really not very intelligent. And yes, she's been schooled and she's been coached. And I just think it's hilarious. I'm just really looking forward to hearing from Katie Telford, the real Prime Minister of Canada, who's coming up next. So thanks, guys, for the space, and thank you for the mic.
I'll just respond real quick. I finally remembered what I wanted to say. So, trauma nurse, you were talking about the tweaking. Can anybody hear me? Because the room went silent there for a second. Okay, great.
Yeah.
I hear you. So I
Check.
think you made a great point, trauma nurse. Actually, it is interesting. So, do you remember the night that they called the EA? She was twitching like she was jacked higher than a kite on something. Like that woman was out of control twitching. It was insane. And I remember I was on the phone with my sister. We're both watching this. And I said, and she nodded. It was like, and my sister said, it's almost like she's speaking the same speech as he is, as he's saying it. And I said, I've no doubt she wrote it. So maybe the twitching is when she feels so powerful. Maybe this is part of her, the energy is just so intense. The adrenaline of this power rush is so intense that that's when the twitching begins. Because like you said, it's almost like when she became uncomfortable or insecure in her moment, the twitching stopped. So I think the twitching is a moment of massive empowerment. And you just made me really think about that, because yeah, you nailed it. I think you got her. Go ahead, Jana.
Can I just add something before you go on?
Of course.
So, obviously I'm used to adrenaline rushes, right? We used to have this with codes, traumas, etc. We'd get this huge rush of adrenaline, and you could literally get shaky. So shaky, as a matter of fact, that you would have trouble kind of, about to inject a drug or whatever. It didn't happen all the time, but it has happened to nurses. It's happened to doctors, because you get this rush of adrenaline. When you come off it, you're drained, completely drained. And that's kind of what she was acting like. She got off her big rush and her wonderful speech, and she got everything out. And as far as I'm concerned, she should have been stopped. And suddenly she's deflated, right? And she's coming off that rush. So, it could very well be. The other thing is, if you notice, they repeatedly use the word democracy over and over and over again. And maybe this is all part of the PSYOP to make us think that, or make Canadians think, this is what a normal democracy does, right? And to normalize this as Canadians stand, Canada, the politicians stand up for democracy. They fight for democracy everywhere. But they repeat it again and again and again and again. And we already know that, from their PSYOP of, the vaccines are safe and effective, repeated again and again, that this might just be part of, repeating this so subliminally, Canadians will think that this is really a democracy. So I just, it was just a mind thought to throw out there, and I'll go back in my hole.
I want to hit on something there. The way she pronounced a couple words, there was slight indication that she might be dyslexic. And so we all know with the tech wieners that they like to do the Adderall and stuff like this, and it can help for people that even are dyslexic just with that kind of stuff. But there's definitely, it could be as simplistic as that, but there's lots of indications, there's lots of drug use at the higher levels here, and I won't go into it now, but there's something going on. And just to hit on another thing with the announcement of the EA Act, don't forget that Lametti was holding a yellow folder with a small blue folder in front of it. So there's no reason to have two folders, but that was a signal. And you're right, this is all neurolinguistic programming. These are traction words. These are highly, highly rehearsed situations. They know what words. You can see her thinking as she tries to respond. She's like, oh, which traction word should I do now? And that's why she revisits the question that happened like 10 minutes ago. She's like, okay, I've thought of the way to pivot that, right? This kind of stuff. So, and also the tweet that the guy put out where she mentions 21 times Russia, all these other little traction words that you're hitting on. So yeah, it's this is PSYOP 101 here, what they're doing, and hitting on democracy. That's a good pickup too, right?
Sorry, I had to step away for a sec. My dad's in the hospital. He's okay. They're gonna operate though. It's his heart. I wanted to just build upon what the nurse was saying about the neurologic tics. It's very evident that there is something going on there. I do have MS, and I do deal with a lot of patients who have the same condition. And I'm not saying it's MS, and I'm not saying it's Parkinson's, but definitely there is something there. And it wouldn't be surprising for her to take a pill like modafinil to just kind of like get her alertness up and her energy up. And of course, with anything like that, there is a crash period. And it's just interesting to see like the waves that she's riding. Like she seems almost depressed at times and then hyper at times. It's very disconcerting. But I just wanted to say one beautiful thing is that she's doing a performance for the moms. It's so obvious. Like, this is all directed towards women, the language, the behavior. But the moms are really waking up. And I saw a lot of beauty in the Ottawa Carleton School Board meeting where they were trying to do the masks. So I think as long as we can wake up the moms in the 905, the 416, the 519, this can be over. We can get rid of this government. It's so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed to be Canadian right now, but I love all of you guys. So thanks so much. Thanks especially Nurse. Wow.
Go ahead, Archer.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge Jody. You made some phenomenal points. I said I was done as a speaker, but you brought me back up. So I just wanted to acknowledge some of the points that you made about the gutting of our economy here in Canada. And no matter where you stand on fossil fuels, I don't want to offend anybody here, but as we're seeing with what's going on in Europe right now, you know, when you do a wholesale switch, or you're moving towards a wholesale switch to intermittent power, and we're not ready for that right now. We see it in North America, in places like California and Texas. This government, you know, we import a third of our crude oil every day to the East Coast from places like Saudi Arabia, but yet we call ourselves a feminist government. And you know, really, if you look at Canada and the composition of Canada, we've kneecapped ourselves. This government has kneecapped us. We have the third most reserves in the world. We have a lot of what the rest of the world needs. And if you look at a country like Norway, which has the largest sovereign investment fund per capita in the world by far, they did it all through oil and gas. And now they're, of course, lecturing the rest of the world about the, you know, the perils of fossil fuels. Well, they've already filled their hat. So this is the part that really bothers me about the direction of the company. I'm in my 50s, and you know, the die is cast for me. But I think about my children, and I think about, you know, grandchildren, if I ever have grandchildren one day, and I just don't know how we get out of this mess. Well, I know how we get out of it, and the start is we've got to throw these folks out. And I believe I think it was Jana, you made a great point. I tweeted about it the other day. I said, man, if they're waking up in Ottawa, of all places, and it is the mama bears, right? If they're waking up in Ottawa, then maybe, just maybe, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, I think she was performing for her fill-in grandpa Schwab. She was saying, "Look how well I did. You should be very proud of me and now promote me to a higher level of something somewhere."
Is everybody there? Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I'm just reviewing other information in the background here at the moment. Feel free to grab a mic if you want to join the conversation.
Yeah, so I guess she goes part of today, and then later on, yeah, they have the panel with whatever, and I guess tomorrow will be all Justin all day.
Is anyone speaking?
Can you hear me, Jody? Or
Jody, can you hear me or Zank right now?
I can hear you.
okay.
So you can't hear. She can't hear you guys. Zank.
Yeah, just I guess have her step down, and we'll bring her back up, and then that should reconnect her to me.
Maybe
Hey,
clear your cache out too, Jody.
Hey Jody, if you want to step down and come back, Zank. You can't hear Zank, but he was talking.
Go ahead, Keith.
Thanks for holding the space again, Zink. I just want to ask everybody if they will do me the favor of going and watching that movie, Died Suddenly. We need to take a look at that. Everybody in this room should be familiar with it. It's disheartening to me, and I haven't stopped preying on it since I watched the movie.
So I'm gonna warn people to be a little bit careful with that movie. It's sensational. Like I know there's like a scene somebody was saying where like it's some guy falling onto train tracks, and that footage was from like years before COVID or anything. So the guy who does that, I often bring him up, Stu Peters. He's very, I don't think he's like controlled opposition, but he often sensationalizes stuff and then ends up, putting out really ridiculous stuff. Right? It's the thing that me and Wagpa, he was the guy who was putting out stuff like, oh, snake venom in the water and stuff like that. So, I mean, yeah. I was first boosting it, but then later on when I found out, I mean, there's other ones out there, and yeah, the problem is that he puts so much like crappy information and easily verified, lies in there that's what people latch on to. And so I would be a little bit wary of boosting that documentary too much. Cause yeah, no, it's.
Thanks for your input there, Zink.
I mean, I'm sure, I know that it does have some, information there, and certainly some of the clips are valuable, right? Yeah. Like the stuff with the coroners and stuff like that. But the documentary as a whole, and then Stu Peters himself, he was the guy who was originally boosting Pat King's silly like lawsuit thing last summer, and then yeah, later on earlier this year there was some silly thing he was boosting about like, snake venom in the water, and it's like he's generally a problem. I usually put him in my hall of shame along with, Chris Sky and Marcus Ray and Stu Peters and Pat King too, right? Although I don't, I certainly don't think the way that Pat King was treated by the police and everything and his parole and all that was acceptable. But yeah, at the same time, the guy's a problem. Not dangerous, but just an idiot. Go ahead, Habs.
How big is your hall of shame?
No, I was saying finally I'm able to. It wouldn't let me for a bit.
Well, right now, like it's so Marcus Ray, Stu Peters, Pat King, Chris Sky, Rupa Subramanya, or whatever her last name is. There's probably a couple others, but those are the ones that come to mind. What's his name? Oh, that obnoxious. I don't even like to boost him. The Toronto 99 guy. What's his name? You guys know who I'm talking about. He was all for like, the vaccines last year. Thinks of himself as a conservative, and now he's all not again, for them, but Slapinski, that's it. Yeah. the Hall of Shame's for people who keep kind of rolling across our timelines, and people keep boosting them. So I mean, obviously there's other people out there, but these people are particularly problematic because people keep boosting these people, thinking they're on our side, but they're either controlled opposition or just indirectly controlled opposition and just being useful idiots, or some of them are even useless idiots, but those are the ones I usually name.
Thank God some of us are bridge builders, because it takes many to go across the ditches that you dig all the time.
I think of them as moats. They're defensive features, right? It's for sewage and runoff, right? So I mean, that's where they can make their home there.
Yeah. Okay, so
just jump in, Cynthia. No need for hands.
Oh, okay, thanks. Thanks, Zink. Yeah. Is it too early to start day drinking? Like, it's almost 2:00, right?
Fuck, I started this at the start of the day with this woman at the end.
Oh my God.
Just kidding,
Save it
but
for
drink your coffee.
tomorrow. I have to start early tomorrow.
So tomorrow, Bailey's and coffee, or what? What are we thinking?
I plan to start by 9:30.
Vodka, orange juice, mimosas, Bailey coffees. What's
Bailey
going to be?
coffees for me.
Rye.
Perfect.
Perfect. Rye. Straight up rye on ice.
You know what? I'm sitting there, and
skip the nice stuff. Just that warm up. Bailey's and coffee's kind of a warm up. Now going straight to the rye.
Oh my goodness. I'm sitting there this morning, I've got it on. I'm typing my emails on my computer. I'm doing my thing. I'm listening. And I know at one point I stopped typing and I went, what in the actual fuck am I listening to right now? We're talking about electric vehicles right now, right? Did I miss that part of the protest? Were we threatening our EVs? We were going to unplug. We were going to go around and unplug every single EV in Ottawa. I know that was on my agenda. I didn't want to admit that, but I will admit to this group of friends. I'm just sitting there going, oh my God, this is so obvious. The time stalling and carrying on, and Ukraine. And I'm like, the war wasn't even fucking started then, sweetheart. I get that, your level of information, you knew something was coming down or whatever was going on over there, but I got to listen to a diatribe about Ukraine and Russia and electric vehicles. I'm like, oh my God, I need a drink now. But anyway, what a waste of time that was. I can't get that time back.
Climate change is about to come.
Main thing is, it's on public record, so forever a fool.
Yeah, no, since it's the Christmas season, probably tomorrow for Justin, I'll be having some eggnog and whiskey.
Good afternoon.
Is the little troll on this afternoon?
No, he'll be on tomorrow. He has a whole day, I think, ahead of him. Go ahead, Seagram, and then Sean.
You know what really stuck out in my mind? That she said that they had just run a election campaign and they had a mandate. So did she think the election campaign was basically that they were going to force everybody to take a medical treatment? Is that what the election was about? If so, we're not living in a democracy. We're living in a medical dictatorship. I just thought it was reprehensible that she would even say that. These people are just off in left field. Like you say, day drinking is the only answer, I think.
Well, at least Miller time, now he's got it on record of saying that the vaccine mandates had nothing to do with our health. It was all about driving injections.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole thing is so, like, it's just so, like, I still, some days I wake up and I just can't believe that this is what we're living. Like, whatever happened to medical autonomy, whatever happened to ethics, where you had the right to decide, for God's sake, for years, like, people have refused blood transfusions and died, but they've been allowed to do that because that's their medical choice, because they don't believe in taking blood transfusions. Like, that was the ethical decision to let them do that, right? So it just it's just hard to believe. And then yesterday, when they're joking about bringing in tanks and stuff, like, who do these people think they are? Like, it just makes my blood boil. Really, it really does.
I really liked Brendan's use of the analogy of the desecration of the Terry Fox statue when he brought up the LG ABCDEF whatever flag. That would be okay.
Yeah, that's right. Because, so in other words, if they believe in something, it's okay. And that was the part that got me about the mandate. So in other words, if you're a minority, then the majority of people get to dictate whatever you're supposed to do. Like, that's not what democracy is about. You have to protect minorities.
Did we all notice that she had her little Ukraine bracelet on today?
That's who her first allegiance is to anyways, not Canada.
Yeah, I think her allegiance is with the WEF.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Go ahead, Sean.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak here, folks. Just wanted to say thank you ever so much for this opportunity, this platform. Zink, you're the man. You too, Mike. Thank you for everything that you guys have done. I know he's not around. WOG hat goes off to you in recognition of all the hard work and effort that you guys have done. Just to touch a little bit on a comment that Zink had said in regards to Stu Peters and the documentary that just came out. I kind of like to use this as an example. Be very careful, be very wary of what we listen to. I know we're all smart, we all understand this, but think of it as the Hollywood format. First, Hollywood came out with, it's a true story. And then it was based on a true story. And then it's inspired by a true story. There may be facts, but let's step back and let's dig. Let's do a little bit of digging. I too have been guilty of posting things, of saying things that without doing, you want it so much to be true. But until we step back and until we actually do our own research and confirm things, it's the important thing to do. As far as what's going on today, this Yahoo Freeland, I cannot believe that we've come to this point in history where our government is led by none other than sheer idiots. To listen to her, somebody said it, nails on a scratch board today, absolutely. And somebody else had mentioned something about watch this climate change agenda come up. You can guarantee that's exactly what's coming up. So sit back, have a couple of drinks, and enjoy the big shit show coming up, folks.
I better go. I don't think I have enough booze for this. You have to do a liquor run.
Well, you definitely hit it before Justin starts tomorrow. Yeah. Well, to each their own too as well, right? Reagan, go ahead.
There's a couple things. One is, I really don't think they were joking about bringing the tanks in. But if they were, does that mean I can joke about running around with an AK-47? I mean, they'd lock me up, wouldn't they? The other thing is, can somebody smarter than me tell me what we can expect to hear for the rest of the afternoon as far as who will be speaking and who's interviewing who?
I think Freeland still has some time, so I think some of the the lawyers are going to ask her some questions. And then there's supposed to be some sort of a panel. What is it? Let me check. Let's see.
Chief of Staff for the PMO, and I'm not sure the other two or one.
Yeah, Katie Telford, which is, the Chief of Staff, Brian Clow, and John Broadhead. I'm guessing that's today, and then tomorrow will be all Justin.
Thank you.
Do you think they're going to let the public in for Justin, or do you think they're going to close it?
No one's there anyways. There's like 4 people in the. There's no one in there. If you see the background shots, no one's going to it.
It was a
Yeah,
bit
well,
of
like I know Tamara's in there, and I know Tom's in there, but I literally was considering making the trip but then I thought I'm probably not good in a enclosed space with Justin Trudeau. But I just wondered, are they actually going to, have it really open to the public, or is everybody going to be like so screened? You've got to know somebody to get in.
I mean, it looks like they only got like maybe capacity for 50 people in there, and it looked a bit fuller today. It seemed like 30 or so people in there. So
apparently, the woman who got trampled by a horse is in the audience today.
Oh my God, really? Well, she should be called up. I'm really hoping. The other thing that we need them to touch on, guys, and I almost want to start an online petition for this. If someone's good with that shit, please start one. I want to get the other guy. I want to get it on the record what happened to that guy that got knocked out and dragged behind police lines. We need to find out what that
brown jacket man.
We need to find out. I've heard that Alexa interviewed him. Blah blah blah. I don't trust Rebel News anymore. That's another long-winded story I don't want to get into right now. But like, we need to get the receipts on that. That should be entered into the public record, and that lady should be in the public record as well. It's critical, And if anybody knows how to do those change.org things or do a demand on that, I mean, I doubt anything will come of it, but it would be something we could do an action on that.
Let's talk about Rebel News one of these days, because I'm leaning in the same direction, and I'd be curious to hear your input.
Yeah, no, we will. We're going to cover all of this. I don't trust any. Basically, I'm operating on what we call in the tech industry zero trust at this point, and yeah.
I'll try to find the picture of Candace Cerro and put it in the nest.
Yeah, because I dug really hard on this guy that got knocked out. I mean, I was digging, tweeting, and then finally I found this like interview with Alexa Lavoie, which was from a streamer, and she was sitting down somewhere in Ottawa during or after the convoy or something, and she briefly mentions like for like 15 seconds, oh no, I've interviewed him, he doesn't want the limelight, blah 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 blah. But it's like, well, we need the fucking receipts. Like, who doesn't want to come into the thing? It's like, well, I don't give a shit if he wants to come in or not. That is a critical moment, and I don't know why that isn't part of this enactment of because the direct result of enacting the Emergencies Act, not only is the banking stuff and all this other terrible consequences for Canada worldwide, which is all the bullshit that she's saying that what was happening through the convoy, which is bullshit. She's the direct result of engaging the EA resulted in an old Indian elder being trampled, which the media immediately said that it was a young man throwing a bicycle at her, at the horses rather, which was bullshit. And then the other guy's completely knocked out and dragged behind. We need that on the record. That has to be somewhere. I mean, it's critical. At this point, I think it's critical. You can't really call this a real commission unless those two witnesses are called, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, because even Freeland was carrying on saying, nobody got hurt. I'm sitting there going, they keep saying nobody got hurt. Tons of people got hurt.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay. Once again, I apologize for the slight delay. Issues have come up that I'm having to deal with, so I apologize. Now, I think we can go to the next, which is the Canadian Constitution Foundation, and you're online. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, Minister. My name is Janani Shanmuganathan, and I am counsel for the Canadian Constitution Foundation. And today, in your evidence, you talked about the economic and financial consequences of the protests. You talked about the reputational damage to Canada as an investment destination. And at the end of Commission Counsel's examination, she asked you to explain how you understood this, economic harm was linked to national security. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And your answer to that was you believe our security as a country is built on economic security. And if our economic security is threatened, all of our security is threatened. And now I'm not asking you to elaborate on this. I just want you to confirm that this was your evidence.
Obviously, I don't have word by word recall of what I said, but that's what I believe, and sounds like you're reading the transcript, so.
All right, thank you very much. And now, I take it you know that in order to declare a public order emergency pursuant to the Emergencies Act, there must be what's called threats to the security of Canada. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And the Emergency Act says that threats to the security of Canada has the meaning assigned by Section 2 of the CSIS Act. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
All right, so I just want to take you to Section 2 of the CSIS Act, and this is COM, either 5 zeros or 6 zeros 935. It should be 5 zeros. If I can take to page 8, please. Perfect. If you can just pause there. So the CSIS Act defines threats to the security of Canada. And we've heard evidence in this commission that for the purposes of invoking the Emergencies Act here, the focus was on C. That's where they were focused on in terms of the threats to the security of Canada. So what C says is activities within or relating to Canada directed toward or in support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state. So you see that?
I do.
All right. And so in terms of the economic harm that you've described today, the reputational damage to Canada as, an investment country, you'll agree that it doesn't fall within C, right? The activities relating to Canada directed toward or in support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence. Would you agree with that, or is that fair to say?
Not precisely. If the direction of these questions is to ask me, did I believe we were acting within legal authorities granted by the Emergencies Act, if that's where this question is leading, then my answer is yes. I believed we had the authority to do what we did. And I hope no one is surprised by my saying that. Had I not believed it, I would not have done it, and I wouldn't be here speaking, with sadness, but confidence that we did the right thing.
So my question was whether the economic harm that you've described today falls within the definition found in C, which speaks specifically to the support of the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada or a foreign state. Does the economic harm you've described today fall within C?
It's a big question, and so I was offering an answer in several parts. And I offered the first part of it, and I can continue if you'd like.
No, I mean to be respectful. I just want to know, I appreciate that your position is that Canada acted within lawful authority to invoke the Emergencies Act, but I just want to understand if the economic harm that we spent a lot of today talking about, whether that falls within the scope of C. And so I just want to know your answer to that question.
And I also really do want to be respectful and answer this really important question. But it's a big question, so I'm going to have to take it in stages. And I offered the first stage. I can carry on if you'd like.
Sure.
So that was my first stage. Second stage is in terms of, one of the things that this commission is, I think, quite rightly investigating, was the government acting within its authorities? For me, as finance minister, an important factor in the judgment I came to, which is that we were, was the expert advice that we received. I'm not a lawyer. I rely on the judgment of officials who advised us and on expert legal advice. And I say that even as I am very confident that it was the right decision and confident in taking personal political responsibility. I can also speak to what I saw and experienced and believed that falls within the scope of the serious violence against persons or property point. But I do want to be clear that I'm not speaking here as someone with an expert legal opinion, but I'm speaking as a minister who made a political judgment and as someone who was also in Ottawa. So some of the things that factored into my thinking about it were, as I described in my testimony this morning, a real concern that we were in a tinderbox situation where the economic threats and the threats generally that and the damage that were being created both by the Ottawa occupation and the Ambassador Bridge did risk, I felt, at every moment, some kind of conflict between protesters and counter-protesters. I saw that and experienced it myself, just being a person who was in Ottawa. I felt it was a tinder keg that could be sparked at any moment and was therefore very dangerous. And although I didn't see it myself, I heard accounts of Windsor of a situation there, which I found to be very credible. I was also influenced, can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Which speaks to this. I was also influenced by our IRG meeting on, I think it was the Saturday, the 12th, where we heard from the RCMP commissioner about concerns that there were serious weapons in Coutts. And that really raised the stakes in terms of my degree of concern about what could be happening there, but also what could be happening in this sort of whack-a-mole copycat situation across the country.
Okay, so my question was about how you understood the economic harms to fall within subsection or C, the definition of threats to security of Canada in C. And as I understand your explanation is it falls within it because there's a risk that the economic harm that's being created by the protests could somehow manifest into actual threats of violence. Is that your understanding of how it falls within C?
I'm going to object to the question as phrased. That's a legal question.
I'm just trying to find out her on, she's offered an explanation for how she says the economic harm falls within C, and she linked it directly to the threats or use of acts. And I'm just trying to understand what that link is.
I mean, my counsel may have something to say, but I don't think that's a fair characterization of what I said just now or of what I said this morning. What I think is fair is, first of all, that I relied on expert legal judgment to make a very important and weighty legal decision. What I also said is, as a person who was here in Ottawa, I did see a real danger of violence. And then finally, what I described in my testimony this morning was the way in which the economic security of our country, I really believe, is a part of our national security. But that was a much broader conversation we were having about a broad set of issues, which I certainly think are important for us to think about and consider.
And I don't want to mischaracterize your evidence, just so that we're all clear. Do you see a link between the economic harm that you say was caused by the protests to Canada with what's contained in C in terms of the threats or use of acts of serious violence against persons?
And again there, I really do not want to shirk my personal political responsibility. And while this was a grave and serious decision, we took it carefully and thoughtfully, and I believed it was the right decision then, and I believe today it is the right decision. But I'm also conscious, if I may continue?
Of course.
I'm also conscious that I am not a lawyer, and I'm not a person who can give expert opinion on the precise parsing of these authorities. It was important for me to be assured that we did have the authority to act, and I received, as a cabinet member, assurances that we had those authorities from people who I believe were qualified to offer those assurances.
And I don't mean to belabor the point. I just want to make sure the evidence is clear. So your evidence is that you understood that you had the authority to invoke the Emergencies Act, but in terms of saying there's a linkage between the economic harm caused by the protests with the requirement of the threat or use of acts of serious violence, is that something that you can't speak to?
Again, Commissioner, this is a legal interpretation question that will be addressed in closing submissions.
And I don't mean to belabor this. I just want to make sure I understand Deputy Minister's evidence. Is she just saying that she can't comment on it because it's a legal question, or she's saying that there is a link? I just want to know what the answer is.
I renew my objection and would ask for a ruling on it.
Okay, well, I think at the end of the day, I don't think you can pursue this any further at the moment. I think you've got your answer, and as it is.
That's fine. Thank you very much. I don't know how much time I have left, but I do have just one other point I'd like to, or one other issue to address, if I may. So when we were talking about FINTRAC this morning, and you explored it as one option to pursue, but decided that making a change to it, the legislative amendment would take too much time. Do you recall your evidence earlier today about that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And so just so that we're all clear, because we have Canadians watching who may not understand the process, the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act, it gives the ability to create regulations, right?
If your question is, was it possible to grant FINTRAC, to give FINTRAC these expanded powers through regulation. That is correct. And I said that this morning. We did go on to grant those powers through regulation.
And there's just a difference between how regulations are passed versus, say, example, legislation or amendments to legislation. The latter is what you have to do, the 3 readings, going to Senate. It's a much longer legislative process. That's fair?
100%.
And by comparison, passing regulations is a much shorter process.
Absolutely.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Good afternoon, Minister. My name is Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer at the Democracy Fund, and we share status with the JCCF and Citizens for Freedom. Ms. Freeland, in your witness statement, you mentioned challenges to supply chains as being a major focus for you in January of 2022, but you didn't mention the government vaccine mandate for truckers, and I'd just like to ask you a little bit about that. Can we please pull up OTT 3027621.0001. And Ms. Freeland, while we're waiting for that to come up, this is a letter which is addressed to you and other ministers by the Canadian Trucking Alliance, and it's dated December 10th, 2021. I'd like to take you through part of this letter, but before I do that, can you tell me, do you know who this group is, the Canadian Trucker Alliance?
I can't say I'm familiar with them right now. Maybe I've heard of them, but...
Okay, well, I think we've heard some evidence about them, but if you're not familiar with them, that's okay. Let's just go down to the first paragraph here. And Ms. Freeland, I just want to read this to you. It says that the Canadian Trucker Alliance is disappointed to learn that our current exemption from the national vaccination mandate is being removed, considering the immense impact this decision will have on already beleaguered supply chains. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if I can take you to another part of that letter, just the second page, second paragraph, please. Here we see CTA estimates that combined, the proposed vaccine mandate for cross-border truck drivers and the federal sector mandate announced by the Minister of Labour would remove between 15,000 and 30,000 Canadian drivers from the interprovincial and international supply chains. The expected loss of transportation service capacity will trigger significant ripple effects throughout the entire economy. And Ms. Freeland, I just want to ask you, this is something you knew about when the exemption for truckers was removed in February. You knew that this might have some effect on the supply chain. Is that fair?
I knew that some people asserted that it might.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to suggest, this is not the first time this group wrote to you. If we can scroll down to page 5, please. We have another letter, just to the top of page 5. Sorry, it might be page 4. Just go up, please. Okay, so here we have a letter. It is a little bit down, please. I'm sorry. Can we just go to the top? So December the 8th, 2021. And if we can scroll down to the second paragraph, it says here, when the mandate was originally announced, CTA expected that upwards of 20% of the 120,000 Canadian truck drivers crossing the US-Canada border would have likely remained unvaccinated by January 2022. Of the 40,000 US-based truck drivers crossing the border, CTA estimated that upwards of 40% of these drivers would not be prepared to meet the vaccine mandate requirement. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and just one last question about this. You would agree that the reduction of truck drivers crossing the border when there are already supply chain issues could have an effect on the economy?
I don't agree with the estimates that are provided there. And
Okay.
I don't agree with the assertion that the vaccine mandates themselves caused problems for our supply chain.
But they affected it. They had a contribution to that supply chain problem.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay,
The-
well,
the,
well,
the
let's scroll
vast
down.
majority of Canadian truckers are, in fact, and were at the time vaccinated and supported the vaccine mandates.
Okay, well, let's go to page 6, please. Okay, in the first paragraph that we see there, the CTA is giving stats that truckers move about 70% of the $648 billion Canada-US trade. Does that sound about right to you?
Again, I can't
You have no
say
reason to
whether
disagree
that's
with it, though.
true or not, but I have no reason to. Let me say this. Trucking is very important for the Canadian economy. Trucking is very important for our supply chains, and trucking is very important for cross-border trade. That I am very prepared to agree with.
I think we can all agree on that. And let's just consider that if what the Canadian, if what the CTA is saying is correct, and the drivers are reduced by 20%, that's a reduction of 24,000 trucks in the supply chain.
The challenge here for me is I disagree with the fundamental premise. And this was something that was looked at carefully by Minister Alghabra and also by the Minister of Health.
Okay, so you disagree with the fundamental premise of the Canadian Trucker Alliance. Thank you. I'll move on to something else. I just want to understand a little bit more about what was going on in January. And you gave some evidence today, and I think you told us that it was a very intense month for you. That would be fair?
Yes, that would be fair.
Okay, and let me make sure that I understand it. So on the one hand, you were preparing a budget.
Yes.
Okay, and there was the issue of the Build Back Better legislation in the States, and there was the electric vehicle tax credit, right? That was on your plate.
Not solely on mine, but it was something I was working on.
Right. And there was the COVID recovery, and there were local and global supply chain issues.
Yes.
Okay, and there was the looming threat of inflation.
Yes.
And we talked a little bit about the Ukraine, and I think you said that was the biggest threat to national security since World War II.
The Russian invasion.
The Russian invasion.
When it actually happened, yes, I think that is the biggest security challenge, national security challenge our country has faced.
And it was on your radar in January.
Yes, it was.
Okay, and in the midst of this, there was this trucker protest of unprecedented proportions taking place across the country, and you described that as whack-a-mole.
No, what I would describe as what we saw happening from the moment that the initial occupation began is copycat protests happening across the country, and that posed a particular national challenge.
I see. I thought you said the word whack-a-mole, but it's not important. But what is important I would put to you is that the US was unhappy with the situation in Canada, and they were seeing their own vulnerability in our supply chains. That was your evidence, was it not?
Certainly.
And they didn't like that.
The, in particular, blockade of the Ambassador Bridge exposed the vulnerability of the US economy, particularly the car sector, to the Canadian car sector.
Exactly. And I put it to you, Minister, that the government felt that they had to do something about these protests, not because of threats of serious violence, but because your government was completely overwhelmed and you were under a tremendous amount of pressure from the United States.
I absolutely disagree with that.
Okay, well, we heard evidence from you earlier today, and you said that you were put into contact with Brian Dees. So he's the economic advisor to the president. He's a very influential player in the decision for the electric vehicle tax credit issue, and he actually contacted you,
That's correct.
right? And you thought that it was striking that someone of his importance, who's so hard to get a hold of, contacted you.
I had spoken to Brian Deese before and since, but the speed and urgency with which he got in touch with me was definitely significant and relevant.
And he was unhappy, and there could be major economic consequences.
What he said to me, as I reported in that readout, was that they were very concerned that because of the blockades, US factories would shut down.
Right, and we heard that the CEOs of two major banks contacted you, Canadian banks, I believe. And we also heard that President Biden, who's probably the world's most powerful person, or near that, had a telephone call with the Prime Minister.
Yes, both of those things are true.
And that telephone call, it happened on a Friday, and by the Monday, the Emergencies Act was invoked.
That's true.
Okay, and so I put it to you, Minister, that the federal government had to show the USA that they were in control, and that explains why the Emergencies Act was invoked, despite the fact that, for example, the Ambassador Bridge was cleared and open to traffic.
No, I wouldn't agree with that characterization.
Okay, well, I would put it to you that the pressure the government was under explains why the Emergencies Act was invoked, despite the fact that a deal had been struck with the protesters in Ottawa to reduce the footprint of the protest in that city.
Again, I would disagree with that.
Well, let's see if you would agree with this. I'd put it to you that there was no meaningful consultation with the provinces, not even advance notice of what the First Minister's meeting was about. And that's because the government didn't have time for it. They just had to make a decision about the Emergencies Act because of the tremendous pressure that they were under.
Again, I disagree with a great deal of that characterization.
One last question for you then, Ms. Freeland. I put it to you that given the overwhelming situation that the government was facing explains why they were willing to use extraordinary powers against their own people, despite the fact that no police agency or intelligence agency told them that there were threats to the security of Canada.
Again, I disagree with many of the premises in that question, and I would be happy to elaborate, but it seems that we're out of time.
Seems so. Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the Government of Alberta.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Minister Freeland, I have just two questions for you this afternoon. As has been discussed today, oh, sorry, I apologize for the transcript. My name is Mandy England and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Alberta. As has been discussed today, you had consultations with the CEOs of several banks on February the 13th about potential economic measures. And you said in your testimony today how important it was for you to hear from the leaders of the financial institutions what their views were on the situation with the blockades. And as you're also aware, the consultation with the First Ministers of the provinces and territories was held on the morning of February 14th. And that was after the cabinet meetings and the IRG meetings had been held. Now, consulting with the CEOs of financial institutions for their views on the situation is not required by the Emergencies Act before the government can invoke the Act for a public order emergency. But consulting with the provinces and territories for their input is required. As Deputy Prime Minister, don't you think that the input of the First Ministers of the provinces and territories on the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act and the proposed measures would have been relevant information to have before you at the IRG meetings and the cabinet meetings where the invocation of the Emergencies Act was discussed and debated?
Thank you for the question. And as a former intergovernmental relations minister, I understand it, and I really do understand the importance and sometimes the challenges of that federal-provincial relationship. In this particular situation, it was a very complex, fast-developing situation, and each minister was responsible for managing a series of relationships and bringing that information to the table. My colleague, Dominic LeBlanc, is an extremely able minister, an extremely able intergovernmental affairs minister, and I relied on him, as did everyone around the table, to manage that relationship and to bring to us and to the table his knowledge of the views of the provinces and territories.
And with your knowledge that they weren't consulted or about the Emergencies Act or told until the morning of February the 14th that the Emergencies Act might be invoked, wouldn't you agree that the information on their views on the potential invocation of the Emergencies Act wasn't before the Cabinet or the IRG? It wasn't one of the items because it wasn't available until February the 14th?
In my view, Minister LeBlanc very effectively, from what I could see, very effectively communicated with the provinces and territories and communicated with us what he learned from those conversations. That discussion that happened on the Monday was important. I wasn't part of that discussion, but it happened and it was important that it happened.
And so the evidence that has been given before this inquiry is that the Emergencies Act had not been raised with any of the first ministers of the provinces or territories or any of the cabinet members of the provinces or territories. So wouldn't you agree with me that whatever information it was that Minister LeBlanc was bringing to the table, it did not involve discussions about the Federal Emergencies Act?
Again, there, I would say this was an area of responsibility for Minister LeBlanc, who I do absolutely believe does that very difficult job very well. And I had confidence in how he did that job.
I'll move on to my second question. We spoke about the call that you had with the banks on February the 13th. There was another call with the banks on February the 21st, and I'd like to just pull up the readout from that call, if I may. It's ssm.can 401828. And the section that I'd like to draw your attention to is close to the top. It's the portion that reads from DPM, which I take to be indicating that this is what you said on the call as Deputy Prime Minister would be DPM. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. And then there's a paragraph that begins first, and then the next little paragraph says, the RCMP has told us they have heard from protesters as they were leaving the blockades that they did so because their families said their accounts were frozen, so get the hell out of there. This is a much better and peaceful way to end things. Now, freezing someone's bank account without due process engages their personal rights, and it also engages the personal rights of the families that shared many of those bank accounts, individuals who weren't even at the protest. You've stated here in this document that your view was that this is better and more peaceful, presumably than using the existing legal authorities, which multiple branches of law enforcement have testified at this inquiry were adequate to bring a peaceful end to the protests. And indeed, they did so using those authorities. So do you still hold that view today, that freezing the accounts was a better solution than law enforcement carrying out its legal authorities in the responsible manner that they do?
The view that I do hold, as we discussed earlier today, is one of my very grave concerns about bringing these illegal blockades and this illegal occupation to an end was the danger that there would be violence and that there would be violence directed towards the protesters. I was particularly concerned because of reports that children were present. And that was one of the reasons that I felt the financial tools that were put in place by the Emergencies Act were a better option. From my perspective, the job of these tools was to create a peaceful, nonviolent incentive for people who were doing something illegal to leave. And I think those tools did work.
And so I would just remind you in that regard that the call that we're looking at this readout from in front of us was held on February the 21st. And so at that time, the Coutts blockade, we can scroll up to the top of the document. We have Monday, February the 21st, and you say, it's hard to believe it was only a week ago. We were on a call last Sunday, which was February the 13th, talking about this. So this is a call that was held on February the 21st, after the enforcement actions had been taken out at Coutts, which were done before the Emergencies Act was invoked, after the Ambassador Bridge was cleared, which was before the Emergencies Act was invoked, and while the enforcement efforts in Ottawa were well underway, and you would have had the knowledge at that time that there was peaceful resolution by law enforcement at both of those border blockades, and that there was no violence against children, and it was a peaceful resolution by law enforcement in Ottawa. And so with respect to those comments about the fear of the prospect of violence, I don't know that on the timeline of February 21st, are you saying you still had them then and you would still have those today?
No, not at all.
And so you expressed this view after you were of the knowledge that there's...
May I explain?
Absolutely. I didn't realize you were talking. I apologize.
No problem. It can be hard on the video calls. So on February 21st, when I made those comments, it was looking back on the events of the week that had passed. And I certainly believed then, and I believe today, that the financial tools we put in place aided in the peaceful resolution of all of those occupations and blockades. The reports that we heard, the reports that were in the media, the reports from law enforcement were that many people did leave as a result of the incentives created by those tools. And then the final thing that I think is important to emphasize is we said on February 14th, we are putting these tools in place, so please leave now, so that these tools never need to be used. So any person who had their account frozen had due warning that they were engaged in illegal activity and that they should stop doing that activity. And the other thing that I would point to that I think did work well is the accounts were very quickly unfrozen after the illegal activity ceased.
And with respect to the due warning, there were, as you acknowledged in your earlier testimony, accounts of families, individuals who weren't present at the protests that were also frozen. Would your view be the same with respect to those individuals?
Again, that was never the intent, that to in any way affect family members. Certainly the consequence, the reality of people having joint bank accounts made that impossible to entirely avoid. But I would say that the family members whose presence at the protest, at the illegal occupation and blockades, caused the accounts to be frozen, had a very easy, readily available remedy with a lot of notice. They could have left before the freezing began, and as soon as people did leave, the accounts were unfrozen.
Thank you, Minister. Those are my questions today.
Okay, thank you. Next, I'd like to call on the City of Ottawa, please.
The city has ceded its time to the Government of Canada. Alyssa Tompkins for the record.
Okay, thank you. Counsel for former Chief Slowly, please.
Rebecca Jones for Chief Slowly, and we also have no questions for the Deputy Prime Minister and have ceded our time to the Government of Canada. Thank you.
Okay. Next is City of Windsor.
Good afternoon, Deputy Prime Minister. My name is Jennifer King, and I am legal counsel to the City of Windsor. I only have a few moments with you this afternoon. You have testified about the macroeconomic impacts of the border blockades and the Ambassador Bridge blockade specifically. In my few moments with you, I want to shift tracks a bit and ask you to scope down and talk to us about the impacts of the blockades on the community and individual level. As you may be aware, I hope you're aware, Windsor is not just a road to the Ambassador Bridge, it's a community. It's a place where people live, work, and study. Are you aware that the bridge lands in the community?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that for Windsor and Windsorites, the blockade of the bridge was felt directly and immediately?
Yes, I am.
I understand from Deputy Minister Sabia that Transport Canada has not completed an analysis of the blockade and the impacts on the local economy and local Windsor businesses. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, but you are well aware of the importance of the automotive sector as an employer in the region, right?
I'm very aware of that and was motivated by my awareness of that and some of the actions we've been discussing today.
Okay, and you're aware that given the nature of the automotive sector, the blockade had a significant impact and resulted in almost immediately in shutdowns and partial layoffs?
Yes.
Can you tell us generally how impacts on the Canadian economy at this kind of macro level that you've been talking about trickles down and impacts local communities and residents, particularly communities like Windsor that are reliant on these types of automotive industries?
I think you've been doing a very good job of telling us that. And certainly I'm, very prepared to agree with you that Windsor was very specifically and meaningfully affected.
Okay. You also gave testimony this morning about U.S. EV incentives. Mayor Dilkens gave evidence to this commission about the $5 billion investment announced in March through a joint venture between Stellantis and LG Energy Solutions to establish a battery manufacturing plant in the region. You're aware of that investment?
Extremely.
So this will be the first Canadian
Correct.
electric vehicle battery manufacturing facility?
Well, let's get it off the ground, but I'm very optimistic about it.
And Mayor Dilkens testified that these discussions and pre-planning about this investment was underway at the time of the blockade.
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Is this the kind of investment that you were concerned about, that you were talking about earlier today?
100%.
The commission has heard evidence
So
about the
worthless,
response
this
in Windsor,
questioning.
Windsor Police and its
It's
policing
just
partners to
feeding
peacefully
it to
clear the
her.
blockade of the bridge.
She's just giving
Were
the
you
speech
aware
for her.
at
She
the
even
time
said
that the
it.
necessary policing efforts to maintain access to the bridge after the blockade impacted Windsorites?
Yes.
Deputy Minister Sabia agreed that the reopening of the bridge was key to avoiding greater damage to Canada's reputation as a good place to invest, Canada's reputation as a reliable trading partner. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
For Windsorites, this isn't, of course, not about just what happened in February. Windsor has been host to this critical piece of infrastructure for almost a century. And Windsor keeps traffic flowing to this bridge every day, and that benefits the entire country, doesn't it?
100%.
Do you agree?
It helped
And
us get
is
the
that true?
3M masks, in fact.
Right. So we've heard a number of witnesses recommend that the frameworks and laws to protect critical infrastructure should be studied and strengthened. Do you agree?
I do.
Would you also agree that Windsor is not only a stakeholder in debriefing the lessons learned and in developing these frameworks, but also an important partner?
Yes, Windsor is definitely an important partner.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Windsor Police Service.
Hi there, Heather Patterson for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions for Minister Freeland and have ceded our time to the Government of Saskatchewan.
I guess then we go to the Government of Saskatchewan.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. Minister, spoiler alert, I hope to get you to agree with me as much as my colleague did just a couple of minutes ago. I guess we'll see where we get to. But Minister, I think I can start out with some easy ones. You're familiar with Farm Credit Canada, which is a federal crown corporation. Is that fair?
Not intimately, but I know it exists.
She's the finance minister.
You
Remind
grew
me
up
of
on
that.
the prairies. It used to be called Farm Credit Corporation. If I call it FCC, you'll understand what I mean. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that FCC is headquartered in Regina?
Yes.
Okay. And that it provides loans to farmers, correct?
Yes.
And Farm Credit Canada would have been a financial institution subject to the Emergency Economic Measures Order, correct?
I believe so.
And if I just call that the
she
order,
believes so,
you'll
as the
understand what I
finance
mean. Is
minister.
that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I want to refer you to an article from Farmers Forum, which is self-described as the largest circulation farm newspaper in Ontario. So I'm going to ask the clerk to pull up a document. It's POE SAS 703. And just while we're pulling this up, it's a May 3rd, 2022 article from Farmers Forum entitled, "Read the Documents, Farm Credit Compiled List of 9 Names for Possible Blacklisting." So we can see that on the screen there now. And I'm just going to read from the first 3 paragraphs of the article. So we'll just have to go down. There, perfect. Farm Credit Canada compiled a list of 9 people to be potentially blacklisted because of possible participation in the Freedom Convoy protest in February, according to internal FCC emails acquired by Farmer Forum through an Access to Information request. The Access to Information documents revealed that FCC employees were instructed to report the names of customers who were involved in the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa after the Emergencies Act was enacted on Feb 14. The Federal Lending Agency compiled a list of 9 people by viewing Twitter accounts and online media posts, as well as drawing from conversations with customers. Now, I expect we can agree that it's not surprising that FCC instructed its employees to report in this manner because FCC was required to do so under the terms of the order. Is that fair?
Well, maybe not entirely. And I will say I am reading this news report for the first time as I see it on my screen. So my response is a little bit limited. But even in the paragraphs that you've displayed for us, there is a misunderstanding if this email is genuine. And I'm just saying because I haven't seen it, right? And
We can look at
reporting
the
is
emails.
No. Reporting is a hard thing to do. I used to be a reporter, but the email that is reported on here saying if the federal government directs us to, that is a misunderstanding of how the order worked. We were always very conscious that it wasn't the job of the federal government or the Ministry of Finance to name specific names or to even know which names were involved. The way the
Understood. It was
order
the
worked was that was to be a communication between law enforcement and the financial institutions. And I know it's not my job to ask you to agree with me, but I hope you will agree with me that that was appropriate, that elected ministers shouldn't be involved in naming specific names. So that was a misunderstanding.
I think we should look at the documents referred to from that Access to Information request. So I'm going to ask the clerk to bring up POE SAS 704. And these are the documents which were obtained by Farmers Forum and that are referred to in this article. And I'm just going to ask that we go to the 3rd page of this PDF, please. There, perfect. So we can see this is an email with a subject line, "How the Emergencies Act Affects FCC." and it's to operations field staff dated February 23rd, 2022. So I'd just like us to scroll down to the third paragraph, please. Stop there. The third paragraph begins, if you become aware of potential customer involvement in blockades, occupations, and other supportive activity related to the Freedom Convoy, you must submit a tip to the Customer Diligence Center, brackets CDC. So this is the morning of February 23rd, and we know that the order was no longer in place later that day because, of course, the emergency declaration was revoked on February 23rd later that day. Is that fair, Minister?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay. I'd just like us to scroll down to page 5 of the PDF now, please. And this should be an email dated February 25th. Yes, there it is. So we see this is an email dated February 25th with the subject Emergencies Act, customers identified. And the content of the email indicates that the sender is telling the recipient that they'd like to follow up regarding customers that have been identified as possibly participating in the 2022 Freedom Convoy. So we've agreed, I think, or we can agree that as of February 25th, there was no requirement under the order to conduct this follow-up. Is that fair?
So let me say a couple of things. First of all, I'm seeing this email now for the first time, and as far as I know, it had nothing to do with me.
Understood.
Second of all, it's certainly the case that the order was ceased to apply after February 23rd. And maybe the third thing for people who are listening that it's worth pointing out is all the accounts were unfrozen around that time.
Okay, I just want to continue on to the next page of the PDF, which is page 6. And I appreciate you're seeing this for the first time, Minister, and I understand that's difficult. But this appears to be a spreadsheet entitled 2022 Freedom Convoy Tips, has a column for tip, for date, for customer name, and preliminary findings. And I'd just like us to slowly scroll to the very end of all of these PDFs, looking at the dates as we can, as it goes by. Yeah, you can keep scrolling. That's a good pace. So we've seen February 23rd, keep scrolling. Now we see February 24th, and keep scrolling. I think there's one more page. We'll get to the end here. Oh, another page, more February 24th. Keep going, yeah. So the last one is number 9. Okay, go up a little bit. And this would appear to indicate that the last tip in the spreadsheet was received February 25th. There's a description, I gather, of the preliminary investigation at this point. So, you know, it appears, and I appreciate your viewing this for the first time, that FCC was still investigating tips relating to the Freedom Convoy 2022 as of February 25th. And I don't know when it stopped investigating tips, and I expect you may not know either. Is that fair, Minister?
With real respect, I have to say, I think these are questions for FCC and not for me.
Okay, I expected you might answer that, and that's a fair answer. Aside from FCC, can you identify any other federal financial institutions which were subject to the order for us?
The order applied to all financial institutions across the country.
Okay. No, that's fair. It was a privilege to speak with you, Minister. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Okay, thank you. So we now turn to the Government of Canada, please.
Good afternoon, Deputy Prime Minister. As you know, my name is Stephen Aylward. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. My friend for the Government of Saskatchewan just now took you to a news article that referred to the blacklisting of account holders or of borrowers under a federal program. Is there anything in the Emergency Economic Measures Order that authorized or required financial institutions to blacklist an individual?
No, there was not.
Was there anything that prescribed any lasting impacts beyond the expiry of the designation of a person as a determination that a person was a designated person, or the expiry of the Emergencies Act?
There absolutely was not.
Earlier, my friend for Commission Counsel put it to you that on the issue of foreign funding, that there was no information that the government had in relation to foreign funding at the time of the declaration of the emergency. In your response, you mentioned open source information. I take it that would have included news articles?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and I won't take you to them, but I'm just going to read into the record the names of two such articles, pb.can.401755 and pb.can.401756. My friend for the Democracy Fund mentioned to you certain letters from the Canadian Truckers Association in which they expressed concern in December of 2021 over the removal of the exemption for cross-border trucking. Do you recall that?
I do.
And if we could pull up, Mr. Clerk, ssm.can.50335. And this document that's pulling up is a statement from the same organization that was made in January of 2022. And if you see there, the statement says, the CTA does not support and strongly disapproves of any protests on public roadways, highways, and bridges. CTA believes such actions, especially those that interfere with public safety, are not how disagreements with governments should be expressed. Were you aware of that being the position of the Canadian Truckers Association at the time?
Yes, I was.
And indeed, if we could go to ssm.can.50987, this is a letter dated February 10th, 2022, again from the Canadian Truckers Association. And in this letter, the Canadian Truckers Association is asking the federal government to take action to address the issue with the border blockades. Were you aware? It's a letter addressed to the Prime Minister and Minister Alghabra, but I'll just ask, were you aware of the Canadian Truckers Association making such a request at the time?
I can't pretend to have memorized the exact date and content of the letter, but I was aware that Minister Alghabra was in touch with the Truckers Association and that they were very concerned.
Okay, so if we talk about economic impacts for a moment, you discussed with Commission Counsel earlier a Bloomberg briefing and as well a Bloomberg article. If we could just pull up the news article, COM 50839, please. And if we could go to the third page of that document when it's ready. This is the news article, and apart from the reference to the 0.1% that you were discussing earlier, there's some reporting in here about other individuals that were commenting on the situation of the border blockades at the time. And if you look under the heading there, we don't need this, there's a quote attributed to the governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, that was made on the Wednesday, so that would have been the day before this article, on Wednesday, February 9th, in which the governor of the Bank of Canada noted that we've already got a strained global supply chain. We don't need this, in reference to the border blockade. Do you remember being aware of the comments of the governor of the Bank of Canada at the time?
I absolutely do, and that's in my timeline. I think it's in my notebook. When we spoke earlier today about concerns around achieving a soft landing for the Canadian economy, concerns about rising inflation, concerns about the rise in interest rates, which the Bank of Canada, with which the Bank of Canada would respond to rising inflation. That was very much on my mind. And I mentioned that we had already had a January inflation number which was elevated. We expected inflation. We expected an elevated number. Well, the number that we had in January was for December. We expected in February to learn of an elevated number for January. We were aware that the bank was concerned, and that made us concerned, definitely.
Okay, so you spoke earlier about some of your concerns around comments by public officials in the United States. I'd just like to go through the timeline of some of those statements, because I think we've heard a bit about them, but I think it's helpful to look at actually.
Sure, and if I could just say one more thing on the Bank of Canada, that wasn't in an interview with Bloomberg. Governor Macklem spoke at a press conference about it, so that was widely reported.
No, indeed. That was just one instance of a document that's in the record that records that statement. So February 7th, we know, is the day that the blockade begins at the Ambassador Bridge. And so on February 9th, this is day 3, that's the date of those comments by the governor of the Bank of Canada. It's also the date of several statements by U.S. public officials. If we could pull up pb.can.6023 and go to page 3. This is a tweet by Representative Alyssa Slotkin, and I believe you may have indirectly made reference to this earlier this morning, but I'd just like to put the tweet up. And if you can see there, we have Representative Slotkin saying, if we need another example of why supply chains matter, look no further than the Ambassador Bridge, the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge. And then it continues. And if you look at the second installation of the thread, or the second part of the thread, it says, it doesn't matter if it's an adversary or an ally. We can't be this reliant on parts coming from foreign countries. Was that the comment that you were referencing earlier in your testimony?
Yes, it was. And I remember when that came out very, very clearly. And, what was being publicly said by U.S. officials, all of it worried me. But I think if I had to identify for people here one particular line that worried me the most, it's those two sentences. And in particular, it doesn't matter if it's an adversary or an ally. We can't be this reliant on parts coming from foreign countries. That is a huge threat to Canada's entire auto sector. And the point especially there that she's underscoring adversary or ally, because a point that we had been making, and actually we made successfully, for example, with the 232 steel and aluminum tariffs, was those were inappropriately levied against Canada by the US because we were an ally. and so you could rely on us. And that point there is saying, you know what? You shouldn't differentiate between, for example, Canada and China. The United States is equally at risk if it has an economic dependency. And having US elected representatives assert that publicly and connect it to this blockade and say, look, by relying on Canada, you're going to lose your job, that was very, very dangerous for us. And I will also just point out, this was a Democratic member of the Michigan delegation. And I think later on in the tweet, Representative Slotkin talks about being in touch with the White House. These were the people that the White House was talking to about this situation, but also about the EV incentives. And their views mattered very, very much.
And on the White House point, if we look just further down this page, the last line on this page of the document, it's a headline from an article from the Detroit News, White House worries about Ambassador Bridge blockade. And that article, we don't need to go through the text, but it references a statement by then Press Secretary Jen Psaki commenting on White House concern. And I take it you were aware of those comments at the time as well.
Yes, I was.
And so then if we go to February 10th, that's day 4 of the blockades. Commission Counsel mentioned earlier that the Department of Finance prepared an economic analysis on February 10th that day. And we looked at it the other day with the Department of Finance officials. And that backgrounder noted that at that time, as of the 4th day, there were auto plant shutdowns at Ford, Stellantis, and Toyota plants that were caused by the Ambassador Bridge blockade. Were you aware of that, and were you surprised at how quickly those shutdowns occurred?
I was aware of that. And we spoke earlier this morning about my conversation that day, the 10th of February, with Brian Deese, where he said, and I can't recall exactly, but something like another 12 hours and all the Northeast will shut down. So I was aware of the impact. And at some level, I wasn't surprised because I knew 2 things, that the auto sector is so hugely integrated. And, the US plants are dependent on us, but we're also dependent on the US plants. Those parts go across 6 times, right? So I knew that. And the other thing, which I think Reese Mendez spoke to you guys about, but is very true, is the auto sector operates on a just-in-time production process. They don't like to hold big stores of parts because that's expensive. And so the industry requires very reliable and very speedy supply chains. And if there's a break in them, yes, it stops production. So I knew that intellectually. I would say, though, at a kind of emotional level, it still, was breathtaking how quickly it had happened, how quickly the effect mounted, how swift the political impact was. And I think that was the case also for the White House. And that was reflected in my Brian Deese conversation, where he sort of said, yeah, you've been telling us about the integration, but now I really see it.
And so you mentioned you spoke to Brian Deese, and part of that was setting up a call with the president, between the president and the prime minister, which then took place the following day. What was your reaction when you heard that that call had taken place the next day after you'd begun the process to set it up?
So I was glad that the conversation happened because I knew it was important and valuable for the Prime Minister to have a chance to explain the situation, to discuss the situation directly with the President. So that was good. But, and I had asked Brian for that call to happen. But at another level, I was quite concerned by how quickly the call was set up, because the speed of response spoke to me about the degree of concern.
We've heard earlier in this proceeding about a statement that was released by Governor Whitmer on February 10th. There was a second statement that Governor Whitmer released on February 11th. And if we could just pull that one up, it's pb.can.401840. And as part of that statement, Governor Whitmer said, "We cannot allow another minute to go by unnecessarily," calling on the Canadian government to act. Was it unusual for Governor Whitmer to be issuing two statements on the same topic one day after the next?
Very unusual. And the content of her statement was also very striking. So she makes the point, first of all, that she is talking to the White House, she's talking to the congressional delegation, the people who we've been speaking about. There is a real concerted push. And then I can't quite see it here. Yeah, this, we can't let another minute go by unnecessarily. That was also striking to me and speaks to how I perceived, and I believe rightly, the economic situation, that every minute, every hour counted, that the situation was deteriorating really hour by hour, and Canada was being very harmed. And so that speaks to why I believed, and I think it was the right judgment, we needed to act really swiftly.
And if we fast forward then to after the events of January and February, have you heard anything from business leaders since that time about the impacts of the blockades?
I have. And I'll give you a couple of examples. PDAC is a big annual Toronto mining conference. If you're in the mining industry, you will have heard of it. It's famous among miners, and Canada is rightly proud to host it every year and to be the mining capital of the world. PDAC this year, because of COVID restrictions, it's normally held in the winter, but it was held in June. And at PDAC in Toronto in June, Jonathan Wilkinson, the Minister of Natural Resources, and I convened a table to talk about critical minerals and metals and electric vehicles. And one thing that really struck me was, and we had sort of miners there, processors, and also car companies and car parts people, sort of the full circle of that sector. One of the people there, the Canadian CEO of a Japanese car company, proactively sort of went around the table, everyone raised their points about critical minerals and metals and EVs and opportunities in Canada. And this CEO, who, you know, is a guy whose job is to get his Japanese headquarters to invest in Canada. And he raised in his remarks, I think it was the first thing he said, I'm still getting questions around the blockades and the occupation. And I need to be able to say to my headquarters in Japan that this is not going to happen again in Canada, that they can be confident that that access to the US market is not going to be impeded. So that was very striking to me, that still in June, even after our action, which worked, there were still those lingering concerns. And it made me glad that we had acted when we did and not later. And then just in October, I was in Windsor, which we've heard so much about earlier today, speaking about the economy, actually at a big car parts event. And one of the car industry journalists asked me a question, and I'm, it's on the public record exactly what he said, but I'm just recalling broadly. His question was basically, can you offer assurances that something like the convoy and the blockade won't happen again? It continues to be a major concern in the car industry here. And again, I was surprised that someone in October was still asking the question. And it was further evidence to me of how serious the threat had been. And, while taking very seriously the magnitude of our action and the reluctance that any government should have on ultimately acting as we did, that question was a confirmation for me that there was very great harm that was in the process of being done, and I was glad that we acted to stop the harm.
Thank you. Shifting gears, if we talk about the economic measures my friend from the government of Alberta put it to you that there was no need to adopt the economic measures, that police had adequate tools to clear the blockades without them. I take it that you did not direct the commissioner of the RCMP to use any of the tools made available in the emergency economic measures order?
I absolutely did not.
And so to the extent that police made use of those tools, that was because they believed in their judgment that it would be a useful thing to do in carrying out their duties.
Yes, that would be correct.
And have you heard anything from police officers about whether they in fact found those tools to be effective in dealing with the situation?
I'm not the main person who speaks to or hears from police officers, but it is my understanding that the tools were used and that they were effective.
I'd like to ask you a couple more questions about the readout of the February 13th banks call that that Commission Council went through with you earlier this morning. First, Commission Council took you to the email setting up that call from Tyler Meredith, in which he alluded to previous communications with the Canadian Bankers Association, in which he relayed that the message from the industry, mainly speaking for their legal counsels, is that we have this under control and we're generally feeling comfortable with the current regime. Do you remember that exchange?
I remember that exchange from this morning. I didn't remember that email from the time, but I remember our conversation this morning.
So my question is just, in light of your call on February 13th with the bank CEOs, do you believe that statement as expressed in the email that the banks believe they have the situation under control and are comfortable with the current regime, do you believe that was an accurate statement based on the reaction of the bank CEOs on that call?
I didn't write it, and I can't remember whether I read it at the time or not. But what I can say 100% based on the conversation that I had, which I both recorded and remember certainly parts of it with striking kind of branded on my brain clarity, is when I spoke to the bank CEOs on the Sunday, they were very, very concerned. They did not feel the situation was under control. We did not discuss with them specific measures. I was sort of in listening mode, apart from kind of saying to them, you know, buck up, gentlemen, and do tell your investors that Canada is great. And sort of wanting to give them confidence in our leadership. But as you have seen from the transcript, they volunteered, a number of them, two things. One, grave concern about the economic situation, and two, absolute concern, and I would even say frustration, that the tools available to them were both inadequate. You remember from that transcript, there was the point made of, we tried to get a court order, but it took 4 hours, and by the time we tracked it down, the money had moved to another account. And then also the concern, which I did take seriously, about the banks being concerned that acting absent some form of government instruction would put them in jeopardy, the Fox News point that was there.
And so the banks were effectively asking for more government regulation.
I suppose you could put it that way. And I think what the banks were saying, and not I think, I mean, people can read through the transcript, is they were saying, this is a real threat to our economy, and you, the government, need to act. And I think they were right. And the other thing that I will say there is, it's not in the ordinary way of things for leaders of big Canadian businesses to want the government to do more in the economy. I would say quite the contrary. And at this particular moment, the banks had reason to not be so happy about things the government was doing. This followed our election, during which we had campaigned on the 15% COVID recovery dividend, which would be levied on banks and financial institutions, and we had campaigned on a permanent tax on the banks. So I would guess, and you could speak to them, but I would guess
just
that
a thought here, guys, to
if you
get
had
some
spoken to the bank
hands or
CEOs at the
emoticons
beginning of
if you want to just
January
talk over the
and
government
said,
lawyer part, because
would you
this
like
just
the
seems like
Liberal
narrative
government
building to me.
to take
Yeah, no,
a
I'm only not
more
talking just because I'm playing with the
active,
other stuff. So yeah, anybody who wants to.
position when it comes to economic management of Canada?
Can we down
They
her
would
volume a
say,
bit there?
no, we wouldn't like that.
I
and
mean,
we would
I
certainly
assumed
like
you
them
had a
not
powerful
to
enough
impose
voice to
these
speak over
taxes.
Chrystia Freeland.
So I just say
Yeah,
that
but I mean, I
because
think
need a
it's
little help there. I can assist. And
Yeah.
don't worry.
the fact
Nobody's
that
questioning your
they were
masculinity out
saying
loud.
Yeah,
at
the
least.
tools were
except
not
for
adequate
me.
and you need to do
But maybe,
more.
you know, I
Was
don't know if this is
particularly
valuable
compelling to
in terms
me
of even listening to you.
because
This
they
is
were
just a
not a
diatribe of
constituency
talking points,
that
but
was
I'm
inclined
looking for
to
the room
seek
to sort of tell us if they want to
strong
listen to
government
this
action
government
in the
lawyer
economy.
interaction or what.
Just on the
So,
Fox News point that you just mentioned, in the commission's
so I'm seeing, I got one emoticon from Guillaume. So if you guys don't want to listen to this, give us emoticons and we'll talk.
Well, if you don't want to
instead
listen
of,
to it, request a mic or join the chat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can join the Twitch chat. Okay.
Please contribute. You know.
that account on
Okay, can we just down the audio altogether, think, just for a sec, and then we'll get some people to talk for a second, because I just, it's the government lawyer shit.
So the Fox
Thank you.
News coverage, when it says on the
So let's get some speakers up
been Fox
if you
News
guys want to
coverage
do
that
that.
Friday
Otherwise,
of an incident you're aware
we can talk about something else. I don't know. I mean, maybe we should just talk about what was going on with the interaction with her and the other lawyers that were counteracting her, because I just feel at this point it's a narrative push and it's sort of irritating. So if you guys want to engage on this, otherwise we'll go back to this stuff. Up to you guys.
If we ever needed a puke emoji on Twitter, today was the day.
Well, I'm just going to watch the metrics of the room. We're at 57 right now, so people start to jettison out to go listen to the POA commission, then we'll know that it's really important to listen to the government narrative.
No,
But as
despite
long
what
as we
they
keep an
say,
eye-
they actually do want to not listen to. Like they want to listen to it a little bit, and we can use it as room filler. But
I don't know.
I,
So,
I, I was having a nap.
okay, well then dreaming of Chrystia Freeland massaging your feet. Guillaume, thoughts?
It's the first time I noticed who is yielding time to whom. So slowly yielding time to the government of Canada. Can't say I'm surprised, but you know there are teams there. So what about the government of who yielded to the government of Saskatchewan?
That was Windsor. Can't
Windsor,
recall if
right.
it was the police or a city though.
It was the city of
It was
Windsor.
the city. So
City of Windsor.
Police yielded to the government of Canada. So Saskatchewan is somewhat in opposition to the narrative, but sorry, not Saskatchewan, but the city, but didn't yield to Miller or one of the others. Otherwise, no. I mean, she did what she could do, I suppose. It's going to be back to what Nosik was saying earlier. She's talking to her crowd,
Nomination,
right?
Commissioner.
And
Okay, well, thank
her
you very
crowd
much,
is
for
pretty hard to
attending,
move.
and for your testimony. We know
I'm just listening.
you probably have other
They're
things to
switching
do,
people
but,
now.
I appreciate your coming here and taking the commission's work seriously.
I guess I should say thank you very much. And I will say to you, Commissioner, and all the lawyers doing this work, I do think it's really important work. And it's important for Canadians to be able to see and hear you asking the government and other people questions about this very important and
it's
serious
so
decision.
transparent, right? Even though 90% of the
Okay, thank
documents
you.
are
We'll
blacked
take,
out.
a
So
short break
transparent,
to
so important, so
Prepare for our
useful.
next panel.
Such a
and,
democracy.
Should only be 5 minutes or so, but I'll, if it takes longer, they'll let me know. Thank you.
So now she can go pick at her
The
ass
commission is in
and
recess for 5
bite at
minutes.
her
The commission
feet
on
and
every second
everything
minute.
that she's been holding back on, right? She's hungry. Got to dig in there.
I'm surprised if anyone's watched it. Did anyone see her like eat a pill or do any kind of sniffling of drugs or anything? She seemed overall a lot more calm than she normally seems in these things. So maybe she was on a downer to prevent her a long-lasting downer. I don't know, but I was sort of waiting for like that Amber Heard moment of like a little mid-testimony bump or something.
Well, I mean, that's what the breaks are for.
Well, let's see if she tries to crowbar Ukraine into the conversation. We should like turn it into a drinking game. Every time she says Slava Ukraine, we should all drink.
Drink what though? What's the national drink of Ukraine?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it tastes like fucking swill at this point. Yeah. Warm beer.
The Ukrainian friends that I was with was pretty much anything and lots of it. Extremely welcoming people. Required stamina.
You guys ever drunk with the Russian?
Yeah.
I have several times.
Yeah. Okay. So then take that and then now go drink with a bunch of Japanese guys. And I thought that the Russians, I thought the Russians could handle their booze, but my God, the Japanese, it was like the drinking games are retarded. No matter what you do, you're drinking. Like you win, you drink. You lose, you drink twice. You know, it's like, it was pretty impressive.
The thing is, you need to know the protocol. Like the protocol is, if you don't want to drink anymore, what do? You leave your glass full. As long as you empty the glass, if they're polite, they will pour more sake in. And if you don't know, well, it's going to be a long night.
So for those that don't know, that's the sound of Zinc tapping on his keyboard as he tries to figure out how to put the chat. We're trying to modify the stream so that we get the chat, the Twitch chat. We're chatting over on Twitch, so it's actually pretty neat because we can sort of comment on whatever's going on, and then that of course is loaded into the stream. So Twitch is pretty cool for that because you can actually have like an interactive chat thing going on. So we've been playing with that, which is pretty interesting. And we're only 13 followers, I think, short of getting 50. And once we get 50 on the Twitch there, then we can monetize that channel as well. So yeah, we're just sort of trying to get it all together here, and it's a work in progress. But if I know it's a big ask to get people to download a app or whatever, but you don't really need to download an app. You just have to sign on to Twitch through a computer or through the web version, and then you don't really need the app. But I'm using it and it seems to work pretty good, and it does really good screen stuff. I find the audio a bit better, although you can't up the volume as much as I like it. But yeah, so we're just trying anything that sticks here. So it seems to be working. It's kind of fun over there. You can say penis. So.
So what's the big takeaway, but the big moment from Freeland's testimony?
Well, I liked the lady that was on our side interviewing her, where she was trying to nail her down. You said it was all because of economic blah blah blahs, and she wouldn't answer. She basically spent the whole morning saying that the reason they invoked the EMA Act was because of economic stuff. And then the chick asked her directly, okay, does that satisfy, Section 2C? She's like, I can't answer that. I'm not a lawyer. It's like, I can't answer it. So it's just quite hilarious on that. And then, of course, the email stuff where she just, she can't answer it. Like the amount of non-answers was pretty much amazing. And the narrative turns when she was asked from our side. It was like, let me tell you, I'm going to speak very slowly and let you know that, to answer the question from 5 minutes ago, here's where our position is. And it's like, okay, I see what's going on here.
Thank you for that very important question, and very valid question, if I might add. That's 10 seconds.
I want to validate your humanity, but if I have something negative to say, I will engage a somewhat loaded gender usage of the term our finance guys. But when we are talking something that leads to my point, we will say people.
Listening to her testimony, I can't help but think that we, the collective we, me, bear a great responsibility for letting someone like this anywhere close to power.
Well, I remember that. I can't remember what the context was, but she was talking that journalism is really hard. I should know. I'm a journalist. I used to be a journalist. So those are her qualifications, right?
Well, she was admitting that she wasn't qualified. She admitted that she used to be a journalist, and then she admitted that she's not a lawyer. And then, she had to sort of say she was familiar with like Section 2C, Section 58, Section 59, because she's the deputy prime minister. But then when she acknowledges that, then it's like quickly, tail between their legs, hiding behind solicitor. She didn't really engage solicitor privilege. She just sort of intimated that she wasn't a lawyer. And then she was doing a lot of eye checks with the government lawyer. There was a lot of body communication to the government lawyer, and he did step in a few times when it looked like she was going to flounder there a bit. But I mean, interesting. Anyways.
I was trying to read on the judge, trying to find, maybe old decisions. So he's a guy from, he's a Franco-Ontarian, used to be somewhat of an activist, then became judge. He's got sons that are lawyers as well. I didn't find them, but I was looking for any media presence, old media presence, either of him or sons, to get an idea of his bias or slant. I haven't found anything interesting yet.
Well, he was involved in the transition to power back in the Turner days. He's involved in that. There seems to be there's a possible connection to the Rouleau family through Pierre Elliott Trudeau's sister. So we're not sure if that's actually actionable. We're trying to do that genealogy stuff, but it's quite involved. But yeah, he's a long-term, he's been in the throes of the Liberal power for a long time, but I don't think he's too biased from what I've seen. I mean, obviously the proof's all in the pudding of the judgment, but overall the perception here is he's actually trying to dig at the truth. So
it's my perception. I mean, that's my default, and I haven't seen. I've read some of the decisions, some of his documents, and yeah, it's not. If he does have a big bias, it's not really showing yet. Just one guy's take. Anyone else has a thought to share?
yeah, here's a thought. Dinah texted out a tweet. Question: would you agree that rocks are hard and water is wet? Answer: I would disagree with that characterization. And now we are out of time.
This is a no-hand space, Ellie.
Oh, thanks. Hi guys. So Bob, you kind of touched on it a bit. So I can't stand to visually watch this person ever. It sends me over the deep end. I don't know why. So probably some of you were watching her and I was curious. You kind of touched about where she was looking. The fact that she sounds so calm. Again, was just listening here, right? So I'm not getting that visual. Kind of glad about it. But what was her demeanor like? Was she her usual, I'm the kindergarten teacher with my stack of papers, looking all over? Her
No.
voice definitely sound calm. So she's calm.
No, she's on a downer. She's on a downer.
I mean, but she's
Yeah.
she's still tweaky, right? I mean, not as much
They
as
gave her,
sometimes,
she's
but
less tweaky.
she's
so
not.
they definitely gave
Yeah,
her
she's-
Ativan or
person.
something, right? Like she had
I
to
would
put them
I would say it wasn't default because I think she's got a default. She's got a tweaker mode, and then I think this is like medicated down mode, right?
Ativan in
No,
her
she was trying to physically, like, I remember at one point she like even like had like almost like wrapped her arms around her, like hugging herself, like she knew like people probably told her stop fucking moving, right? And so she's trying, like, putting her hand on her face, like trying to like find a pose that she's not tweaking. So she was trying really hard not to be weird.
On that note,
Kind of like LA does.
No, I tweak. And then I'll kick you in your knee. All right? Okay.
Go ahead, Guillaume. Go ahead.
I was going to say, who else in active politics is that repulsive? Freeland is quite notable. There's actually another one that I have in mind. I don't know if people can guess it, if they get the same feeling. He wasn't
Canadian or outside of Canadian?
Canadian.
Okay.
Canadian.
Adam Vaughn.
I don't know him.
Oh, good for you.
Order allowed?
No. I was thinking of Omar.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
We'll see who this panel is.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Shantona Chaudhry for the record. Our next witnesses are from the Prime Minister's office, Mr. John Broadhead, Ms. Katie Telford, Mr. Brian Clow.
Mr. Clow, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
First name Brian, B-R-I-A-N. Last name Clow, C-L-O-W.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Telford, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
A religious document.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available?
Bible. Stand. Sit, stand.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Catherine Telford, K-A-T-H-E-R-I-N-E, Telford, T-E-L-F-O-R-D.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Broadhead, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Affirm, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
John Broadhead, John-Broadhead.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. We're just going to start with a couple of routine housekeeping items, the first of which is introducing your interview summary. So you'll recall having sat for an interview with Commission Counsel on October 11th of this year. And following that interview, Commission Counsel prepared a summary of the interview. Have you all three reviewed that summary?
Yes.
Sorry, just for the record. I know it's a bit difficult with the three of you, but someone answer yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, and also present at that interview was your colleague, Mr. Jeremy Broadhurst.
Yes.
And can you confirm that Mr. Broadhurst as well has reviewed the summary of the interview?
Yes.
And that it is accurate according to all four of you?
Yes.
Perfect. So, Mr. Clerk, for the record, that's WTS 6083, no need to call it up. And then the second small order of business is the PMO institutional report. So the Prime Minister's office prepared an institutional report for these proceedings. That the doc ID number of that is DOJIR 6014. And I'd just like you to confirm again that that report was prepared by PCO and that you have reviewed it and that it is accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing I'll say is this is one of the examinations that we're doing as a panel. There are three of you.
Yeah, it looks like we're
and
back to
some of my
water bottles
questions
for
will be
these ones.
directed at one of you specifically because it's something that's within your personal knowledge or a document or a communication
Maybe her
that you were
glass had
involved
some
in.
adrenochrome in it
And
to
some
even
of
her
them
out.
I will throw out more generally and the person best placed can answer. And you can also feel free if it's appropriate and you have knowledge to add to someone else's answer, you're free to do that. So the first question I think I'll address to Ms. Telford, which is just, can you explain the mandate and the structure at a very sort of general level of the Prime Minister's office? What does the Prime Minister's office do?
The Prime Minister's office, we serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister, which is different than our public service colleagues in the sense that job security is a little different. We work between elections as well, and many of us, though not all of us, do take leaves during election campaigns to work on election campaigns. But in between elections and working in government, our role is to facilitate information to the Prime Minister, to facilitate his ability to make the best decisions he can to advance the agenda that he was elected on by the Canadians. So that includes everything from very operational work. So we have teams of tour advance people, as we call them. We have regional desks who coordinate with stakeholders, including different levels of government in different parts of the country. I'm sure my colleagues can speak to John is our Director of Policy and can speak to the policy team. Brian Clow is one of two Deputy Chiefs of Staff in the Prime Minister's office. The other Deputy Chief of Staff is Marjorie Michel. And the other Chief of Staff, since she's not here, is primarily responsible for a lot of the operational elements of the office, ranging from human resources, because we are an office of roughly 100, And so the human resources side, the public appointments as well, there's hundreds and thousands of public appointments that go through government. And so we act as a coordinating body in many ways on the political side between ministers' offices as well. And, but our primary job is getting the Prime Minister the information that he needs, getting him the best advice from all parts of government, but also from outside of government that he needs to be able to accomplish what he committed to Canadians he would do if he were elected.
And just building on that, I'll ask you to explain, Ms. Telford, your specific role as Chief of Staff, and then I'll ask each of your colleagues to do the same.
So I view my role in two ways. There's the day-to-day management role. So I manage the Prime Minister's office and of an extraordinary group of people who work day and night, particularly during this time period they did. And so it's all the sort of operational scheduling and day-to-day management you can imagine of running an office of that size, as well as coordinating between other ministers' offices as well. So we have a weekly Chief of Staff meeting that involves the Chiefs of Staff from all of the ministers' offices across government as a way of touching base and sharing information, sometimes best practices. And then the other hat I wear at the same time is being a senior advisor to the Prime Minister, and in terms of bringing him the best advice I can from everywhere I can, but also facilitating other people being able to get in front of him and provide him with all the advice and the inputs that he needs to make the best decisions he can for Canadians.
Thank you. And Mr. Broadhead, can you explain your role, please?
Sure. So as Director of Policy, one of the key pieces of my role is to kind of work with the Privy Council office very closely to coordinate the cabinet agenda. So as you've heard through these proceedings, we have many cabinet committees, and so we work with PCO to make sure items are ready to go forward on those agendas, any kind of remaining issues to be sorted out between ministers or departments. So that's one. We have a team of 14 policy advisors. So they cover all the departments. So they each have policy files. So they become the links to the ministers' offices as well as to the content experts at PCO and other departments. And I think in that role, we provide advice to the Prime Minister on policy items. So whether it's items going to cabinet, other items such as the budget, our team will often prepare memos along those lines and advise the Prime Minister on the policy side of these things.
Okay, and we're going to come back in a minute to, you mentioned PCO, and we've heard from a few witnesses last week from PCO. So we're going to come back to the interplay a little bit between your office and PCO. But first, I'll just ask Mr. Clow to introduce himself and describe his role.
So I am one of two Deputy Chiefs of Staff, as Katie laid out, and I oversee 5 teams in the office. One is the policy team, which John described. Second is communications team. It's the largest of the 5. They do exactly what their name says: press releases, all government communications, media relations for sure. Quite a range of activities in that department. Third is the issues management and parliamentary affairs team. That's one unit. So everything that goes through Parliament, whether it's legislation, votes in the House, debates in the House, the PMO Parliamentary Affairs team engages in that space. But they also focus on issues management, which I like to think of it as the government has its proactive agenda, which is largely driven out of the policy team, and then the issues management team deals with day-to-day developments, whatever comes at us. So certainly the issues management team was involved in what's being studied here quite early on. And then there are 2 more units that I oversee. They're smaller units. One is a global affairs team. They focus on any number of international files. And finally, there's a unit that was created a couple of years ago to deal with the response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, thank you. And I should mention that the reason you've all been selected to be here today is you were all involved in some way in assisting the Prime Minister in responding to the events of late January and February that are before the Commission. Certainly not just you, but certainly all of you. So just going back to that question of the interplay between PCO and PMO, I'm not sure who's best placed to speak to that between the 3 of you, but Mr. Broadhead, you brought it up, so maybe we'll start with you.
So what specifically is of interest
Just the general relationship?
Yeah, so the lines of communication and the interaction between the public service and the political side in advising the Prime Minister.
Sure. So I'll speak to my experience because I obviously cover one part of that dynamic, and I interact with primarily two parts of Privy Council office. One is the kind of priorities and planning group, which is Michael Vandergrift's group, and then the other one is the operations team, which is now run by Kaylee Levesque. Plans and priorities is really the cabinet side, and operations is more the execution and of that. So there is, I would say, a constant flow of information back and forth. They provide us advice. They convene meetings of departments across the government. They really kind of hold the institutional knowledge on many of these files, and so we kind of work very closely together to ensure we're aligned on the policy agenda, that things are rolling out. They also have great experience in terms of execution of policy. So are things getting done? Are things happening that we brought into play? Are they still going? Is it still moving? So it's a very constant and a very important relationship for us.
Ms. Telford, do you have anything to add to that in terms of the lines of communication and in providing advice to the Prime Minister?
I would just add that, and I'm sure you heard this from the clerk, who I have primarily the most contact with is with the clerk and the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, and to only a slightly lesser degree, the deputy clerk. And they're also the ones who have the most contact with the Prime Minister. And so the clerk meets with the Prime Minister on a very regular basis, often meets with the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister together, and I will attend the majority of those meetings as well. And then she and I will talk regularly in between those meetings as well in terms of planning out, what needs to get covered and what's going on and prioritizing who else we might need in those meetings. And so, as John said, it's a very regular flow of information back and forth, and that's true for the entire Prime Minister's office. Everybody has counterparts of one kind or another on the public service side, and the flow of information is significant, though we do have clearly different roles in terms of what our responsibilities are to the Prime Minister, and of course, as I said earlier, how we're employed.
Thank you. Okay. That introduction out of the way, we'll turn to the matters before the Commission. And starting with the very early days of the convoy, can you describe to us when PMO first became aware that the convoy was a thing that was possibly rolling into Ottawa, what your initial impressions of it were, what your sources of information were, and the sort of pre-arrival early days?
So the week of January 17th, there were a few interactions. On Monday, January 17th, there was a report sent from PCO to PMO, I think one or two people in the Prime Minister's office. It might have actually come from a minister's office as a flag, that there was some slow roll activity in Emerson, Manitoba. At that point, though, that information was not shared beyond that. It was just one of any number of issues. As the week went on, though, we started to hear more and see more reports of the convoy protest. On Thursday, January 20th, there was an email that came from PCO to a number of people in PMO that laid out, it was an update on the convoy protest. I think it was focused on, it named 3 places specifically: Coutts, North Portal, Saskatchewan, and Ottawa. And the update also included a press release from the Canadian Trucking Alliance, which condemned the convoy activity, specifically proposed unlawful activity, which even at that point, what was coming out of a number of the speakers was proposed unlawful activity and road blockages specifically. So it was that week, January 17th, when we started to hear about this. That weekend, I'd say 22nd, 23rd, by then it was on everybody's radar. The week of the 24th is when the Prime Minister started to get updated daily on it.
Okay, and that takes us, Mr. Clerk, can you please bring up ssm.can.nsc402578? So, Mr. Clow, if I take this correctly, you were speaking at that point of PMO's sort of monitoring of what was going on, and I believe the 25th was the first time you got a briefing from the PCO.
So in addition to, I'll look at this email. So there was email traffic and there would have been phone calls the week of the 17th between PCO and PMO. The Tuesday, the 25th, I do believe was the first meeting scheduled with PCO and PMO staff to go through all of the elements as were known at that point.
Okay, so we're just going to look at what the content of that meeting was. Mr. Clerk, if you can scroll down, keep scrolling. Okay, there we go. So this is Mike McDonald, and we know, can you actually just refresh our memories as to who Mike McDonald is?
So he works in PCO and he's part of the national security team.
That's right, Intelligence Secretariat. Okay, so Mike McDonald is explaining and briefing essentially on what the state of knowledge there is at the time. So he says, latest lay of the land, security, coordination, national security apparatus, what do we know? Law enforcement across the country is learning more about the convoy and its organizers as they interact with them. And then there's some description of where it's coming from. The next bullet down says actively monitoring. One thing they're picking up on is chatter on social media. So far, RCMP telling us that the convoy itself is peaceful, not causing problems along the way. Their goal is to get to Ottawa, not have infractions along the way. And then very small online chatter, that's where people are using disturbing language. Mr. Clerk, if you can just keep scrolling to the next page, please. There we go. Following January 6th events last year, which is a reference to January 6th in Capitol Hill in the United States, NSIA worked with PPS, RCMP, and Sergeant at Arms for a scenario planning for regular protests. Push boundaries and plan out for things like an insurrection. This has been done. Then Ottawa Police and PPS have an MOU, have done exercises for these types of protests. On the federal side, we have governance in place that is up and running, ADM, National Security Operations Center, meeting every day to ensure parts of the federal family are coordinated in efforts and can feed information through. So does that represent essentially, first of all, the content of that briefing as you were aware of it that day?
So I wasn't a part of this specific brief, but received this email. And so I have no reason to believe it doesn't represent what was discussed there. But I would say it's only a piece of the picture of what we were watching at that time. There's a reference in there to social media chatter and disturbing comments. And by this point, it was a very significant issue and getting a lot of coverage in media, some of those comments. This email was sent on January 25th, which is the same day it was reported in media that some individuals who were planning to participate in the demonstration were saying they wanted this to be their January 6th. That's why you see, I suspect you see this in this email summary because there were individuals explicitly referencing January 6th. And at this point as well, it was known in public that some people planning to participate in the demonstration had a proposal to replace the government by going to the Governor General and the Senate. And it's otherwise known as the MOU.
Okay, so just scrolling down a bit again, Mr. Clerk, there's a comment at the end there. So you'll see at the end it says questions, question mark, Zed, and I believe that's a reference to Zita Astrovas, Bill Blair's Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Mr. Blair, Chief of Staff. So she says, curious to know how feed into political level. From our perspective, feel assured having worked in the space of all work being done, but ministers feeling uneasy and keen on details. I'm wondering if you can help us understand what is meant there by sense of unease at the political level.
I think there at that point, there was a lot of conversation going on about what we were seeing and what we thought this was going to be. And there were a number of updates coming through, like the one you see here, but we were also seeing a lot in open source and through the media, which was very concerning. Already mentioned the reference to January 6th. So that's what I think this speaks to.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that in Mike McDonald's email that we just read through, the message coming through is essentially, well, we've planned for this. We did some planning after January 6th and things are sort of under control and the machine is operating as it should. But then Ms. Astrovas raises a concern saying the ministers are actually pretty worried about this. So is it fair to say that there was some unease at the ministerial or the political level that maybe isn't reflected in the briefing.
Yes.
Okay. So then just moving, thank you, Mr. Clerk, you can take that document down. So that's the sort of pre-arrival state. Unless there's anything else you'd like to add about what was going on pre-arrival, but then chronologically, the next thing that happens is that the convoy arrives and doesn't leave when everyone expected it to do, and then we head into the first week of the protests, if we can call it that. So I'd like you to pull up now, Mr. Clerk, ssm.nsc.can402941. And as that's being done, maybe I can ask you to just describe to us from your point of view what that first week was like and what was going on from your perspective in attempting to respond. And the notes I'm pulling up here are Mr. Clow's notes from a February 3rd meeting, which I think can fairly be described as a brainstorming ideas kind of meeting. But before we get into the specifics of the notes, can you fill in a bit of the narrative of what was happening in your thinking and in your office at the time?
So we watched the convoy arrive, not only in Ottawa, but there was activity in Coutts, very serious activity that first weekend. Emerson, we're starting to see some blockages there. It was down to one lane, it would open up again, some trucks would move, but there was activity in Emerson. So this was already a national issue in the first week. And we continued to see very concerning statements from some demonstrators, including from demonstrators and organizers, that they were not going to leave until the government changed its policy. But in that first weekend, law enforcement was responsible, local law enforcement, I should say. And by the end of the weekend, it was clear they weren't leaving. So I would say concern had increased at the end of the weekend. So we in the Prime Minister's office, with PCO, with ministers' offices, with caucus, with others, we were hearing a lot of concern, and we were discussing internally and getting updates and sharing information with each other as best we could. Before this meeting on the 3rd, which was well into the second week, there had been a briefing of the Prime Minister by the National Security Advisor and the clerk. So there were discussions happening. What happened on February 3rd and what these notes reflect is this was a Thursday, the second weekend was approaching, and law enforcement had not been able to contain the various protests. And in fact, in my view, they were getting worse. So we assembled and basically covered the waterfront. What's going on? Who's talking to who? What can we be doing more of? What are different provinces and municipalities asking? Are different provinces and municipalities asking questions that if they aren't asking for support, if they aren't, can we have a conversation with them to see if they should be asking for support? So in these notes, you'll see us cover quite a few different ideas.
Okay, thank you. And you'll appreciate we have an hour and a half, so I know I'm skipping through weeks and chronology very quickly, but it's necessary, and thank you for filling that in. Here we go, February 3rd. There's just a few points that I want to pick out here. So the first notation says JB, that's John Broadhead, Mr. Broadhead?
That was Jeremy Broadhurst.
Oh, that's Jeremy Broadhurst. Okay, this may get confusing.
Sorry.
Jeremy Broadhurst. Looks like OPS won't move. Weeks, not days. Weird reinforcements problem, or something reinforcements problem.
Weekend reinforcements problem.
That makes more sense. Behind scenes, too deferential, need bad cop. You've got to use tools you have. Whether to change public message is different. And then KT, that's Ms. Talford?
Yes.
Okay, I can't read the first part. The second part says, what, if anything, can we do? What are options? So that's introducing this as a sort of a brainstorming of ideas. And then we'll see a variety of ideas expressed here. Mr. Clerk, can you just scroll down? We see, sorry, just above there, any way we can get Bergen's help. That's a reference to Candace Bergen.
I believe she had just become leader that day.
Okay. And then we have Ms. Astrova saying Blair doesn't want to call slowly, but he's open to calling Watson. And then RFA is a reference to a request for assistance, and we're going to come back to these in a moment, but Ontario could only ask if they've exhausted resources. Scrolling down again, please, Mr. Clerk, until you get to the bottom of the page. So here we have an intervention Many of the ideas that are expressed here we've already heard about, so I'm skipping through them quickly. But at the bottom of the page here, this is a Yasser, I believe.
So that was separate from the meeting we just covered. That was a phone call from Ottawa Centre MP Yasser Naqvi. He called me and I wrote down what he told me.
Okay, that same day on February 3rd?
Same day.
Okay, so, and what he told you was clearly Ottawa Police and City are unable to deal with this. Reinforcements coming this weekend. It's going to really embolden these folks, my constituents, near breaking point. Worried people will take things into their own hands, I'm sorry. So does that reflect, Mr. Clow, what Mr. Naqvi was expressing to you?
Absolutely. And this was on February 3rd. So by this point, the Ottawa convoy had been here for a full week, a full 7 days, and Ottawa residents had experienced a lot. And I think you see that reflected in Mr. Naqvi's comments.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, can we just scroll down to the top of the next page? Yeah, there we go. So I think this is a continuation of the phone call with Mr. Naqvi. What I heard from Slowly, plea for help. It's a plea for something political. Do you recall that reference, Mr. Clow?
I believe that was a reference to either the day before or earlier that week. Chief Slowly said there was no policing solution.
That's correct. It was the day before. And what I'm wondering is what was the reaction within PMO to that statement? Here we have Mr. Naqvi's, I think, interpretation of it, which is it's a plea for something. And then he says it's a plea for something political. Does that reflect, or was there any thinking among the three of you or among your office, within your office, about what Chief Slowly may have been expressing there?
It definitely added to the concern of what we were seeing. And to hear Ottawa Police say that this was not a policing solution was very concerning, and it told us that this was not going to end anytime soon.
I think we can leave those notes for now. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The next ones we'll pull up. Well, it's actually the same notes. Sorry, Mr. Clerk. Keep scrolling down until you see February 6th. Yeah, there we go. So says PM February 6th, 6 to 8 p.m. So I assume this is a meeting that was with the Prime Minister, attended by, as it says here, the clerk, the NSIA, and then John, Janice, Jody, Sam. That would be John Broadhead, Mr. Broadhead. Janice is the clerk. Janice Charette, Jody Thomas, the NSIA. Sam, who's Sam?
Sam Cleel is the Director of Issues Management.
Okay.
And there were probably a few other people on that call, not many more. I'm confident Katie was on that call.
Okay, so if we just scroll down then until we see OPS trying to reduce violence or taking some steps. And then below that, Coots persists, but traffic is moving. AB, this is Alberta, asked for RFA. We don't see CAF, the Canadian Armed Forces, being able to help with that. Do you remember who was making that statement there? Is this the NSIA's update there, Mr. Clow?
So one, to situate this conversation, this was Sunday, February 6th in the evening, so the end of the second weekend. Prime Minister was updated just as he was updated the previous Sunday, because a second weekend had passed and Ottawa had worsened and other situations were becoming more difficult as well. And I note the NSA reported that 11 BC communities have protests, 35 across the country. So I can't tell from the notes if that comment was Jody Thomas's comment, the one you asked about, but it looks like it was part of a list of updates from Jody Thomas.
Were these briefings happening daily?
There were multiple conversations happening daily at this point, and there were interactions with the Prime Minister every day at this point in some way or another, but this specific construct of a meeting with the clerk, National Security Intelligence Advisor, and staff didn't happen every day, but it happened with increasing frequency.
Okay. So the next point that I want to look at here is right at the bottom of the page here. ON, that's a reference to Ontario, pushed back. And then the notation is PM, establish list of mandates. I can't read the next word. something vaccines.
gyms, vaccines, all provincial.
Okay, and then under that it says DM for Solgen, so that would be Deputy Minister, Deputy Solicitor General, pushed back. And that takes us to an issue that we've canvassed a bit here in the commission so far, and I'd like to get your perspective on this afternoon, which is what was going on in those early days of the protest, the first week and a half, in terms of interaction between various levels of government and the federal and provincial aspects, and especially Ontario's response or perhaps lack of response, if we can characterize it that way. Mr. Broadhead, I believe this is probably best put to you within your purview.
Sure, I can start and then folks can add in. So I would say there was lots of conversations happening at this point with various governments at the officials level, at the political level across the country, as we tried to make sure we were hearing from them on what was happening on the ground and making sure we had that intelligence. I think with respect to Ontario specifically, I think there was at the outset a different approach to this to the strategy, and I think as we get to, we were quite keen on this idea of a tripartite table that Minister Blair had been working on, and we thought that was a good way of getting everybody at the table, making sure resources were aligned, making sure everyone looked each other in the eyes and worked together. And at that time, Ontario was not as keen on that approach. I don't really want to, speculate for what the Solicitor General or Deputy Minister or Solicitor General at this point wasn't. But from my conversations with them, they did want to have Ottawa, the City of Ottawa, and the Ottawa Police Service kind of play the lead role, and we're not as interested at that time in the collaborative tripartite approach that we were interested in.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you take those notes down for a second and pull up ssm.nsc.can 403015, please? So, Mr. Broadhead, I think this is a text that goes to the point you were just elucidating. So we don't have a confirmed date for this one, but it must be some.
It's February 8th.
Thank you. And this is a text between you and Ms. Astravas, a text exchange. And she says to you, I believe she's in the blue here, Marco, that's a reference to Minister Mendicino, hasn't heard back from Sylvia Jones. That's a reference to the Solicitor General of Ontario on the meeting with the three orders of government, reference to the tripartite. And you say, yeah, because they don't want to be a part of it. And she says, oh, I know. And you say, so anything I should do, we should just go ahead without them. And then it goes on. So can you contextualize that for us a little bit?
Yeah, as they were getting kind of pushed back or just not support from their counterparts, the Solicitor General in particular, they had asked me to connect with my contact in the Premier's office and to just check and see if was this something that the Ontario government or this minister, just to kind of ascertain some of those kind of contextual details. So I did. I chatted with Jamie Wallace, and it was clear that they were they had a different approach and strategy, and the tripartite table was not a priority for them at that time.
Sorry, who is Jamie Wallace for the record?
Sorry, Jamie Wallace is the Chief of Staff to Premier Ford.
Okay, so you had a conversation with Mr. Wallace, Chief of Staff to Premier Ford, and the message coming back to you was? This was not a strategy they wanted to pursue at this time. Was there any reason given for that?
It was, I think, my recollection of that conversation was it was really they wanted Ottawa to be the main driver of this and did not want a kind of multi-governmental approach to this at that time. That was the impression I got from that phone call.
Okay. Were you having interactions during this time with counterparts in other provinces as well?
Yeah, so previous to being a director of policy, which I started in January, I was senior advisor with a focus on intergovernmental affairs. And so through that, I got to work closely with a number of the provinces. The three I was having most contact with, one was British Columbia because they were chair of the Council of the Federation at the time. So that was an ongoing active discussion generally. And I want to be clear, not just about this. For example, Mr. Wallace and I were working on childcare very actively at this time as well, and other issues were very would come up. So, and then other provinces as well. But the other part of our PMO, which is important in this, is the regional desks, who don't report to me. They're part of the operations team, but they have geographical areas of responsibility. So they're often in touch with provinces and cities, and we have kind of information sharing between us. So I'm in touch with them a lot. They let me know when things are happening. I do as well. So I know that in those times there was a lot of informal contact, as well as obviously from ministers and officials.
Okay, and we may come back to some of those interactions, but we'll stick to Ontario for now. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up ssm.nsc.can 402935? So, Ms. Telford, this is a text exchange between you and Minister Dominique LeBlanc, whom we know is the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. And he writes to you and says, just got this from Vandergrift. So that's a reference to his Deputy Minister, Michael Vandergrift. Minister, want to let you know that the Ontario Solicitor General has again declined the invitation to attend the tripartite meeting today on the Ottawa occupation. And you say, I think we need to shine a light on that. He says, we'll say it. Can you explain to us what was going on in this text message and what you meant by, I think we need to shine a light on that?
So I think this was a continuation of what John was just talking about. This was obviously a further attempt at a meeting with the three levels of government, and Ontario was continuing to decline. I don't recall when he says, we'll say it, where that meant, but it putting myself back in that time, I think when I'm saying we should shine a light on it, it's bringing some attention to the fact that Ontario wasn't at the table. And we really did believe it would be a more efficient and effective way to work.
Would it be fair to say that there was some frustration with Ontario's response at this point?
There was definitely some frustration because we believed it could be easier than it was, all things being very relative at that time. But there was ongoing communication with Ontario bilaterally throughout. It just meant that the conversations were happening between Ottawa and the federal government and Ontario. And so there were just numerous bilateral conversations that we just thought could have been better handled and more efficient if we could have all just come together. Because as I know has come up throughout the inquiry, there was a fair bit of confusion around numbers and requests and the RFAs, the way they work, the request for assistance. They do need to go through the provincial level of government, and so not having them as part of the conversation made things that bit more complicated.
That's fair. Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up ONT 50159? So I'm going to ask you here about a meeting that was held on February 6th that was a sort of tripartite, but not quite, between the City of Ottawa, the federal government, and the provincial government. And the exchange I'm going to take you to, we've seen this document several times in the commission, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing. But at the end of the document, there's an exchange between the National Security Advisor and the Deputy Solicitor General of Ontario that I'd like to get your take on. So it's February 6th, an 11 o'clock meeting attended by officials from the three levels of government. So Mr. Clerk, if you can scroll down to the very bottom of the document. You'll see it says there, Jody Thomas, National Security Advisor, noted that it was a positive meeting and regrets to end on this following point. would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside the city of Ottawa, e.g. happening in other places like Kingston? And the response from Mr. DiTomaso was, this is a protest and encampment moving against the federal mandate on trucks. They came to Ottawa from across the country for that purpose. Now, Mr. DiTomaso testified at the commission approximately 2 weeks ago, and he expressed that in his view, he interpreted Ms. Thomas's comment as, and I'll quote the words here, the federal government wanting to wash its hands of the entire matter. And so I'd just like to get your reaction in terms of whether you think that was a fair assessment of what was going on, whether you think that was what was being expressed there, and what Ms. Thomas was trying to express when she said, would the province be looking to the federal government if this was somewhere other than Ottawa?
I might start, like, I'm not putting too much weight into this, as I read it, and I wasn't there, but this strikes me as frustration and a bit of a back and forth in that frustration happening, and both sides kind of articulating some of that frustration. I think we were trying to look for ways to work together. There were three levels of government, and it was a challenge to get these machines working in the right direction. And I think this back and forth my guess would be this is an outcrop of just a frustration around those levels of government and the two different approaches that I've outlined before.
Fair enough. And you can appreciate that one of the issues that the commission is looking into is the interaction between governments, and which is not always an easy thing, but how it all played out here. Okay, so eventually, around the time of February 7th, 8th, 9th, Ontario became more engaged when the Ambassador Bridge blockade became entrenched. And so we know that has happened. And I'll take you at that point to the witness summary. I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk. It's WTS 6014, page 11. Oh, I'm sorry. 83. I'm sorry, I got the wrong number. 83. 14 is the IR. So if we scroll down to page 11, please, Mr. Clerk. Keep scrolling. Oh, keep scrolling. Okay, scroll up a bit, please. What I'm looking for is the panel was asked what in their view. Could be that I have the wrong page number. While they're looking for the reference, Mr. Broadhead, what I want to ask you about is what in your view, you were asked this during the interview, and I'd like you to elaborate on it. What inspired the shift from Ontario? Why did it happen then, and how did that occur?
And I'll preface my answer by saying this is me not in the government of Ontario, which I did spend a long time in the government of Ontario, but I was not there at this point. I think it, in a sense, it started to become absolutely clear that we had to work together. So it was almost the increase of things happening. So you add the Ambassador Bridge to the Ottawa situation. You have other things starting to happen around the province, in New Windsor, Sarnia, Cornwall, and all. I think it became clear, and I'm hypothesizing here, that But we did see an evolution of their strategy at that time. In terms of at the political level collaboration, I think there's lots going on in other places that I don't want to comment to, but just that's what I can specifically comment to.
Okay. And we know that there were several important phone calls that happened around that time, certainly between the Prime Minister and Premier Ford, which we'll talk about tomorrow when the Prime Minister is here, between Minister LeBlanc, we talked about when Minister LeBlanc was here. Leaving Ontario for a moment and talking about engagement with other provinces, I do want to ask you some questions about another topic that's come up several times here, which is Alberta's request for assistance. So I'm going to put to you a few facts that we know and that have come out already at the Commission and that are also brought out in the PMO institutional report. So there's a notation in your IR that PMO staff engaged with Pam Livingston. So Mr. Broadhead, maybe you can tell us who Pam Livingston is?
Pam Livingston at the time was Chief of Staff to Premier Kenney.
Okay, and there were two interactions apparently between PMO and Ms. Livingston about the Alberta request for assistance. Okay, and that request for assistance we've seen several times before, so no need to pull it up, but was for essentially assistance in tow trucks and removing vehicles from the Coutts blockade. There's also a notation that the Prime Minister had a formal call on February 6th with Minister Blair to discuss Alberta's request for assistance and the ongoing situation. And then I'm going to pull up, or ask the clerk to pull up Mr. Clow's notes again, ssm.nsc.can 402941. So this is the notation I said we'd come back to. This is the meeting that you're having with the Prime Minister on February 6th, and the notation, there it is, thank you. Coutts persists, but traffic is moving. Alberta asked for RFA. We don't see CAF being able to help with that. So at that point, it's apparently been concluded or decided in some form that the Canadian Armed Forces is unable to assist. Is that correct, Mr. Clow?
So the RFA came in the day before that, and it immediately spurred a number of conversations with different offices. Ministers were consulted, and the Prime Minister was consulted on a few different occasions about this. And yes, there was a general sense that CAF should be a last resort, but also in this specific case, I think you've heard from other witnesses as well, but at the time, the discussion was that this was not an appropriate or even useful response to what the problem was. And what I mean by that were these trucks actually going to be able to do the job? That was all part of the discussion that ensued after the request came in on the 5th.
What I'm really wondering about all of these exchanges, and there was a further meeting apparently on the 9th where, again, this time it was Ms. Telford, Ms. Charette, the Prime Minister, and Ministers LeBlanc, Mendicino, and Blair all discussing the RFA during one of the meetings that was held. Why was this RFA treated quite differently than most are? This was elevated to the level of the PMO and the Prime Minister, which most requests for assistance are not. Can you explain or elaborate on that?
And you might want to add to this, but we are usually made aware of requests for assistance wherever they're going in government. And in this case, we were obviously following everything to do with the blockades and the occupation very, very closely. And in this case, because the feedback from departments was coming that there wasn't a way to help, and what we were trying to do was support anybody who needed assistance on the ground. And so if Alberta was asking for help, we wanted to be able to support them. So it just led to a lot of conversations. It kind of comes to the role that our office often plays of coordination and facilitation, because we then started reaching out and asking questions of other departments saying, does anyone else have the equipment that they might be looking for? It may not be appropriate for CAF and they may not have the equipment, but is there that equipment somewhere else that could be found? So I think, as is in the interview summary, we even went so far as to say, does Parks Canada have this kind of thing? Because the goal was to be able to assist if we could.
Maybe if I can just add, I think that, we also looked at, can we reimburse if they find them privately? Should we reimburse that? So I kind of push back a little bit on that this rarely happens. Like in a case where the process comes through and it goes to the minister and I've known of other cases where it was like, no, we can't assist. The minister's office will often flag it to us, and we'll ask questions about, well, have we explored this? And I can remember other instances where that was the case, where we just pushed more to find other solutions that in the kind of narrow band of the RFA process they may not have thought of.
Okay, that's fair. It's the request for assistance that we're dealing with in the commission. It's the only one that we've seen this pattern in, but that's fair explanation. Okay, I'm going to want to shift gears now and talk about what you were hearing during this process with various stakeholders and interlocutors, both nationally and internationally. So, Mr. Clow, I'll start with you. We know you had a few conversations with a man named Juan Gonzalez, who's the special advisor to President Biden. Can you tell us about those conversations and what you were hearing from him?
Yes. So I heard from Juan Gonzalez. He is part of the national security team in the White House, and we'd interacted on a few files before the convoy protests. And he reached out, I believe, on Wednesday, February 9th. At that point, it was a request to connect National Security Intelligence Advisor Jody Thomas with the White House Homeland Security Advisor to urgently discuss the Windsor blockade, but also other border blockades that were in effect at that time. So Juan and I had a bit of back and forth about that. That then led to a number of conversations, some of which you heard about this morning from the Deputy Prime Minister. But there were various interactions between the Prime Minister's office, PCO, several ministers' offices, and their counterparts in the United States, in the White House, and different departments in the United States, because they became seized with the border blockades that were impacting them quite significantly.
So you mentioned that we heard this morning from the Deputy Prime Minister that she was hearing a lot of concern from officials in the United States about what was going on, and some encouragement, if we can put it that way, to bring a swift end, given the impact this was going to have on Canada-U.S. relations and trade. Were you hearing similar concerns from the people you were talking to in the United States and or in other countries?
Absolutely. And the concern was not only about trade, economics, dollars and cents. It was for sure. But there was also a discussion in many of these conversations, including between the Prime Minister and the President, that both countries were facing similar forces in certain ways. For example, the United States also saw some convoy activity. I think it was dealt with quite quickly by the Americans, but they saw a trucker protest heading to the Super Bowl. There was one that was trying to be assembled to head to Washington, D.C. So these were part of the conversations as well. It was viewed as a shared problem. But for sure, the immediate issue was the blockades at various border crossings, especially Windsor, and how do we sort these out quickly?
And we understand you also had some conversations with Ambassador Hillman, ambassador to the United States. Can you tell us about those conversations?
Well, she was one of the key principals having interactions with the White House and various departments in the United States. And the substance, one example of substance within those conversations was how can we introduce measures to end the blockades or at least dissuade them from growing and from new ones from popping up. For example, there was discussion of potential immigration measures or penalties placed on people who conducted unlawful activity at these border blockades. There was definitely discussion of whether the United States could provide tow trucks to help, given it was virtually impossible to get tow trucks on the Canadian side of the border. So that's the kind of thing that was discussed.
Did that ever end up happening?
I don't know. So the immigration measures, I don't believe the United States implemented any measures. We did in the Emergencies Act. In terms of tow trucks being provided by the United States, there might have been some in Detroit, Windsor, provided by Detroit or the government of Michigan. I'm not sure about that.
Mr. Broadhead, Ms. Telford, were either of you having conversations with international counterparts? No?
Not during the occupation or when the blockades were on. For months afterwards, I can say, including up until recent summits, though, this is a topic that continues to come up with counterparts from various countries. And the Prime Minister also had calls during the occupation with other world leaders where this was a topic that was coming up because they were watching what was happening in Canada and concerned that they were starting to see the same thing in some of their countries, and they were concerned about copycat situations. So this has been an ongoing conversation with international leaders.
Okay.
And I would just add as well, another feature of all of the conversations between the Americans and us, including the call between the Prime Minister and the President, was the fact that a lot of the support for the unlawful activity here in Canada was coming from the United States in terms of money, in terms of people, and in terms of political support from some of the most prominent US political figures. Millions of dollars came in from the United States, according to published reports. Chief Slowly announced that there were American citizens who had traveled to join the occupation in Ottawa. So that was also a feature of the discussions here. The flooding of 911 phone lines here in Ottawa came largely from Americans, as announced by Chief Slowly and the Ottawa Police. So this was very much a shared problem, and we were talking about it in that sense.
We've heard about some of that already at the Commission. You speak of the foreign funding, and we explored that a bit this morning with the Deputy Prime Minister, and it was found in the end that there were millions of dollars coming from the United States, from private donors. So there was no foreign state funding coming in. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And we've also established that there was little information available to the government at the time of the convoy of how much money was coming in from the United States. That wasn't really information that was available to the government at the time. Would you agree with that?
It definitely became more apparent as time passed, and I totally agree with you. It is cloudy and unclear, and it's concerning that that it happened. But one example I would give, I mean, we felt quite strongly at the time that it was happening, and proof of that, I would say, is when GoFundMe paused the account, you saw some of the most prominent American political figures attack GoFundMe. And they didn't do that for no reason. They did it because it was clear to them, and it was clear to us that a lot of the funding was coming from Americans.
Okay. So you've taken me to what I actually wanted to ask you about, which is one thing we haven't heard much about so far is political commentary coming from the United States. So you'd mentioned prominent political figures who are weighing in on all of this. Can you tell us about some of that, some of what you were hearing or observing on that front?
The issue there were a number of examples from senators, from governors, from the former president. And the issue there is not that individuals and politicians aren't allowed to comment on politics and policies in other countries. It happens all the time. But the concern for us was it was direct encouragement for unlawful activity that was hugely damaging to the country, including the border blockades. So that's why I raise it here, and that's why the President and the Prime Minister spoke about it. It was the support for unlawful activity.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, can you please pull up Mr. Clow's notes again? So that's ssm.nsc.can 402941. Remarkably effective note taker. Now, it's going to be a little challenging to find the page here because we don't have a date for it. So just keep scrolling down until you see talked about the Emergencies Act. So scroll down again, please. Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling.
Yeah, keep scrolling by all the redactions, nothing to hide, nothing to hide.
Keep going. I think it's just after this. Keep going, please. There's a lot of blackout in this, so it's a little challenging.
But it's a commission that's so transparent.
Oh, we're at the FMM already, so it must be before that.
I think I saw it
Did you?
a few pages up, yep.
Can you zoom out a little bit, please, Mr. Clerk, so we can see? Thanks. Okay. Keep going up a little bit. And
So a little bit further up. A little bit further. So I think you see.
yeah, there we go. Okay. So first question, we don't have a date on this because it's sort of, there's some blackout before that, but do you remember the date of this, Mr. Claw?
I believe it was February 9th.
Okay. So it's a meeting on February 9th, and
This is various things happening over the course of the day.
Why don't you
I wouldn't
tell
call
us
this
what-
one meeting.
why don't you tell us what was happening?
So February 9th was, there were a few conversations going on. I don't specifically remember what meetings at what times, but I did write down, and it was reported to us, that Minister Blair had spoken to the clerk about the Emergencies Act. And that was in the lead up, I think, just one day before the incident response group meeting where the Emergencies Act was discussed in some detail, in addition to other things. So this was just a report to us that that conversation had happened between the minister and the clerk.
Okay, so around February 9th, we're getting to the point, as we know, where the federal government felt a need to perhaps intervene in the situation and bring this to a close in some way. So as you say, Blair spoke to the clerk and talked about the Emergencies Act on the options. Can you just read your handwriting there? Didn't commit on the options. Emergency could be peace if that sounds like we have authority. And then a reference to Nathalie Drouin, the deputy clerk, and Fort
So
Justice.
I see this as discussions are happening about how we can help, what more we can be doing. And the Emergencies Act could be a piece of that.
Okay. And we know that the following day, the Prime Minister convened the first incident response group meeting.
Yes.
So I'd like you to tell us a bit about that meeting, the decision to convene the IRG and what that meant in the Prime Minister's eyes, in your eyes, and what an IRG really is.
I think, as the clerk may have spoken to already, and I think as these notes show too, the meetings were becoming increasingly frequent, with added ministers and different departments getting involved because of the request for assistance amongst a growing number of blockades now, as well as protests in different parts of the country. And the occupation, of course, is now really entrenched in Ottawa. And so as we were having these meetings, the clerk, I believe, advised the Prime Minister, though it made good sense to the group of us at the time as well, that it was time to formalize our structure moving forward, and that we were at a point of national crisis, and that's what the incident response group is put together for. It was a group that was, it was a cabinet committee that was created, I believe, in the first mandate of the government midway through, and it is chaired by the Prime Minister. It does not have a set permanent membership. It is convened with the ministers appropriate to whatever the incident is that is being discussed. And the thing that makes it very different from other cabinet committees is where in another cabinet committee that tends to be policy focused and a little longer term. This is obviously dealing with something in real time and something that's crisis-like in nature. But the structural difference too is that officials lead in many ways the conversations within the IRG meetings space, and they are right at the table. So whereas at a cabinet committee meeting, the ministers would be sitting around the cabinet table and the officials might be sitting to the side, they may very well be making presentations, and then the ministers would be discussing those presentations, or they might speak up to make clarification when their ministers call on them for that clarification. At an IRG meeting, the principal presenters are officials. And so whether it's the NSIA, whether it's the commissioner of the RCMP, whether it was the head of CSIS, depending on the incident in past, it might be the CAF and the chief of defense staff. And then the ministers are called on by the Prime Minister to add anything that they might see as not having been covered, to add any thoughts they have on the basis of the information that's been presented. but they are all sitting around the same table, which makes it quite a different meeting than really any other.
And what's the purpose of that? Why is an IRG structured like that with direct input from officials?
I think for a number of reasons, it's their expertise and getting it in real time to the Prime Minister and to the ministers, and things are moving very quickly. And it's so it's an efficiency and an effective kind of tool to bring everybody to that same table and convene the leadership of the different security agencies for whatever the security incident is, and to hear from people directly.
Okay. So essentially you remove the sort of the layering up, and instead the Prime Minister has direct access to all of the inputs that he may want or need.
As do all of the other ministers, because they then get to hear directly from the heads of the different agencies or law enforcement heads.
Okay, fair enough. So we've been through the content of many of the IRGs. One theme I want to pick up with you is something that was eventually brought to the IRG on February 12th, but has been a discussion at the Commission throughout, which was the idea of whether the Prime Minister or anyone from the federal government should engage with the protesters and attempt to bring this to a close through either some sort of negotiation, some engagement, some speaking. So the first thing I'll bring up on that point is, Mr. Clerk, it's pb.can.401184. Or might be 1844, sorry. Ms. Talford, this is a text exchange on February 6th between you and Minister Menachino, so it's early days, but as I said, this theme of interaction, negotiation is something that came up. Okay, can we scroll down, please, Mr. Clerk? Going, keep going. Keep going. Page 8, please. Okay, here we go. So if we can blow that up, it's really hard to read, but you'll see a notation here: lawyer, arbitrator, mediator, author, suggested by Anne McClellan as a possible interlocutor. Again, I think it's a long shot for the reasons we discussed. Also, I noticed after we hung up that we didn't even spend a moment on politics and readiness. Okay, so that part of it may not be all that relevant, but do you remember this text exchange, Ms. Talford?
Now that I see it.
Okay, and do you remember the idea of discussing a possible interlocutor at that point and what was going on? Can you fill that in for us, please?
Look, I think over the course of, right from the beginning of the occupation, when it became an occupation, there were numerous people who were trying to suggest anything they could to try to find a way to assist. And I think that's what Anne was doing here. And I've received, and I believe it's part of the documents as well that you've received. I received suggestions from numerous other people as well. MPs were raising names with us. There were suggested names of MPs from other parties who were coming forward, wondering if they could help. There was a lot of people that were trying to find a way to figure out if an engagement could work. And no one was able to take it past that first thought. And so no one could figure out who they should talk to. There was no clear leadership on the other side. There was no clear understanding of what they would even be talking about. The police were already, as we were being informed through the incident response groups, they were already engaging at a certain level. And so it wasn't clear what this engagement strategy would be. let alone if it could have any effect. And, you know, I think there's a difference too between engagement and negotiation. And the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, the government, wasn't prepared to negotiate public health measures that were rooted in science. I also am not sure, and I think a lot of people weren't sure at the time, that really that's what this was all about. And so figuring out what the topic of the conversation could be, let alone who it could be with, that could have any effect on changing the circumstances. When no one could answer that question, really these conversations didn't move past the initial suggestion of, I wonder if.
The science is
Okay,
different
so at
in
this
Canada.
point, this is part of the conversation. We're still in sort of early days of the protest, and I think what you're taking us to now is what's come to be known as the engagement proposal, and we've heard some evidence on that. And Mr. Clerk, you can take that one down, please, and pull up following ssm.nsc.can402958. So, Ms. Telford, I think what you've just been referencing has been canvassed before the commission a bit, and it's Mr. Deputy Minister Stewart's engagement proposal that he prepared with the assistance of Marcel Boden from the OPP-PLT. And this is now the evening of February 11th. It's a text that Minister Mendicino sent to you saying, hey there, we got some very last minute and thin paper tonight on an engagement strategy from my deputy minister, apparently socialized it with several people, including the Ontario government, not me. We'll just scroll down and see the rest of the text, please. He says it's unclear whether PCO or CMP or Ontario supports this, but he's flagging this as a concern about information flow. And then he says at the bottom, sorry, but had to let you know, Marco. So can you tell us a bit from your perspective? We've heard Minister Mendicino's perspective on it, but what was your perspective receiving this text? And do you know why Minister Mendicino was essentially apologizing, saying, sorry, I'm just letting you know about this?
When the IRGs began convening, just the day before, I believe, one of the things that was stressed at the first IRG, or in and around the IRG really, was just the need for appropriate information flow and for regular and constant information flow. And so I believe that's what he's saying sorry for there, is he's letting me know that there's this information that is now floating around that has already gone to some people and it had not kind of followed the usual channels. And I think he was sorry that it was the hour that it was, that we were all trying to grapple with what to do here. But I had also just received the paper previously from the clerk, I think about an hour before.
Like now?
And so I wouldn't read too much into the sorry, and we were much more focused on the draft and ultimately what was decided later that night after I talked with the clerk, and I then called the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister agreed to put it on, with the suggestion that was coming from the clerk, he agreed to put it on the agenda for the IRG the next day for discussion.
Okay. And we've seen that it ended up on the agenda, and I think you just started to tell us a little bit, but maybe you can finish that answer, why ultimately it was decided not to pursue that engagement strategy.
In some ways, it's what I already touched on, which is this was one more proposal that was not yet at the place that one could act on. There were too many unanswered questions. There was no clarity in terms of who the discussion would be with on either side of the discussion, and what the discussion would be about, and what it might result in. And so, you know, while everyone, including the Prime Minister, was encouraging everyone to put every option on the table, and it's why this was put on the agenda ultimately, there wasn't anything further to pursue on this at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. So we're going to skip a little ahead in the chronology. Again, the following day, February 13th, is obviously key. There's the incident response group meeting in the afternoon, followed by the cabinet meeting in the evening. The decision coming out of the IRG is to have the cabinet meeting, and then the decision coming out of the cabinet meeting is to have a First Minister's meeting to consult on whether or not to invoke the Emergencies Act. Mr. Clerk, can you pull up ssm.nsc.can 402941? It's Mr. Clow's notes again, this time at page 22. So when Minister LeBlanc testified a few days ago, we went through some of the comments, the record of the readout of the First Minister's meeting and some of what was expressed by the provinces there. And these, I believe, are Mr. Clow's notes of that same meeting. And I'm wondering whether we can go through a bit of these. And Mr. Broadhead, maybe this is best directed at you, but whether you can fill in a bit of the context about what was being expressed during the First Minister's meeting by these various premiers, and whether or not, in your view, it coincided with what you've been hearing up to then about solving the problem of the convoy.
Sure, I'll start, and then my colleagues can add. I think it was quite consistent with what we had heard before, but I think it was a very robust conversation. We had the ministers, Minister Lametti and I believe Minister Mendicino or LeBlanc and the Prime Minister speak. Then the Prime Minister went across the country in terms of making sure he heard from each of the provinces and territorial premiers. I think we had known on where not that specifically on the Emergencies Act, but we had known from conversations with Ontario what they were kind of feeling generally. We had heard from a lot of the provinces, so I think it was quite an interesting conversation. I think we did learn a lot, and just to use a couple of quick examples, some of the issues around supply chain that Newfoundland and Nunavut brought up, and concern from the Premier in the Northwest Territories.
How does this, like, because they were saying this earlier, how did this affect
concerns
Nunavut
from Premier Horgan about
and Newfoundland
RCMP being stretched too thin?
Because there was some
as they were
stupid
contingent had been sent to support another part of the country. And it really kind of showed that the national nature of it and the kind of variety of issues folks were facing. And even the folks who were, I would say, more concerned, such as the Premier of Alberta or the Premier of Saskatchewan, even they had said things like, well, I won't quibble with the use of the Emergencies Act, but I'm worried about inflaming folks, which was something we were concerned about, had talked about at IRGs, was a real cause of discussion. And same with Premier Moe, who said, the 6 things you've mentioned sound reasonable, but I'm worried about inflaming. So
just a reminder for anybody
and even Premier Legault talking about the Sûreté de Quebec and and the dynamic between the Sûreté and the RCMP, and us having to kind of discuss where those boundaries were with them in calls Minister LeBlanc mentioned after with Minister Lebel, I believe it was. Really showed it was a very meaty conversation, I found. And
I mean, of course, the entire point
but
that
not
the
a
federal government's
one
doing
where
here
I think we were,
because they're not speaking at all to us. They're
shocked
speaking to
by what we were
people
hearing
in the
because
middle.
of the
Maybe
outreach
the goal is to throw Ontario under the bus here, and it's not to defend Ontario, but that's been their entire
I'm not sure
narrative
there's a
all
prime
along
minister
here.
in Canadian history that has had as many First Ministers meetings as this prime minister has because of the pandemic. And so they were such a regular occurrence. And this group of premiers know each other quite well because of that. And while, there are perhaps sometimes more pointed and more partisan statements made in public facing environments, in these meetings that they have, and I think you can see that in the notes and in the descriptions of it, they are thoughtful conversations, and they do come at things differently. There's no doubt they have different, regional needs, and we're facing different things in different parts of the country. But as Premier King, I can still remember saying, toward the end, he was one of the later speakers as per the notes, and him saying to the Prime Minister, I know you don't take this lightly. And this was a thoughtful conversation. And because they really were grappling with, even those who were concerned about the potential for inflammation if the Emergencies Act were invoked, even those who were concerned about it in their specific regions, understood there was a broader national potential national need here, and that the Prime Minister had the authority ultimately and potentially and the need to do this. And so even those who were showing some reluctance from their kind of premier perspective of their particular province were showing an openness or a recognition, as Premier Kenney did, and sort of saying, I won't quibble with you on whatever you have to do with the Emergencies Act ultimately. And I think that speaks to, they'd had an FMM just a couple of weeks prior to this that was solely focused on, before all of this had started, as part of par for the course now during the pandemic, because we need to remember the time we were in, which was the height of Omicron. And so they'd actually had an FMM just, I think it was January 10th, where they were talking about the new mandates that the provinces were having to put into place. And we were looking to support them on that front. So this is a group that has navigated crises for a couple of years together in many, if not most of their cases.
Okay, that's helpful context in understanding comments like you just brought up. Premier Kenney saying, I don't quibble with the use of the act. Mr. Cloud, do you have anything to add on that, on this front?
I think it's been well covered. I would just emphasize, I know it's been addressed here and elsewhere in the past couple of weeks, but Premier Kenney's comment on this phone call that there was a potentially violent, hardcore group of individuals at the center of the Coutts blockade who were ready to die for a cause. We had heard that through other reports and from our own officials, but it was a recognition. That's just one example of the very serious potential for violence that was posed by many of these demonstrations.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You can take that one down. So we know that what happened after the First Minister's meeting, which lasted about an hour, there was then, I believe, a call with opposition leaders, and then at some point that afternoon, the Prime Minister received a decision note from the clerk, and fairly shortly thereafter took the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. One thing I wanted to ask from your perspective was any consideration given in any of this to holding a debate before Parliament, not to decide, of course, but to engage in a debate over whether the Emergencies Act should be invoked?
So there was an emergency debate about the convoy and the demonstrations about a week, I think exactly a week before the invocation of the Emergencies Act. The Emergencies Act itself contains parliamentary process and provisions, so that debate and the vote in the House did happen. But the decision to invoke on February 14th was made after a series of discussions and inputs, the FMM that morning being a critical one, the opposition leader call being a critical one. And the view was time was up and it needed to be enacted right away. And recognizing that the parliamentary process is built into the act and was to come in the days ahead, we thought that that was robust.
So essentially that conversation didn't happen because it didn't have to. There was already a parliamentary process built in.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. And I just want to turn briefly now to the topic of revocation of the act, which I know is skipping ahead again. Mr. Clerk, if you can pull up Mr. Clow's notes again. I don't know what we do without Mr. Clow's notes here. SSM.NSC.CAN402941, page 28. The only thing missing from the notes is clear page numbers. Always number the pages. So this is February 19th. It's a staff call, and right at the bottom there you say Parliament's job is to confirm or revoke. Doesn't impact changes, I believe. After revocation, what happens to frozen accounts? So that's a topic we've explored a bit with finance. At what point do we withdraw based on what inputs? So is it fair to say at this point, this is a discussion of almost first principles? We don't really know what the criteria are to revoke. We need to figure out what those criteria are. Was that an accurate reflection?
It's hard to say for sure what that specific note refers to, but there was progress by that point, the February 19th. We were far from out of it. There were still a lot of situations. There were still many threats. And if I remember correctly, Ottawa there may have been the beginning of action, but it wasn't done. So definitely at the IRGs and on staff calls and in other conversations, we were beginning to ask ourselves, okay, how long is this needed? And it was always understood, and it was made clear by the Prime Minister, this should only be in place as long as it's needed. So we were constantly asking ourselves that very question: what do we need to assess, and what will feed into the decision to revoke?
Okay, and there was no, I think what I was saying was there's no playbook for it. So it was essentially a discussion from first principles of trying to figure out what these criteria should be. If we could scroll down a bit, please, Mr. Clerk, to the following day, you'll see IRG. Not that one, February 20th. So keep going. So the first notation there says IRG February 20th, RCMP/officials public brief on how long emergency act is needed. Now we're going to take this down and bring up a different document, Mr. Clerk, which is ssm.can.nsc 40/2910. This isn't something that's recorded in your notes, Mr. Clow. What I'm going to bring up is Commissioner Lucky's key messages from that date. So it's an RCMP document, and I'm going to take you through it and ask you whether your recollection is that that was expressed during the IRG. So there we go. So the key messages are, as I said yesterday, the situation across the country remains concerning, volatile, and unpredictable. We are continuing to see a range of protest events and solidarity actions across the country, with ports of entry and legislatures the key targets. I want to underscore two key bottom lines off the top. First, as it relates to Ottawa and Ontario, there is an operational need to maintain access to these powers to ensure that we can finish what we started and prevent any retrenchment, even for the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then after that, it is important that we retain the ability to maintain the perimeter, restrict travel, and ensure we can continue to choke off financial support and other assistance to the protesters in Ottawa. And then it goes on. Do you recall this having been expressed at the IRG, that the Emergencies Act should stay in place by the RCMP, by Commissioner Lucky, for another 2 or 3 weeks?
My colleagues may have stuff to add, but I don't know if it was conveyed on the 20th, but that was definitely a message right up to the revocation that the RCMP believed that the powers were critical, and they argued that they should stay in place for a period longer in order to prevent additional blockades from starting or from people from returning to the ones that existed.
Okay. Ms. Telford, Mr. Broadhead, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's...
Agree.
Yep.
Okay. and as we know, that's not what happened in the end. The act was revoked 3 days later. So is it fair to say that that input was received but not followed by, in the end, the government?
Important to point out is that both for the invocation and the revocation, the RCMP was one of many inputs. So for sure, this view would have been considered and was considered. But ultimately, the Prime Minister and the IRG decided to revoke when they decided to revoke, based on what many different inputs.
Okay, one thing I wanted to ask you as well about the revocation decision is there have been some suggestions that the motion to confirm the declaration of emergency had been passed through the House of Commons, but was up for vote in the Senate, and that part of the timing of revocation may have been due to some perhaps lack of confidence around whether the Senate would confirm the declaration. Can you speak to that?
So quite the opposite, actually. And yes, I am aware of that suggestion that perhaps there was an attempt to revoke before the Senate got to its vote. We actually wanted the Senate to move as quickly as possible, and I think it did too, but as it was reported to us, the Senate was delayed in convening partly because of the very significant continuing Ottawa demonstrations that were happening right on the Senate's doorstep. They did begin their debate at a certain point, but that was not considered when it came to revocation. The decisions around revocation was, what's the situation? Is this act still needed? Are these powers still needed? We would have liked the Senate to have its vote, but I will also say I know of no reason to believe that the Senate would not have endorsed it. And I do believe that I'm not sure about this, but I do believe that this commission has seen evidence that the chief of staff to Senator Gold, the government leader in the Senate, was doing vote counting, and they were quite comfortable that they were in a good place.
Anything to add on that point, Ms. Alford, Mr. Rada?
No, I completely agree with what Brian was just saying, and I would just add that it was extraordinarily important to the Prime Minister that he be true to what he set out in the beginning when he invoked the act, and that it wasn't going to last 1 minute longer than absolutely necessary. And so that was the entire motivation behind when the revocation happened. The same way, safety and security was at the core of every meeting he was having throughout. The politics and parliamentary issues were on a completely separate track from that decision-making.
Okay. Those are actually all the questions I have for you, since given that the Prime Minister will be here tomorrow, your boss will be speaking for himself. Those are the questions that I have for you this afternoon. But before I sit down, is there anything that we haven't covered here today that you would like to say now that you have the opportunity?
I think we're good.
Nope, pretty quiet. Okay, thank you. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I think probably this is a good time to take a 15-minute break and let everyone get up and stretch. And so we'll come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Zinc, just wanted to let you know I am watching the Twitch stream as well.
You're lucky I just barely put my headphones back on. I was away from the keyboard for a couple minutes there. For anybody in the book club, and everybody here should be. So yeah, obviously tomorrow we're not going to be able to do Something Wicked This Way Comes, so we'll move it to Tuesday. And then we have The City in the City on Friday by China Mieville. So plenty of time to finish the one and then start the other one. But yeah, obviously this is going to go on for a bit. So I put out that tweet just now.
So do I need to be logged into Twitch, or does it help you if I'm just watching the stream?
At very least, log in and make sure you follow me. I still need 10 more followers because yeah, I need viewers. I need to average my viewers like at above 3, and of course I haven't had too many viewers lately. But if we keep the average up there, and then followers, I just need 10 more followers, and then I become qualified to affiliate and I guess get boosted and whatnot there. So that's sort of the goal there right now. And then of course,
So
yeah, if you're logged in, you can chat.
I don't have a Twitch account, so there's like a problem with there.
Yeah, they're free though.
All right.
So yeah, obviously this is all just pure narrative, just harping on everything, right? It was out of control. It was, whatever. If anybody wants a mic, yeah, I'll go ahead, Habs.
Open mics, yeah, everyone. Sorry.
Yeah. She's doing a great job painting her boss as this very competent and doing everything he can. She's campaigning for him for sure.
And throwing the premiers under the bus.
Especially Ontario. And then even when she was talking about Saskatchewan and Alberta, yeah, they said it, but it was just, she just made it seem like none of them were actually against. It's something they were just mentioning for sake of mentioning it. Like,
Well, and she's
later.
wrong. She's wrong when it comes to what Saskatchewan was the first province to drop the mandates. The only thing they kept in place was the emergency order for the healthcare workers.
A month
and
later, they dropped the
yeah, that
mandates.
expired March 1st. So when she was saying that the provinces were reaching out because of Omicron, no, Saskatchewan wasn't, because we dropped everything. So anyway.
Well, and I don't understand why they're making it seem like as if they were asking this premiers their advice, or they were given an opportunity to discuss about this. They were just being informed, hey, we're invoking it and we don't care what the hell you're going to say about it. That's how I understood it when this was happening.
Yeah, that's kind of how I heard it too, was, oh, this is just a friendly phone call just to let you know this is what we're doing.
Obviously, none of them made too big of an objection, though.
So, I mean, that chick was saying that Trudeau was always conscious of it only should be in place for as long as it needs to be in place. But when he invoked it for 30 days. So, I mean, is that even true? What she said there? Like, was he actually conscious, or was it the liquidity crisis with the banking system and like people pulling their funds that made them switch course, right?
Did you guys take notice? I think her name's Tolly, the blonde girl. At one point, she was like, "It was like, who are we supposed to negotiate with? Like, there really was no organization on their side with regards to negotiating." And there you have Tamara Lich. You know, what was she locked up for? They penalized her, they smeared her, they dragged her through the mud like she was, you know, the leader of this. And all, but they couldn't figure out who to talk to. Then you also had all those doctors that was a huge negotiation that most people across the world wanted to see. They wanted to see the health officials from the government come and discuss the science with them. So there's more than one opportunities, like, or it's just a load of shit is what it is.
I mean, they could have just started by dropping the unscientific mandates that nobody else wanted. It's, oh, we were elected on that, so we were elected on it, guys, so we have to do it. That's going to be keeping that. I mean, that's long been their excuse, right? This bullshit is like, oh, we had the mandate, right, with what, 30% of the vote of, 20% of Canadians vote, or whatever it was, 40%. I don't care. But that they had the mandate, so well, we had to do it, guys. That's how democracy works. We had to put this in place because that's what people wanted. That's what we ran on, so that's what we had to do.
Yeah, and sorry, Arthur, I'll let you go in 1 second. I just want to say this. It's funny how she was saying they don't know who they were going to talk to. It was just the other side wasn't organized. But you were talking about the organizers, and you did have an organizers being testifying there. So you knew there were organizers. You just didn't want to talk to them.
I mean, the way they would have handled it is with an inquiry. They would have opened up an inquiry and had people come for a public statement. I mean, it's very simple, right? Like, they could have opened the inquiry, invited people in, people give their statement, just like every school board we've seen and all this stuff, right? There's very normal ways to deal with these sorts of things, right?
Hey guys, couple points here. I'm not sure if any of you followed seems like it's ancient history now, but do you remember the We Charity scandal? Katie Telford was like a huge part of that, right? In terms of this effort to shovel millions and millions of dollars over to their buddies at the We Charity, and it's kind of interesting given what's happening right now with cryptocurrency and Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX and all the stuff that's going on. There's this effective altruism, EA. So it's very similar, although the We Charity is a sort of a mini version of that. We're not talking hundreds of billions that was stolen. from depositors, etc. And I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but I just thought it's. I remember her at the committees and just like obfuscating, and it's more of the same. The other point, earlier today there was the handwritten memo of a discussion with someone named Dave, and Miller asked her if it was the head of CSIS, and of course Christia couldn't remember. What we're finding out now is that, again, through social media, Dave, I believe, was Dave Mackay, who's the CEO of RBC, and you know, we're seeing this around the world. Corporations basically carrying the water for governments, and it's quite alarming, actually. So, you know, the CEOs of the banks expressed their reservations about the enactment of the Emergency Act and freezing of their customers' assets. But at the end of the day, they went ahead with it, didn't they? And this is chilling stuff here, because we're also seeing out in BC that the government is pushing forward under the auspices of, you know, trying to stop money laundering. And I mean, it's laughable because it's been a money laundering playpen for the last decade, whether it's casino money laundering or through real estate. And of course, absent from this is any reporting or digging from the mainstream media. They just you know, and I'll just close with, and it's anecdotal because I've only had a few of these discussions. It's amazing to me how many people now are tuning into this, and I don't know if it's because they've heard it on the local 6 o'clock news, and they know that some government officials are now attending. But what they're getting is a whitewashing of everything, an absolute whitewashing, and it's really, really alarming.
Yeah, Dave is the RBC, a CEO of RBC. He suggested to call the protesters terrorists, as well as BMO CEO as well, and then CIBC also called for military at the border. Go ahead to your 6.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that in, I think it was 2020, Katie Telford's husband firm, even though they were successful in the bid, got an $84 million contract for government work. Interesting, eh? Just thought I'd throw that in there.
Well, that's a conflict of interest if I ever did hear one. The wheat charity came up, and I wondered if, like we were talking about Telford, I wonder if she, you know, sips on the blood too. I don't know if you guys ever seen the Cribs episode of the We Charity, when they gave, like, MTV Cribs took a tour of the Kenya plantation or whatever, their residence in Kenya, where they, you know, go there and they help, and, you know, all the stakeholders go and show up, and they were waiting on some stakeholders to show up, and they had pizza party ready, so they had all this stuff laid out. At the very end of the episode, one of them, Chris or Matt, I don't know what their names were, I can't remember now, but pulls out some goat's blood or whatever it was out of the fridge and drinks it, and it drips right down into his shirt. Yeah, no shit. And I also wanted to say that I believe it was Dave from CSIS, and I believe that because if it was the CEO of a bank, why would she write down, you need to deem them as terrorists? It was something along those lines. Somebody needed to label them as terrorists. That was written there. And when he asked her about it, she came back with, well, I don't see Dave's last name. I don't see his last name there.
and then grinned. So I don't know why she would be discussing that with the CEO of a bank. Like, who's he to deem them terrorists, right?
Hey, there was a
Well,
phone
then,
call that she was carrying with all the bank CEO right before um that report. I can share it on in the nest, but it, so she was writing obviously those notes what they were saying. So there's all those notes that has been provided with every single those big bank CEOs, and that's what they were saying.
But did she confirm it was him? As I don't recall her saying so. She couldn't remember or something. But it wasn't, CSIS guy.
Yeah, from my understanding, it's not. This is the Bank of RBC actually saying this.
and actually, the reason he would say designate them terrorists is because then they could enact FinTrack, and because of the amount of money that had been fundraised, anything over 10,000, for instance, could be deemed um, terrorist funds, and that's how the government would be able to nab the money. So,
Didn't they try to lower that about a year and a half, a while ago? I recall something in Parliament saying they wanted to track like a smaller amount of numbers.
That was in the U.S., Mike.
Okay, my
Yeah,
mistake.
that was in the U.S. They were looking at if you if you had $600 or more, go
Yeah,
through
yeah,
your
that was
bank.
the story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's go through your bank account. And I mean, the U.S. they're hiring 87,000 IRS agents. So I mean, I don't think they're going after people that are hiding their money in Panama, right? They're going after the little guy, likely who identifies and is registered as a Republican voter. That would be my guess. I mean, and by the way, they did this 3 or 4 years ago. Actually, no, it was longer than that. In the Obama administration, the head of the IRS went after not-for-profit organizations that were deemed to be benefiting conservative views, and they went after them exclusively. So I mean, it's all there. It's all there. As far as the We Charity goes, prorogued Parliament, right? When they were over the target, they prorogued Parliament. Uh, so like it's just stunning to me how far we have fallen. It's amazing. And also came out today that violent crime, gang crime, is up 92% since the Liberals have been in power. But they want to take away a farmer or a hunter's gun.
Well, it's all nonsense. But I want to say, after they did this and after they froze people's bank accounts, there was tons of money being hauled out of our banks. So, the reaction to what they didn't benefit the banks. I mean, that kind of alarmed the banks.
It does, but I'm going to say, I mean, I work in the industry, I work in the wealth management industry. The problem is with all of the global FinTrack rules, and I did this myself. I took a substantial sum out of my bank, a substantial sum, and it took me 5 days to get the money because the way banking works, modern banking works, it's all about fractional reserves. So the fact that each branch doesn't actually have all the money that's on deposit in the branch, they have a small fraction physically present. The problem is when you take large sums out, when you put it back in, right? If you put it back in, um, if you do it frequently, you end up on a report, right? If you want to deposit more than 10,000, you have to fill out a form. So, uh, you know, you end up under a lot more scrutiny. So certainly to prove a point, yes, many people did do that. I had clients calling me. I had one client call me who wanted to redeem all of her securities and take a check and this was a lady who immigrated to Canada from Poland uh, when she was younger. And this whole episode spooked her to such a degree that, you know, she was looking at taking everything out of Canada and going back to Poland. Kind of ironic, isn't it?
It's crazy. They wrote that in lockstep too, that people who immigrated to different countries would want to go back home. They wrote it. It's in there. I don't know. I just think that most Canadians that watched this must feel it is just uneasy listening to. So yesterday or the day before yesterday, I can't remember which now, where he was saying it was very effective, freezing the bank accounts of people, that was the most effective tool. And then today she's reiterating it, saying, well, this was the most peaceful way. This is like the most in your face thing.
Order alert.
That thing that Canadians should be just
You can
livid
keep
about
talking, yeah,
and
don't worry about
worried.
it.
The commission is reconvened. The commission
We can turn it down and just keep talking.
Okay. Now the next stage. First, I'd like to call on the Government of Alberta, please.
Good evening to this panel. My name is Stephanie Bose. I am counsel for the province of Alberta.
Do you guys want to hear this, or do you just want to talk?
I just want to start with the statement in the PMO institutional report, which indicates that
I'll give a vote.
PMO
Thumbs
staff
up if you
engaged with
don't
Premier
want to hear
Kenney's
this.
Chief of Staff, Ms. Livingstone, on February 5th and 12th. I just want to confirm that during that time, the PMO did not discuss the possible use of the Emergencies Act during those engagements. Is that correct?
That it was not me having those conversations, but that is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the First Minister's meeting, Mr. Broadhead, you were asked about your understanding of the various positions of premiers at that meeting. I'd like the clerk to pull up ssm.nsc.can 50625. And these are some expanded notes prepared and produced by the Government of Canada describing that meeting. Once we have them up, I'll ask the clerk to please scroll down to page 3. Okay, so we can see here that there's some further notes about the comments of Premier Kenney at this meeting, and I'll just walk through some of these right now. He starts by describing the situation in Coutts and how it went from 1,000 trucks on a rolling protest to 900 going home with 100 staying behind, and then down to a group of 40, which he described as a core group. Then you'll see him describe the arrests at the border and indicate, we believe the situation has been secured. And further down there, have procured on market for equipment and have drivers in place unless an unexpected surprise should open Coutts border crossing today. And a little farther down again, would be problematic to declare emergency today to take momentum of arrest last night. Declaration risks further radicalizing thousands of sympathizers in Alberta. Know you have a lot of serious issues to balance off, including in Ottawa, but I am suggesting this could create a net negative for Alberta. If we need to seize or compel people, we are prepared to use our own Emergencies Act. So you would agree that it's fair to say that the Premier's position at this First Minister's meeting was that invoking the Federal Emergencies Act was neither wanted nor needed in Alberta, correct?
Yeah, I would say he was definitely clear that he did not believe it was needed in Alberta at that time.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to switch tracks with you and ask about what was done to prepare the Prime Minister for the February 13th cabinet meeting, and specifically where his inputs of information came from. So I'm going to ask you, you can answer yes or no, whether the PMO was responsible for providing the Prime Minister with the following information. And that's about the status of the RCMP operation in Coutts. Was it the PMO that was responsible for providing that information to the Prime Minister?
No.
How about the status of Alberta's acquisition of tow trucks from the private market?
The Privy Council leads these briefings that you're referring to.
Okay, so I'll just name off a few more, and maybe then you can tell me if there was anything in my list that that the PMO was responsible for providing the information to the Prime Minister. And those are the status of the protests in Windsor at the Ambassador Bridge, the status of opening of the Ambassador Bridge, the status of the OPS operational plan with respect to the protests in Ottawa, or that the Commissioner Lucky was of the view that not all tools available through existing legislation had yet been exhausted.
We may have added information if we'd heard it through ministers' offices or through open source information, but the briefing on all the matters would have been led by the clerk of the Privy Council, the deputy
Open
clerk of the
source
NSIA.
information, that's the new term here.
I would just add that we heard at various points in the weeks leading up to invocation of the Act that action was about to be taken in some of the places that you mentioned. And on the point about RCMP stating that not all tools have been exhausted, that was obvious to everyone. In various locations, law enforcement had tools that they weren't able to enforce because there were other more serious issues preventing that. And that's partly why decision was made to invoke the Act the next day.
Okay, and so you would agree that the Prime Minister had that information as well, that there were tools available, but that they weren't being used?
As I said, that was obvious to everyone who was watching what was going on the ground.
Okay, thank you. I would like the clerk to please pull up ssm.nsc.can402941. And this is a record that Commission Council has taken you through in some detail already. There's just a few places where I was hoping you could help me read some of the writing. So, Mr. Clerk, if you could please scroll down to page 12. Actually, this is not something that I need clarification on the writing on, but something I do have a question on. Let me just make sure I'm in the right place here. So if you see on the right-hand side, there's a note beside Brenda, and I'm assuming this is Commissioner Lucky, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she indicates with respect to Coutts, they were almost gone, but a pastor incited them to stay, was 250 vehicles, now down to 40, and weapons are in the protest, need to go slow here. Was the Prime Minister part of this conversation?
Yes, he was. This was the February 10th incident response group meeting.
Okay, good, thank you. And then if we go to page 23, here's where I'll need your help interpreting the writing. Thank you. So we can see about a quarter of way down the page, there's an arrow and it says specific. And what's the next word after that?
To be honest, I can't read it either. The quality of the photocopy is not strong.
You think they would have had them solve this
specific,
beforehand,
something,
right?
draft
Give a
list.
transcription of their written
Using
notes.
the money as a, and then what's
Sorry,
the next
guys.
word there?
As a hook for the national stuff. So this was a reference to we knew and we heard on the FMM call that some premiers and some people felt that the
That
act
actually was
should not
awesome.
be applied nationally. And this comment referred to needing to underscore in the communications that part of the reason the act needed to apply nationally was so that it would apply to financial transactions across the country, given many of the demonstrators were from across the country.
And I think you just said that this was about needing to refer in the communications. What communications are you talking about?
So this was February 14th, 12:30 p.m. after the FMM, as preparations were underway for a potential prime ministerial announcement later that afternoon. Prime Minister took the decision to invoke the act later that afternoon, and he went out and announced it.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about that announcement. If we can go to ssm.can 402665.
You need the Jeopardy music at this point.
And if we go to the very last email in this record, there's a discussion of a press conference that was at that time scheduled for noon on February 14th. And we'll see the time of this email is listed as February 13th, 8 p.m. Now, I'm not sure if this is one of the emails that's caught with the time difference related to Greenwich Mean Time, but it's either 3 p.m. or 8 p.m. on the 13th. In either event, that's before the cabinet meeting, correct?
I can't confirm the timing of the email, but
Okay.
It could be.
Okay. And it indicates that there was going to be a press conference the next day with the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino, and Minister Lametti. There's a bit more discussion in other emails, including that Minister Lametti is there just to answer questions, and that only the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister will provide comments. Is this because that was the press conference that was intended to announce the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
So what I would say is, at this point, there were numerous statements being made by the Prime Minister and other ministers to media, sometimes in the form of a press conference. My recollection was this was planning for a statement of some sort. And yes, given the Emergencies Act was under consideration, it was a scenario at that time that they could be making announcements about the Emergencies Act the next day, but the decision had not been taken at that point.
So you'll see that it says, as you know, the presser is to provide an update on the federal government response to the blockades as well as the Ukraine. And I'll take it from your answer that there was some anticipation that maybe it might be about the Emergencies Act, but what other announcement was going to be made about the blockades the next day?
There could have been any number of measures taken, and that was the examination going on exactly at that time. What tools could exist? Is it going to be enough? Decision was Emergencies Act had the tools required, and that's why that decision was taken the next day.
And I understand that part of the DMO's role is to prepare speeches for the Prime Minister. Is that correct?
The DPMO, no, the Prime Minister's office and PCO prepare speeches for the Prime Minister.
Sorry, I thought in the institutional report that there was mention of drafting speeches by the Prime Minister's. Oh, I'm sorry, by the Prime Minister's office. Yes,
absolutely.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misspoke there. Did the Prime Minister's office...
You're just to let you know, I think you're over your time, so you're going to have to wrap up pretty soon.
Okay, I'll just finish this area. Did the Deputy Prime Minister's office draft a speech for the Prime Minister for the press conference on February 14th?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware. Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions tonight.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the convoy organizers, please.
Sir, before I begin, I have an issue that I need to address. As you know, and I've made applications several times, the disclosure in the record is entirely deficient. We've been trying to deal with these redactions. There's still redactions for parliamentary privilege, which the government has not removed. There's no legal basis for, as you've already ruled, to redact any document on the basis of parliamentary privilege. There's also the issue, as I've re-raised by email as well, the issue with the notes of this witness. The process that was used in dealing with that needs to be reassessed. These are important witnesses. I need rulings, and so does everyone here.
I like this guy.
Rulings on the redactions are so important. And for example, Ms. Jody Thomas testified and said that she supported the invocation of the Emergencies Act. But there's a note that we got after we fought for the one redaction we got that said Jody Thomas did not. And it was put up on the screen. It was notes taken. It had one Section 39 redaction on it. So if that's a cabinet document, we can assume cabinet knew about it. And it states that Section 2, no violence, and they were trying to come up with a way how to make this work anyway. That would have been very helpful to have when she was on the stand under oath. This is happening constantly. There is thousands of documents that DOJ is dumping.
If you can, I'm not looking for a speech. I understand there have been issues about redactions. I believe that one is one I ordered disclosed, and I believe you questioned somebody about it as recently as yesterday or the day before. I am not sure about the redactions, certainly for, just to qualify, the redactions with respect to parliamentary privilege. I didn't say it doesn't exist. I said it was novel and that the arguments presented were insufficient, and I ordered the 3 redactions disclosed. We received something, I think it's yesterday, or maybe it was even today, and I apologize, I haven't yet ruled on it. That's true. But I do my very best to make decisions. I try my very best to make them intelligent and thoughtful, and that sometimes is not done immediately. So